Yeah, you two can clap, sir. It's not them to clap. In fact, you also can clap for it. Okay. So, the days when we were doing our CA, we didn't have this. Hardly 5% was the maximum strength of the ladies in our batch at the time. So, but considerably now we can say 50%, more than 50%, if not wrong, are occupied by them. Appreciable. Okay. So, coming to our session on role of chartered accountancy in the changing economy. Friends, you are in the different set of environment where technology is changing day by day. It is not like the arena wherein we started our CA, which was more like a stagnated period. We could understand something, digest it, then try to implement it, then move from there on. But now it has changed a lot. You could look at the past 2 years of the Indian history. Just the 2 years. Before 2 years, what exactly the role of chartered accountant is? Do you mind if I come stand there and talk? Because I am not good in talking with the mic. Hello? Yeah. Is it audible? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Is it audible? No? Is it audible? Is it audible? No? Okay, not a problem. I'll just use this mic. Is it audible now? Yeah. So, friends, I'm not here to talk to a chartered accountant. So at that time, I think it is better to talk from the podium. Not audible? Okay. Okay. Sorry, no, not in it. Hello? Yes? Yeah. I'm not here to talk with our fellow chartered accountants, because if that is the scenario, I would have more comfortable talking behind that podium. But I am here talking with first generation of would-be chartered accountants. So I think some of the sessions should be more interactive, right? Do you feel so? Okay, then definitely we will have the session more reactive, interactive, and some more actives are also there, the proactive and active. Okay, we need to be more active also. Okay, first I'll just start with what our role was earlier, then we'll move on to the new generation chartered accountants. Okay, so earlier whatever we were there when we were doing our articles or our initial days of practice, we did have the time to understand something and then implement it. But of late, you're not in a position to get some time to really understand it. So you should stay ahead of time. Now, I can ask one question. Whose caption is that? Stay ahead of time. Anybody can answer it? No? No?
If anybody want to answer, you please raise your hand and mic will be sent to you.
Staying ahead of time. Okay. You have seen the Hindu paper? Okay. So that is the common name for the Hindu ad you see, wherein which says stay ahead of the times, which means Times of India. Okay. Not audible? Not.
or not audible. Is this audible? Clarity is missing. Okay. Is this audible? Please. Fine. Okay. Yeah, friends, we'll come back. So please stay with me for another 15-20 minutes, because the initial time which I spent on explaining some things might not be that well good. But once you go further, definitely I can assure you that it will be a practical things which will be coming up. Okay. So once we start with it, what was our earlier role and what is the new role now? Now I am going ahead with the steps and active measures taken by the government of India in the changing economy. What is the government of India doing as of now? See, there have been many changes that have come up recent past, right from the black money, from the Companies Act 2013. If at all you take 2013 as a benchmark, the number of amendments that have come into the amendments that have come in the legislations are far heavy, be it the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act or the amendments that have come in the Income Tax Act relating to money transactions, whatever it might be. But now I want to go to the next thing. How is the government prepared to handle all these things? Sir, there is one word called data warehousing and business intelligence. Anybody has an idea regarding it? Anyone who has heard about it? Data warehousing and business intelligence? Yes or no? No, yeah, yes. Okay, we'll take the other way. How many of you say yes? Okay. So, the word which I have used right now, the data warehousing and business intelligence, this is the software which our department, Income Tax Department more precisely, but Government of India largely, is using to track what is happening behind us. Most of us are unaware of it, but it is happening from the year 2012 and 2013. Okay. And what is data warehousing and business intelligence? I give a simple definition to it. It is a 360 degrees profiling of anything. Whatever you say, you put your debit card and give your debit card number, and you have booked a ticket from Vijayawada to Chennai, and your ticket is used somewhere in Delhi, it can be identified. Your debit card is again used in Delhi, because as per the ticket you need to be in Chennai, but you are in Delhi. It can be tracked. So this is one thing which the Income Tax Department of late has been using to a very strong way. And I'll take it with what exactly this data analytics means. See, data analytics, I'm not confining myself to the traditional chartered accountancy here. Okay, because data analytics till date, 99% of the people who are in data analytics, most of them are from the engineering background. Okay, and even now when Government of India has organized for some data analytics people, only these guys are coming up and saying this, we will assist you in helping finding out the ways to find out the data. But my question now is, why can't we as chartered accountants, because we are the persons who are more responsible in identifying it, why are we not venturing into it? Okay, so what exactly is data analytics? And data analytics is first finding out a group of transactions. For what, there will be information that will be, and again now before I go further, I'll just ask one question, sir. Is it audible now? Not perfectly. That's the, hello, is this audible? Thanks. At last. Okay. Now, before I proceed further, in fact, I am comfortable walking like this and speaking instead of standing over there, because I feel myself congested there. So now I ask a simple question: what is information and what is knowledge? Sir, everybody has gone through the book, sir, but what is the difference precisely? What is information and what is knowledge? You go to Google, you look for anything, you get the information, right? Okay, just I'll complete it then now. Thanks for the inputs, but let me complete. Go to Google, say anything, see ways to treat cancer. There will be a number of things. That is information. But how to do it? Can it be executable? No. Knowledge is something which is a processed information. If at all I ask for something, say I want data of all the people in Vijayawada, everything can be got immediately. But if at all I say how many of them eat idli every day, then it is a knowledge. Okay. So data analytics starts from that stage. What exactly is the requirement? First you get the broad data, whatever is the data available, it will be dumped into your system. From there on, you need to filter it as per the requirement. Okay. And the next thing is diagnostic. Why did it happen? See, this is what is happening physically as on date in most of the departments in India. So you should be well aware of the questions that will be coming up from the department, so that we can be prepared and go ahead and answer them. Okay. So after you get the data, the next thing you need to do is diagnosis. What is the reason for why did it happen? Then predict it based upon some assumptions. For example, I go to every day, early morning, I go to some particular hotel and say, eat idli every day. That is my predictive thing, right? Agreed or not? Sir, I want some active voices, sir. Thank you, thank you. It's more active. Okay. Similarly, if at all daily I am supposed to go to particular hotel and eat idli, but on one specific day I have not gone there, is it not something other than what is supposed to happen? Yes or no? Okay. This is more about data analytics, how they do. And then once you come to an understanding, prescriptive, what should I do? Normally I should be supposed to go and eat an idli there, but if at all I don't go there, then the reason why it has done. If at all I am suffering from fever, immediately prescribe some medicine. Sir, you are suffering fever, you take this medicine. Okay, that is what is called prescriptive. And from there on, it will be used in decision making and decision automation. Decision automation. I'll take in length while I discuss about the demonetization period, because I want to elaborate how it will be working really in the demonetization period, how the government has used it. So once I go through the first two slides of it, of the data analytics, I'll take up the case study of demonetization and how the technology has been used in that particular scenario. Okay. So predictive analysis, these are all about technically what to do and what not to do. And data mining, it has some stages. Sir, data mining is one thing which you need to be adjusted with, if at all you ought to be successful with the department while you deal with the departments from now on. Okay. I'll give one example, sir, here. Recently, one of a person who was he is into different profession, he came up to my office one day. Sir, he said, I got a notice from the Investigation Intelligence Department of Income Tax Department asking them to come up with some information. Then I asked him to get all the bank statements of that person. I checked it and nothing was abnormal in it. Then I said, sir, are you involved in some other activities, or as usual, curiosity, did you ever transfer some abnormal funds to some particular accounts or something? He said, no, sir, but long before I had one person who was more like Binami, he died 4 years back. Then fine, I didn't even intercept to see what exactly might have happened in that bank account. I was comfortable saying that he has expired 4 years back, so there is no need to go in to check into that accounts. But once I approached the income tax department, their findings are completely different. The Binami account which was opened 4 years back, they have sent across around 4 to 5 notices earlier to find out what, they have asked for some reply from the person. But that person, as he is no more, he couldn't answer to that. So they try to find out where these transactions are happening from. And they could link it to the common address of the professional who has come up to me and the bank account holder. Both are having a common address. Sir, is it audible to all of you? No? Okay, I'll just, so the common point between the person who has approached me and whose bank account has been operating, both had the same common address. Apart from that, they didn't have anything in common. Just because of this reason, they could identify that you are the person who are operating the accounts of so and so, and they could send a notice to that person. So this is how the data analytics is going to happen at a future point of time. The investigation and intelligence department of the income tax department is very strong enough, but it is not having the teaching section, because they are only able to give section notice under a particular section, which as of now is not having much teeth. But take it for granted, in the next 1 to 2 years to come, they will given with some more value addition to their powers, which makes you to either follow to it or go back. Okay? Sir, then what is our role in the change of technology now? I'll try to put in the demonetization period and explain you what exactly has happened from the technology side, from the entrepreneur side, and from our profession side. But please let me know, is it audible to all of you? Because I feel some restlessness among the last benches. Is it audible to you, sir? Sure. Okay. Sir, on November 8th, when Government of India has taken a decision to demonetize the 500 and 1000 rupee notes, many people thought it was some decision which was taken hastily. But before I go to what has happened after that, I just want to give some facts about what has forced them to take the decision. In 2004, the 500 rupee notes and 1000 rupee notes are only 34% of the total money in circulation. Okay? And this is a known fact which you will find out in the most of the websites also. But by coming to 2015, it has come up to 87%. Okay? One key point. And the period before 2004, it was having low GDP, but the inflations were, everything was under control, either it be the consumer products or real estate or gold, whatever, a stock market for that matter. Everything was under control. Everything was ideally between 30 to 40%, not more than for the 5 years period. But you take the period from 2004 to 2009 or 2010, India had a phenomenal growth at the time. Okay, it was, the GDP was around 8.5%, but the alarming thing happened at that stage. The stock market went up by more than 300%, gold rates went up by more than 300%, and the real estate prices went by more than 2000% also. So you have seen only the two sides of what has happened between two tenures. But the alarming thing above all is the jobs that have been generated. Almost in the earlier tenure, there are more than 5 crore jobs have been generated in all the sectors put together. But in 2004 to 2009, similarly, it has not up to the expectations in creating jobs. So once the basic data has come up to the government to see why the inflation has gone up to such an extent, once the new government has come, they formed a committee under Raghuram Rajan to find out the reasons why this high value currency was required and what is its role in creating this inflation. Then it has worked for more than 4 months, sir. For the Raghuram Rajan committee has worked for 4 months in creating a report which says of every 3 notes of 500 rupees that are going out of the banking sector, 1 note is not coming back into the banking sector at all. And of the 3 notes of 1000 rupees which are going out of 1000 rupees, 2 notes are not coming back at all. Okay? So imagine now, almost around 15 lakh crores of amount, of which 1/3 is out, which is creating a parallel economy. That is equivalent to 5 lakh to 6 lakh crores of amount, right? So at this juncture, they have decided to demonetize, but time and other things have not been decided. Okay. So many people say it was a very hasty decision or very foolish decision, whatever it may. See, we'll not go into the politics of it. We'll try to understand why a decision has been taken. Our role should be limited to that extent because we are not into active politics, right? Our role is why it has been done and what are the repercussions of such decision. Okay. So once it has been announced that you are going to demonetize, there was chaos across all over India. More than 40 crore people have stood in line and said yes to some decision, whether we don't know whether it's correct or not. Many people ask me the same question, do you feel demonetization is correct or wrong? I'll give an example, sir. Once I had been to one of my seniors' office in Vijayawada, in Hyderabad. By the time I entered his chamber, he was talking over phone and I was a little bit frustrated. As soon as I entered, Praveen, the next generation kids are very problematic, he said. So then I asked, sir, what happened? Do your son smoke? I said, no, sir, he doesn't smoke. Do your son drink? No, sir, he doesn't drink. Do your son come late? No, sir, he doesn't come late. Then he said, your son is very Mr. Perfect. Sir, I said then, sir, my son is hardly 3 years old, sir, now. You can't expect him to do all these things at this stage. Okay, so the question and answer should depend upon our analysis. You just don't pass on your opinion unless you understand the cause effect. Okay, many of us, we tend to give a free opinion. Anybody comes and asks, free sir, advice, that is what we can do. But don't do it, especially from a professional angle. From a professional angle, try to see the cause and effect relationship. If at all you start questioning yourself why, then most of the answers will start coming from you only. But you take views, but at the end of the day, the opinion that is going to come should be yours. Okay? It's not that everybody is going to be a Mr. Perfect to know everything, start to end, right? For example, I have some fever, I need to go and consult a doctor. I can't go and myself and say, prescribe myself paracetamol and go it, right? We obviously need to consult an expert. You can take views, but you should form an opinion on your own. Okay? So regarding the demonetization also, I don't want to express an opinion unless I know what exactly the government's intention was. Why they might be saying something to curb terrorism or to curb black money, but I feel something more is there apart from that. And I don't want to say whether it is successful or not, because I don't know. I am not an expert in finding out the pros and cons of the government's decision. For me, as far as as was told to me, it is implemented successfully. I go by the government's decision only. It is successful. Apart from that, I don't want to comment more. Okay? Then many people started standing in lines to get their money, and many people stand in lines to deposit money also, which was very unique. In India, had we ever stood in line to deposit money? Never. Your generation might never have seen it. At least our generation has seen a bit of it. We had in our days, we are forced to stand in line for some time to deposit money. But I can 100% say with guarantee that your generation never seen that. Okay. So once the amount has reached the banks, what is the next level? Till November 18th, Government of India did not say anything regarding it. Okay. It didn't say, if at all you deposit more than this much amount, we'll make you subject to scrutiny or something like that. It didn't say anything. It was just waiting for people to deposit money. It was waiting for people to, on their own, do some mistakes so that it can come up and question, why did you do that wrong? Our role comes there. As a chartered accountant, future chartered accountants, you should give any view or opinion only after you are confident that based upon your activity, something is going to happen which is bound to be positive for our client. Don't be in a haste and say, sir, Modi has asked to go and deposit, sir, then we'll look into it. No, just be away from giving such immediate responses. And we have seen cases where more than crores of rupees have been deposited in the first 4 days. They said one person very active in, he has a good relations with the bank. He said, sir, one day after depositing money in the bank, he came to my office. He said, sir, I am very lucky, I had a very good relations with that manager. As soon as I went there, he said, give me the money, and he deposited it, sir. How much did you deposit? Sir, I deposited near around 1.5 crore. Sir, you are lucky, but wait for a notice, I said. So don't, unless and until you understand the repercussions of this, you don't do things. That is what the technology is doing nowadays. Okay. So the next, what happened? Many people have deposited money. Now, then November 18th, Modi Sarkar ne bola, sir, 2.5 lakhs for savings bank account, 12 lakhs for current account. More than that, we are going to make you subject to scrutiny. We are going to definitely ask information. If it is not in concurrence with your earlier returns, we will make you liable for some scrutinies. Okay. Then again, many people came up and said, sir, how they are going to do this, sir? There are more than 100 crore people in India. How can they do all this filtering and other things? I don't think it is possible at all. This is the first response that comes from. Then I told them one clear example. All of you are comfortable in Telugu? Okay, then I'll give one Telugu samita. Mondiwadu Raju kanna goppavadu antaru. అవునా కదా? there is a Telugu saying, మొండివాడు రాజు కన్నా గొప్పవాడు. బట్ అట్లాంటిది రాజు మొండివాడు అయితే, I told them the same thing. Sir, don't come to conclusions on your own. Let you digest it and say what need to be done in a proper fashion, we'll do it. Okay, it's not that we need to do something, we need to do it in a proper way. Yes, when something is bound to be done, we will do it, but we'll put our efforts in doing it in a proper way. Okay. So then the next question started, and so you are expecting all of us will be receiving notices. Then I said, practically everybody will be receiving notices. Then everybody got notices. Then after December 30th, a portal has been opened which says you have deposited this much amount in so and so accounts, and everybody was busy in giving replies or explaining to the income tax department regarding it. Then at this stage again I got some more people coming up and saying, sir, we are going to the income tax department and we are coming out very easily. Nothing, sir, Modi government is complete failure. Sir, try to analyze it. Who is the implementing agency here and who is the decision making agency here? Who is the decision making agency? The government of India. Who is the implementing agency? Is only the income tax department. And every scrutiny that has been closed here, it is going directly to the North Block. There, they are going to look it, analyze it based upon the assessing officer, based upon the commissioner, based upon the deputy commissioner, what exactly are they doing. Okay. So, sir, I'll put about the ways how we do it. When demonetization was implemented, bankers tried to do some foul play, and it is happening from a professional angle or from entrepreneur angle or from any angle, it will be happening. But before you say that nothing is going to happen, try to analyze the environment around you, because you are under 360 degrees profiling. Okay. In UK earlier, when most of the people used to go to UK and come back, UK being a small country, for every minute you will be supposed for around almost 40-50 CCTV cameras will be following you up. Okay, at that point we used to know it is very great because it is completely governed. But look at India now. Are we not in the same process? But one thing is we are making adjustments as per our necessity, but I don't think it sustains for a long period. It's only a matter of time when everybody need to follow the system instead of finding ways to unfollow it. Generally we come up and say there are ways, there are loops, just wait for some time, I'll give. Wait for some time is better, instead of saying that do it, then afterward I'll take care of it. Okay? Is it clear regarding demonetization? Anything which you wish, you can definitely ask me. Okay. These are all my opinions regarding demonetization, and these are all the things which are going to be implemented in all other acts which are coming, either the FATCA Act, which we had an understanding with the United States of America, or Benami Transaction Act. Benami Transaction Act, I'll just give you how it is going to work. I am a company, XYZ, okay? There are ABC directors in it. I give some advance to one company, DEF, in which B is the director, say advance for the purchase of land. Okay? And the person who is the director in that company uses it for some other purpose, and the complete transaction could be analyzed hardly in 10 seconds, sir. Not more than that. If at all they want to do it, the income tax department can identify all the advances made to related parties, not more than 10 seconds. So whenever you go out for an audit, this will be the common scenario where sir, we tend to go by the documents. We say, sir, advances to for purchase of land has been given in our current assets or investments. Sir, fine. Did you verify the documents for it? Yes, sir, they have perfect documentation regarding it. Yes, we are perfect. When we do a mistake, we will be more perfect. Right? So obviously we will be perfect at that extent, but the real problem starts only when the department finds it as some abnormal transaction. Because the goods, I'll just explain in the GST also, when something is moving, some transaction is moving within the group, it is bound to be more scrutinized. Okay? Okay, now we have seen one aspect of how technology has been implemented in earlier law. Now we'll look into the new concept, how it is going to be implemented in GST. Okay. Sir, in GST, one thing I can assure you is, everything and everywhere you will be tracked. Either from an individual perspective or a company's perspective, you will be tracked. Okay. Individual perspective, you can ask me question, sir, how am I going to be tracked if I am not an unregistered dealer? I am a chartered accountant in practice, my turnover is less than 20 crores. How am I going to be tracked, sir? Simple, you provide services to a registered dealer, he writes an invoice on your behalf, reverse charge mechanism is applicable, and my invoice is going to be updated in the system saying that so and so registered person has provided services to Praveen and he has charged 5 lakhs. Till date, what is the difference between existing laws and the GST is, we didn't have any data sharing between service tax, VAT and income tax. Are you aware of it? Okay. So our clients cleverly what they used to do is, after the income tax return has been filed, some return as per the requirement of the VAT is to be submitted there. We are not bothered about it, but that's how the common practice is going on. But now those things will not happen. And of late many people are coming for business restructuring because of the change in laws, indirect laws that are coming up. So the other day one person came to me, he said, sir, I want to restructure my business. And then said, fine, you come in the evening, sir, we'll have a discussion regarding it. In the evening he came up to my office, he said, sir, what do you manufacture? He said, sir, I manufacture invoices. Sir, you might be manufacturing invoices, but apart from that, what do you do? Apart from that, I don't do anything. If you want invoice, I'll give you invoice. If you want to sell something, I'll take invoice. Apart from that, I don't do anything. Then I said, then the better option for you is to close the business. Because, no, as such, it doesn't do any business. Only is a book company wherein you will be useful to build up your turnovers. Okay. So, wherein goods are not involved from now on GST, it will be very problematic because everything will be, sir, I had the luxury of looking into the GST network through one of my ex-friend who was in training sessions. The way it has been designed is very robust. Forget about escaping, don't even think about it also. Okay. But how far the infrastructure will support it, as of today, I don't say it will be supporting it 100%. But definitely, if not, say infrastructure, you want 100 servers today, you have only 50. 50 you will buy tomorrow, right? But is it going to have any lapses on the structure? I am more concerned with the structure. I am not concerned. Everybody says GST and network is not ready, but I am questioning. My thought process is from the design. When the design is proper, implementation may be delayed or may be delayed with some problems, maybe implemented with problems, but it will not be a faulty process. And once GST comes in, friends, it is going to be a complete new ballgame. The way your returns are going to be uploaded, the way the tax neutralization is going to happen. If at all I receive some services or I supply some services, and I and the other person also need to key in the same data into the GST network. If one of us also is wrong, it goes into the conflict mechanism. So one way, you have heard this word called Inspector Raj? Inspector Raj? How many of you have heard this word Inspector Raj earlier? No, none of you? Okay, because you are not aware of that also. Inspector Raj is one area where the inspector comes to our house and like a factory, he can check everything. Okay, but now the simple mechanism they changed is, we are having a very few resources now, so I can't come up and verify each and every business unit. Instead of it, I give the responsibility of seeing that it is done properly on you only. You are purchasing goods from some person, see that he is running business properly. That is your headache. I am not bothered about it. Only I will be interested some conflict arises between you both. When you both are not in a good terms, arbitration, come to me. You heard this story, cat and two rats? What happens? One cat, two rats. They have one cake, they go to the cat. Cat says, you take 50, you take 50, this side is more, so I'll take it, I'll eat this part, I'll eat this part. End of that, the two rats doesn't have anything to eat. So that is a simple example which is going to happen from now on, because unless we have a clear understanding between the vendor and our client, it is going to create some problematic, and it is useful from the revenue perspective. End of the day, we should work for the government of India, and I say it is one of the best way of bringing into transparency in Indian economy. Most of the developing countries don't have this infrastructure. Why GST is a failure in many other countries? That's what the common question they put it to me. I say, sir, if GST has come up 5 years back, India might not have been successful in implementation GST. But today it will definitely be successful because of the technology, not itself that Narendra Modi is there or any Prime Minister there. If he has the intention to do or implement something, he can do it because of the changing technology. It has nothing to do with it. Had we ever had internet in our villages in our childhood days? Did you ever come across? I have, till my 20-25 years old, I have not seen internet also, honestly. Until I have passed my chartered accountancy, in my CA final, then only I could see internet. Till then I didn't see internet also. So you might be having a luxury of looking at it in initial days, but the people in the villages whom we are going to address, if at all they come under GST network, they are subject to some GST. They have the network, the internet technology, they can upload their invoices. Okay? And you have some new ventures are coming up apart from the GST in the coming years also, which will be more advantages for us from a professional angle. But I don't know how many of us will be actually involved in all those things. But a couple of them will be complete transfer of the double accountancy system into complete transfer of the single accountancy system to double accounting system, which the Indian Railways have started as of now. But we are expecting the defense and other sectors also to follow it at the earliest. And there was some discussion on the other day wherein the department, our profession is highly asking for a concurrent audit of many of the government works. Some persons asked whether it will be possible or not. My answer to it is yes, it should happen. Otherwise, we are seeing scam after scam that is happening only after the scam has happened. If at all we have a concurrent audit of it, there be any possibility of it happening? At least the percentage will come down a lot. Okay. And you have heard this case regarding challans in the commercial tax department in Telangana? How many of you are aware of it? No. Sir, how many of you read paper, sir? So, before I go further, I just have a couple of advices to you. One thing is, be in touch with the current affairs. Because, do you think you are going to stop with your chartered accountancy only? No. If at all you say yes, you are complacent. Don't ever think that way. You might be in a position to touch some more bigger steps like going into civils or some other things. Okay, a thing which can be read today can be remembered for long. But if at all you go to some 2020 and start reading from 2010, it will be tough. Right? Right or wrong? So better put in your mind to be in touch with your current affairs. And second question, how many of you physically play games? That itself answers. Okay. See, I'll just give an example here. I just took up motivational classes also for some schools. So I had an opportunity to go to one school, and there the students are more lethargic. They're not active. So then I asked one question, sir, how many of you really play games? One person raised his hand. Then I asked. I was very happy. At least one person has raised his hand. He said, what do you play? He said, Temple Run. Okay. Then I said, sir, Temple Run itself doesn't mean that you should run. So, game, and there was another, I in fact take some sessions in CA Institute also. There one person who is completely, whenever I see, he will be playing with games. Then I asked him, sir, what is your intention? Why do you play games more? Then he said, sir, my intention is not to play games. I want to develop one more game, that's why I am playing games. Two parallel ways of looking at the same thing, same activity. One, which is of no use at all. Second, where your long-term vision is to something, for that you are doing some activity here. So where are we now? You need to assess yourself. And I can assure you one thing, sir, if at all we are not physically fit, at least at your age, by the time you reach our age, you will be almost not in a position to walk, okay, because of the changing habits that are coming now. So please take some time off your routine schedule and see that you involve in physical activities so that it might be good. And I can see more energetic faces coming up instead of, sir, dull, sir. Morning 8 o'clock woke up, sir, 9 o'clock coming here, had breakfast, coming here. Evening 6 o'clock going from office, immediately having dinner, sleeping. No time, sir. This is a common response. Say, one thing I can assure, I can tell one thing, unless I follow, I never preach. And I don't advise people of my age also to say, go for walking others, because I don't follow it regularly. In fact, my wife asked me, you tell kids to follow all this, but why you don't do it? I said, whenever I am in class, for whatever the 3 hours or 4 hours session it is, I will be walking only. That is enough for me as of now. Okay. Okay, so we'll come back. Now, what exactly the role of the chartered accountants will be in the next generation? See, this is the I'll just take you to the slides which are available with me right now because my time is running off. Increasing scope for chartered accountants. What are the areas which we need to venture from now on? The next question I have another thing is, how many of you will be chartered accountants by 2019? 4? So others don't have an eligibility to write, or they are not? So, okay, I'll defer the question now. How many of you will be chartered accountants by 2020? Sir, so I can tell it with guarantee everybody will be writing their exams by 2020, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? So if at all you are not confident, what what is happening then? See, now I ask this again. How many of you feel that you will be chartered accountants by 2020? How many of you feel that you will be chartered accountants by 2020? One lady is not lifting the hand. She is feeling shy, I think. Madam, you are free to lift your hand. Nobody is going to ask you in 2020 whether you have passed or not. But at least be confident. Say that I am going to be qualified my first attempt only. So, should I repeat the question again? I am not able to hear, brother. How many of you will be chartered accountants by 2020? At least I am happy now. Sir, whatever you do, whatever activity you do, please ensure that you are confident and your vision of what. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we'll come back. Please stay with me. Hardly another 10 minutes, okay? Whatever your vision is, see that your incidental activities are in the process of achieving your final vision. Like the example which I have given, one person who wants to develop a video game, he is well happy to look into other video games and find out what are useful for him. But at the same time, don't tell your parents that I want to develop a video game so that you can play video game regularly. Okay? So these are the areas which we are going to have more stress in the coming days. One is the risk management, knowledge KPOs, financial modeling, corporate structuring, internal controls and information systems, international taxation, forensic audit and investment appraisal. These are the common things which we had earlier, and we will be continuing with usage of technology. That is the one word which I want to put under stress, because technology is being used not by us, by the persons whom we are reporting to. There is one clause in the existing income tax returns for the 2017-18 assessment year, which says how much of you have invested, have deposited money in bank accounts in November 8th to December 30th. What is the intention of putting that question? Can anyone answer it? Sir, please. I have posed a question to you. There is a clause in the income tax return which says how many of you have invested money from November 8th to December 30th in bank accounts, and specify the amount if it is more than 2 lakhs. So what is the intention of the government in putting a clause? Can anybody explain? Is it, don't you think the government is having the complete information? Then what is it expecting from us? They are corroborating the evidence they have with the information which we furnish. Okay. So be precise when you file and salary returns come, sir, don't worry, give me a form 16, enter 1 minute, ho gaya. Don't indulge in such practices this year at least, because this year being Aadhaar mandated, and the second thing is your deposits. Unless you have a bank statement, if at all they are not going to give a bank statement, take a declaration from them saying that I don't have any deposits. Because if that is going to the case, even some other day they can say my chartered accountant has not filed a proper return for me. Okay. And in any case, when you are going doing the work, just take care of these common measures which will be useful in the long run. Okay. So, sir, these are all the common things which I don't want to Okay, this is one area which I want to focus. What is the traditional focus and what is the modern focus and what actually we should look at. See, earlier we all, even our most of our accounts and already we say substance over form. We should follow that concept, right? But of late, how many of us are really following it? We are not really following it, sir. We are shifted from substance over form to form over substance. We are more interested, like the what you call, however we might be look, add some makeup, come out. That's what our window dressing is happening, even in the books of accounts also. So, but the ideal focus should be substance and form, and not substance and form, and it should not be only both of them. It should be the ideal focus from now on. Okay, how we report it should be also important, and overall substance should be important. Earlier, this is our traditional focus. We had only hard disk memory, what we call as a long-term memory experience. But today, everything has changed. Whoever gives an immediate solution, they are looking for. Clients even, they are looking for those things. But that is not the ideal focus. The ideal focus should be experience with abrupt look into the areas which we can look into. So these are all the other skills which you will be dealing in many cases, even in your orientation and another batch also they will be coming up. But I don't want to go much into all those because they are not much related to the technology part. And the floor is open for any questions from your side, please. I'll be happy if you could pose some questions. And if at all you don't ask questions, there are two ways. Either you have understood completely or not understood completely. Which way should I take, sir? Not understood completely? No, okay, thank you. Sir, madams, you had your breakfast, no? Hardly I hear some voices from your side, that's why. So, you had some understanding of how technology is working in the modern day? Okay.
So much data mining is going on. The government is able to declare how much they calculated.
They have collected almost around 14.7 lakh crores. It is not official, but it is through some reliable sources. But they don't want to declare, sir. Their intention is not to collect money. They want to make system transparent. Okay. As far as I understand, the intention of government to call back the money is not for either terrorism or some other XYZ reasons. They want to see that whatever 15 lakh crores is there available in the market today, they want to account that 15 lakh crores to some XYZ persons who is having how much money. And sir, one important point I want to make at this point, sir, you have validly put it here. Till earlier we had the AR report or SFT transactions which says all your deposits need to be reported. But some of the changes are happening in the banking sector, which are asking, the government is asking the banking sector to finalize the transactions wherein accounts are overdrawn or there are huge drawings from particular accounts. So in one way, as of December 30, Praveen is having 10 lakh bank account in some bank. If I draw 6 lakhs one day, the information will be automatically going to the government of India. And at a later point of time, they may ask, what exactly have you done with the 6 lakh crores at a later point, 6 lakhs at a later point. Is it clear, sir? Sir, anything more? Yes. June 8. Okay.
we got pressure saying that from July 20 they are going to remove the case again.
Yes.
But how can we take it? And do you feel it's a possibility to look at Vijayawada is going to be
Sir, I have already given my observations will be with only disclaimers. Okay. Sir, one thing, when the government says we are ready, I should say yes, government is ready. I should not ask how you are ready. I can't ask the government. Okay. Government, whatever question you pose to them, they say we are ready. Okay. And we are only consultants on behalf of the client to ensure that GST is properly done. Okay. So whether it is done, whether it is being done, how it is being done, it is only the prerogative of the central government to decide on it. And my honest view is whether it is implemented from July 1st, August 1st or September 1st, there's a maximum time it can be extended up to. Whatever date it might be, don't wait for the date. Date is only a change of calendar. Be prepared for today only, wait for July 1st. Okay.
Do you feel the industry is exactly ready for in your scope of practice? I'm not talking about the whole economy of India. In your scope of practice in micro, small, medium enterprises, do you feel the industry in that particular sector is ready for GST? If it is going to be implemented from July 1st?
Sir, there's an honest question. I have been conducting programs for FISMI on GST especially. Okay. Only in Telangana there are more than, in Hyderabad, more than 3,000 registered units, of which near around 2,000 of them have some way or the other taken some undergone some training. Okay. And only people who think it might not be possible, they are waiting for some time to happen. They are taking some time. Say if not today, definitely government will postpone. That is what their intention might be. But as of I told you regarding demonetization also, demonetization has affected how many people, sir? Has affected how many people? 125 crores? Okay, now GST, how much population is going to impact, sir? If it is implemented from July 1st, how much population is it going to affect? 25, I don't think even 25 also. Hardly 1 to 2 crores of population. So, government will be always on the larger side. It doesn't look, I don't say every government, at least the way the current government is going, I can 100% assure you, it is going to be implemented from July 1st. This is what a senior most person in the CBSE has told me. I asked him the same question, sir, how is it possible, sir? That is not ready. In fact, I had an opportunity to upload an invoice on GST network along with my one of trainers in Excel. It is taking 2 minutes to upload an invoice. I don't want to criticize here at this point because that's not our role. Okay? We need not look into the factuals of how the government is going to do it. We are going to look into the actuals. How we are going to be with it. Are we ready or not? Are we ready or not? That's it. If you are ready, see that you are you make at least 4 or 5 people ready. That's enough. Sir, the government in of late has been commending the work done by CA professionals in especially GST. They say without the chartered accountant professionals, the rollout or whatever the phase it might be will be tough and very difficult unless the CA fraternity is completely involved in it. The government is making its indications very clear. So I don't doubt unless even our fraternity also nobody feels that it should be delayed. They want something is inevitable to come, let it come at the earliest year. Why to wait till September again? We'll come and face it. What happens? We'll face it. If at all we go to September again, some person will say we want the new amendment laws to come to let it go to the next year. Sir, anything more? Yes, ma'am. Instead of you asking her, you can directly ask me a question. No? Okay. Not related to question. Fine. Bahubali, why Katappa kill Bahubali then? No? Okay. Okay. Thanks a lot, friends. Thanks for your patience hearing. It is.
Thank you, sir.
It it has been a great pleasure to come here and talk to the fresh chartered accountants would be by 2020. See, I expect 99% of the population sitting here to be chartered accountants by 2020. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I request CA Godavat Srinivasrao, Managing Committee Member, to present a memento to CA Praveen Kumar. Friends, in a short while from now, we will be commencing our technical session 3 on indirect taxes. We have with us CA Sangu Ramakrishna, session chairman. He will be chairing the session, and also we have 3 speakers, Sagar Baheti, Atul Jha and Mayank Gosar. And the topics dealt by these speakers include various current and emerging topics on indirect taxes, Baheti will be dealing on input tax credit under GST Act. Thereafter, Atul Jha will be dealing with registration and filing of forms under GST. And Mayank Gosar will be dealing with works contract. These are all very interesting and emerging and latest topics. Sagar is from Maharashtra. He is pursuing his CA final. In the year 2016, he participated in National Convention at Trivandrum and also at National Conclave in Pimpri. Atul is from Punjab and he is pursuing his IPCC. He also participated in Ludhiana Convention organized by Ludhiana branch of NIRC of ICI. His hobbies include playing cricket and listening to music. Mayank is from Mumbai and is pursuing his final course. He is the best paper presenter in taxation technical session in National Convention held at Kolkata in the year 2016. CA Ramakrishna is qualified in the year 2005 and is a postgraduate in Masters of Commerce and MBA from Andhra Pradesh. He has 11 years of post-qualification experience in the fields of central excise, customs, service tax, VAT, CST, and foreign trade policy related matters. He is CPE faculty for indirect taxes at various branches of SIRC of ICI. He is also a visiting faculty for taxation at various professional forums like ICAI, ICMAI, and ICSI. He is also faculty for the subject of taxation and law. Sir, it's over to you.
Good morning. How are you? How are you? That is Vijayawada. Excellent. So let's start the technical session with Mr. Sagar Ramnarayana Baheti on very important topic, input tax credit under the GST. Okay, over to you.
Namaskaram Vijayawada. A punch dialogue about GST. Konisarlu Ravdam late Avachu Imogani Ravdam Pakka. Thank you. From movie Gopala Gopala by power star Pawan Kalyan. It is also applicable to GST, that is GST Ravdam Pakka. A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and my dear intelligent friends. I am Sagar Baheti, presenting a paper on input tax credit under GST. What is GST? Jokes apart, opposition says, "Gai sarkar tumhari." But actually GST is a comprehensive value-added tax on goods and services. It is a single tax and subsum many indirect taxes. It helps to overcome the drawback from the present indirect taxation system in India. GST implemented by more than 140 countries and 130 countries of the above implement in the same manner. France was the first country that introduces the GST in 1954. Why needs the GST? No solution can be achieved unless and until problem is understood. Today tax system is very complex due to existence of various taxes, no uniform and administrative procedure adopted across the states. Because of that, GST system is to be implemented in India. What are the problems in current taxation system? Tax at manufacturing level, tax on tax, high compliance and administrative costs, and others. Highlights. To know where we are going, we need to know where we are. In 2006, first time target date of implementation of GST with effect from 1st April 2010 has been declared by former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram. In 2014, Finance Minister Arun Jaitley introduces the GST bill. In 2017, in GST Council meeting at New Delhi, GST rates has been decided. What are the benefits? Our Finance Minister says that GST benefits to common man. Let's go through the overall benefits for consumers. It simplifies the indirect tax regime with a single tax. It will facilitate investment decision being made on purely economic concern for business and industry. It removes the cascading effect, that is tax on tax. For government, for our country, it increased revenue by $15 billion per year. For SSE, it allows to take input tax credit. GST mechanism. How GST works? Suppose GST rate is 6% at each and every stage on value addition on input, tax shall be levied and seller eligible for credit on tax paid amount. Now what is input and input tax? Input as defined in section 252 of Model GST Act 2016, it means any goods other than capital goods used or intended to be used in the business. Input tax. Section 255 of the Model GST Act 2016 defines in relation to taxable person, it means the IGST including tax on import of goods, CGST and SGST charged on any supply of goods and services to whom which are used to or intended to be used in the course of his business. Input tax credit. Section 256 of Model GST Act it defines credit of input tax as defined under section 255. Taxes under GST. Why we are getting three taxes? India is a federal country where both the central and states have assigned the powers to levy and collect the taxes, and because of that they have both the different responsibilities and they need the resources of funds. A dual GST will therefore, by keeping with the constitutional requirement of fiscal federalism, three taxes will be implemented to help the taxpayers to take credit of the tax, that is thus ensuring one nation, one tax. CGST, SGST and IGST. IGST is an integrated goods and service tax, is applicable on interstate and import transactions. It is collected and is shared between the central and state. It is not an additional tax, but it is a system to examine the interstate. CGST, central tax. It is a intrastate tax applicable on supplies within the state. Tax collected will be shared with the state. And SGST is a state goods and service tax applicable on supplies within the state. Tax collected will be shared to the state. Input tax credit. How we get the credit of tax paid? Suppose we paid the central GST, it shall be first set off against the CGST and then IGST. And if we paid the CGST, it shall be first adjust against the SGST and then IGST. CGST credit is not available for SGST and SGST credit is not available with CGST. Credit of IGST is available for all of three. For example, suppose goods worth ₹10,000 are sold by manufacturer A in Maharashtra to a dealer B in Maharashtra, that is intrastate, that is within the state. Suppose CGST 9% and SGST 9%, therefore IGST 18%, but it is a interstate, then IGST is not applicable. Manufacturer A shall pay 900 on 10,000 at 9% to center and 900 at 9% to Maharashtra government as SGST. Then dealer B of Maharashtra resells the same goods to the C in Rajasthan, that is interstate, different state. Then he shall be payable for amount of ₹17,500. He shall be payable at 18% on 17,500, ₹3,150, and no other taxes. SGST and CGST is not applicable, only IGST he shall be paid. And another trader C finally sells to end user D in Rajasthan. He shall be paid at 9% CGST and SGST on 30,000, that is 2,700 and 2,700 to to central government as a CGST and SGST. How it takes the adjustment or credit. GST is a consumption-based tax. That is, goods were consumed, where the tax are levied, and that is the income of that government. It means in Maharashtra, there is no income because goods consumed in Rajasthan, and amount received by the Maharashtra government, it shall be transferred to the central, and then they shall transfer half of the credit to Rajasthan government. Finally, credit of IGST paid by trader B, it shall be adjusted against the CGST he shall liable to pay. Final income of Maharashtra government is 0, central government is 2,700 and Rajasthan government is 2,700. Eligibility for taking credit. Availability of credit is linked with registration, that is, only registered taxable person are allowed to take credit. Several types of registration: regular, compounding and non-resident. For newly registered person, ITC is allowed in respect of inputs in stock on the day preceding of the day from which the person becomes liable to pay tax. Conditions for availing credit. No registered taxable person shall be entitled to the credit of any input tax in respect of any supply of goods and services to him unless he is in possession of tax invoice or debit note. If he is not possessed the tax invoice from the registered dealer, he is not eligible to claim the credit. Also, he is in receipt of goods and services. If not actually received, he is not eligible. Also, tax has been actually paid to the government. Only then he shall be eligible to take the credit. Return under section 34 has also to file. Only after fulfilling these conditions he is eligible to claim the credit. Restrictions on claiming credit. In respect of supply, a taxable person shall not be entitled to take input tax credit in respect of any supply after the earlier of following two events: filing of return under section 34 or filing of relevant annual return. If depreciation claim, where the registered taxable person has claimed depreciation, the tax component of the cost of capital under the provisions of Income Tax Act 1961, the input tax credit shall not be allowed on the said tax component. Apportionment of credit, where the goods or services are used by registered taxable person partly for purpose of any business and partly for other purpose, only credit is available only for the amount uses for the business. Various exclusions of definitions of input service and capital goods as per SAPNET credit rules introduced as block credit. Credit not available. Goods or services or both on which tax has been paid under the composition scheme, goods or services or both received by a non-resident taxable person except on goods imported by him and goods or services or both used for the personal consumption. That is on motor vehicles and conveyance he is not eligible to take credit. Work contract services used for provision of service other than the said service, it is not on which credit is also not available. Goods lost, stolen or destroyed or distributed as free samples, on which credit also is not available. Reversal and transfer of credit. If a registered person who has availed ITC opts to pay tax under composition or supply of refractory bricks, molds, dies, bricks and fixtures, where the supplies of registered person becomes fully exempt. In this event, he shall required to credit the amount he already taken as he has paid the amount to the government. He already taken the credit of that tax. Other points: credit distributed is less than or equal to credit available. Credit of CGST, IGST and SGST to be distributed separately. Excess credit distributed to be recovered with the interest and penalty. That is, if from government we receive the excess credit, we claim the excess credit, and it identifies by the assessing officer that you are taken the excess credit, then excess credit distributed it shall be recovered with interest and penalty. Now I would like to conclude: don't count the days, make the days count. I can safely say that it is time to get ready for GST, and adoption of GST will thus ease doing business in India. It helps to improve the revenue to government, and also it subsumes many taxes. It is the best way to mobilize the revenue and reduce the fiscal benefits. If you have any, thank you very much. If you have any query, please send your query on my mail ID. And I am thankful to Vijayawada branch of SIRC for giving me such a wonderful opportunity, and also thankful to all of you for listening. You were good audience. And lastly, I would like to quote by our finance minister Jetli: ना VAT वाले सिस्टम से ना GST वाले सिस्टम से, ना VAT वाले सिस्टम से ना GST वाले सिस्टम से मेरे मुल्क को तकलीफ है तो टैक्स इवेजन सिस्टम से. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, Mr. Ramnarayan. Few points are there, very good points touched upon, that I would like to highlight further in that regard when I speak in this regard. Now, over to Mr. Atul Jha with respect to again GST, registration and returns.
मेरे को सीध ऊपर कर देने दे, उसके बाद चाहे चल जाए.
Namaskaram Vijayawada. Nothing is permanent but change. Even law is also not permanent. They also bound to change. We have changed all indirect tax for betterment into GST, that is goods and service tax. It is indeed an honor for me to come all together from weak land to rice bowl of the country. A very warm good morning to the jury members, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear folks. In this veteran studded event, I am going to share on view on registration and return under the GST. So first, GST registration. Registration structure. GST being a tax on the event of supply. So every supplier needs to get registration under this law. However, small businesses having all India aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs in some states like Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, J&K, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Manipur, Mizoram, Sikkim, Meghalaya, Nagaland or Tripura. Small businesses having turnover below the threshold limit can opt to voluntary registration. GST is totally a pan-based and state-specific. So, PAN is compulsory to obtain registration under this act. Exceptions in non-resident taxable persons and other notified agencies, a unique identification number is issued. Every taxpayer who get registered under GST have issued a GST identification number called GSTIN number. This is a 15-digit code. The first 2 digits is a state code, next 10 digits is a PAN specific, and next 2 digits is a entity specific code, and 15 digits is a checksum digit. Registration under GST is not a tax specific, which means, but there is a single registration for all the taxes, that is CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and cess. Separate registration required for every state if any businesses have hold a branches in different states, and separate registration for each businesses vertical within a state if in a state have a different businesses as defined under section 2 subsection 18. Some of each supplier who need to register compulsory irrespective of the size of their turnover are interstate suppliers, a person receiving supply on which tax is payable by recipient or reverse charge basis, casual taxable persons, non-resident taxable persons, a person who supply on behalf of some other taxable persons, e-commerce operator, TDS and TCS operators. Non-resident taxable persons, persons who occasionally undertake transactions involving supply of goods and services and who has no fixed place of businesses in India. They have to apply for registration in advance before making any supply. They have to register in India before at least 5 prior day of the business, and their registration is valid only for 19 days. This 90 days period is extended only after they make an advance deposit of the estimated tax liabilities. Standardization of procedure. In GST law, a total of 30 forms format have been prescribed in the GST registration rule. For every process in the registration chain, such as application for registration, acknowledgement, query, rejection, show cause notice, for everything, reply attendance, there are a standard format. This will make the process uniform all over the country. Decision-making process will also be fast. Strict timelines have been stipulated. Process to obtain registration. Under Chapter 6, provide for person liable for registrations applicable to be filed online within 30 days. Within 13 days, assessee can be filed for registration, and proper officers can be rejected within 3 days or within 7 days. Rejection only after giving opportunity for being heard. Amendment in registration. Except for the change in core information in the registration, a taxable person shall be able to make amendment without requiring any specific approval. For core information like business place, principal place of business, additional place of business, etc., the taxable person will apply for amendment within 15 days of the event. Proper officer will approve reject of amendments within next 15 days. For other changes like email IDs, mobile number, no approval for proper officer is required. Cancellation of registrations. GST law provides 2 scenarios where cancellation of registration can take place: voluntary registration and few motor cancellations. Cancellation under Central GST Act will be deemed cancellations under a State GST Act. Revocation of cancellations. Assessee applied for application for revocation of cancellation of registration shall be made within 13 days of date of service of cancellation order. Physical verification for registrations. Physical verification is to be undertaken only where it is found necessary. It will be undertaken only after granting the registrations. Verification report along with the supporting document and photograph shall have to upload on common portal within next 15 working days. Now GST return. There are several returns under GST. It might be 10 returns under GST law. GSTR1. GSTR1, which relates to monthly statement of outward supply of goods or services. This needs to be filed 10th of next month. For example, if the month of July, you need to file 10th of August. Now GSTR 2. This is a monthly statement of inward supply of goods or services. This need to be filed 15th of next month. Now GSTR 3. This is a monthly return for a normal taxpayer, for regular taxpayer, registered persons. This return to be filed by 20th of next month. In addition to that, there are 5 more returns under GST Act. That is GSTR 5, 6, 7, 8 and 10. GSTR 5, which relates to non-resident taxpayer, and GSTR 6 for an input service distributor, and GSTR 7 for TDS, and GSTR 8 for TCS. Return methodology. So return methodology is GSTR 1. GSTR 1 in which supplier get informed all the services, all the invoices put into GSTR 1 by supplier or word supplier. And GSTR 2 is auto-populated form is created for service receiver. And service receiver will see that and check it. Then after GSTR 2 is created, in which he can accept, reject, modify or add. After that GSTR 1 is created and it is go back to buyer, further action by suppliers response to GSTR 2. And last GSTR 3, it's monthly return. Now 10th of next month, detail of outward supply to be filed. Next GSTR 2, a purchaser view, the details online, adds, modified, and GSTR 2, 15th of next month, approved, modified, detail of GSTR 2A. Then GSTR 1, approve or disapprove the modification done by purchaser. Then GSTR 3, 20th of next month, final return with payment by liability. Next, valid return. Now, unless tax is paid, the return does not go for matching. Input tax credit for invoice that have been uploaded, but tax note will get reversed. No taxpayer can file a monthly return unless he has filed a valid return for previous month return. Please understand, no revised return under GST. So, any reverse, any found guilty in any previous return like GSTR 1, 2A, 2, 1A, then revise it. But after that, no revised return mechanism under the GST return. So, at conclusion, as I conclude my topic, as I told you, starting my topic, change is the nature of law. There are 2 aspects of changes. One is problem and other is opportunity. Who sees as a problem, they bound to fail. And those who are seen as an opportunity, they bound to be succeed. As I have seen as an opportunity, hope you seen as an opportunity, and our profession is seen as an opportunity. All the very best. Thank you so much.
You have very good voice here. Kasip bhaypettu starting lo. Good. You covered almost all the returns. Now, Gosar, Mayank, on service tax in relation to works contracts in comparison with works contracts under GST. Over to you.
Hello everyone. Good morning, Vijayawada. I will be speaking on works contract under service tax, and then I will give a glimpse under GST as well. So, works contract. Works contract under service tax is one of the declared services. Under service tax, there is a list of declared services that these services will always be taxed under service tax. Even if there is a question about it being a service, it has been for better clarification, there has been a list prescribed. So works contract services is among that. In order to understand works contract under GST, it is very much important to know the aspects under service tax, the existing litigation, existing scenario. So just giving a glimpse about the brief history, there have been only 3 transactions that have been identified via the 46th Amendment to the Constitution, which have been brought into the fiction of a deemed sale, as in works contract, hire purchase contract and a catering contract. So only these 3 transactions can be bifurcated into a sale and a service. Other all transactions will always follow the dominant nature test. Just for giving an example, say if you go to a doctor and he gives you his consultancy and he also prescribes some medicine pills, he gives you that also. So can the sales tax authorities say that the doctor has to pay sales tax on this medicine pills? I would repeat the question. Can the doctor will have to pay sales tax on this medicine pills? Yeah. So the dominant nature of this service is, it is a service, right? So we follow the dominant nature test. Similarly, a lawyer. If you go to a lawyer and he gives you consultancy and also drafts some agreement for you, so can the sales tax authorities tell that the lawyer will have to pay sales tax on the paper or the agreement which he is finalizing for you? Right. So there, all these transactions, normally the dominant nature test is followed. Only these 3 transactions, that is a works contract, hire purchase and a catering contract under the current scenario, is taxed as sale and a service. It is bifurcated. So moving ahead, what is works contract? Works contract, if I simply explain, the main immovable or the movable property belongs to somebody else. I am a works contractor. I bring my goods and also bring my services, and I attach these goods and services to the movable or the immovable property. Remember, the main movable or the immovable property will not belong to me. It will belong to somebody else. So if I go by that definition, a contract where there is a transfer of property in goods which is involved. So there are goods, and such a contract is for certain specific services like a construction, erection, commissioning, or a repair, maintenance, alteration. For example, if there is a land which belongs to somebody else, I as a works contractor, I provide my works contract services, that is I build a building. I bring my own material, that is a cement, bricks and all, and I also develop the whole building via my knowledge. So that is a works contract. This will be in relation to any movable or any immovable property as well. So under the current service tax, what is the valuation? There are 2 methods prescribed, that is Rule 2A1 regular scheme, wherein if there is a bifurcation available, as in if you have paid VAT under the state laws on the current on the property which is being transferred, then that value shall be taken as the amount of goods, and the other value in the whole invoice will be taken as the service value. But normally many composition schemes are available in which a certain 1%, 2%, something like that is levied. So as a result, in those transactions, the actual property value is not available. So if you follow Rule 2A1, then in those scenarios, you have to specifically include for the service tax valuation, labor charges, subcontractor charges, hire charges, all those service elements. But many a times, due to documentation, it is a bit cumbersome, it is not very much possible. So there is a easier scheme like a ad hoc basis. So if you do any original construction, original work, you have to levy service tax directly on 40% of the total value. Say suppose 100 is the value, then 40 is the value for service tax valuation, on which service tax shall be levied. But if at all, it is another service tax, it is something which is not related to any original works. It is like a repair, maintenance, alteration, something like that. Then 70% of the total value shall be the value on which service tax shall be levied. Also, to add to more and more controversy or more compliance, there is a reverse charge mechanism. This is basically the main intention is to cover as many service providers as possible. So the small assessee, the chota assessee, like an individual or HUF or a partnership firm LLP AOP, if he is providing the works contract service to some organized sector like a body corporate, then in those cases reverse charge mechanism will be applicable. Like the reverse charge mechanism would be like 50% of the service tax, service provider as well as the service receiver. So just giving an example, say suppose the gross amount is 14,250. From that the VAT component is reduced, the VAT paid, so the total amount comes to 13,000. And assuming this is for some original work, so the 40% will be the total value, 5,200. And service provider and the service receiver are satisfying those definitions, so they will have to discharge their service tax liability under reverse charge. That will be 5,200 into 15% into 50%, 390 rupees. Moving ahead, the place of provision rules. Under the current service tax, if it is an immovable property for which works contract service is being provided, then follow Rule 5. That is the location where the immovable property is located. And if at all it is like a movable property, then follow Rule 4. That is the place where the services are being performed. Going ahead, point of taxation rules. It is very much similar to the Rule 3. Works contract is a continuous supply of service under the current service tax, and the point of taxation rule, that is Rule 3, that is the date of invoice or the date of invoice 30 days from the invoice, or the date of completion if not completed within 30 days. If at all it is an advance, then the date of advance. Also there is a brief, I will just run in a short while the mega exemption list for works contract. That is entry 12. If the service receiver is a government, local authority, governmental authority, then any works contract service provided for any historical monuments, canal, dam, irrigation work, pipeline, water supply, then there is a specific exemption under the mega exemption. Entry 13, construction for general public, a road, civil structure, or say suppose a funeral, burial, cremation, or a pollution control device, works contract has been exempted. Entry 14, infrastructure projects like any works contract service for railways, single residential unit, low cost houses, etc. The whole list is prescribed. And entry 29, that is the subcontractor services. So if a subcontractor is providing works contract service to the main works contractor, then it will be exempt. Under the current service tax, SENVAT credit. SENVAT credit is not available if it is in relation to an immovable property, that is the construction or execution of a works contract for any immovable property, or for laying a foundation for making structures for support of capital goods. So just an example, say Mr. A has hired Mr. B and he is providing works contract services for laying the foundation, and Mr. B is also hiring some another subcontractor, then Mr. A shall not be eligible to claim the credit of service tax, but Mr. B, while setting off the service tax liability, will set off and pay the net service tax. So just moving ahead, works contract under GST. The whole controversy of a sale transaction, service transaction, bifurcation, the state government levying taxes, service tax authorities levying taxes, the double taxation scheme, and all that has been now removed. Works contract has now been very much simplified, and it has been specifically deemed as a supply of service. So the definition goes, works contract means a contract for building, construction, erection, everything is similar to the service tax, but one major difference which has been identified is works contract is in relation to any immovable property. Earlier it was both immovable property as well as movable property. Under GST, the works contract definition has been now simplified and is relation only to an immovable property. Other aspects of works contract, that is the registration, in whichever state the contractor is having his project going on, contractor will have to take registration in that state. So for example, I have two works contracts being continuously executed under Delhi and say Nagpur, then I will have to take separate registrations in both the areas. The time of supply, place of supply and valuation rules shall all apply similarly as they will apply to any other service. There is no complication now. The rules which are there for normal services are also there for the same rules will apply also to the works contract. The GST rate has also been prescribed, that is 18% for most works contract services. Under the existing scheme, there was a composition scheme like 70%, 40%. But since works contract has been now defined as deemed as a supply of service, there is no composition scheme available for works contract. Under GST, the composition scheme is only available for goods. So for services, there is no composition scheme. And also the partial reverse charge mechanism, that is the service provider and service receiver in certain cases paying only 50% of their liabilities has now been done away with. And yeah, thanks a lot. Thus, works contract has been very much simplified.
Very good. Okay. Good morning once again. So all the three speakers here have taken up the topics relating to goods and service tax. What is goods and service tax? Why goods and service tax? Let us not go into that. You would have already read it. Okay. So I would like to summarize in quickly 2 minutes how it works. Okay. You can make, see, first of all, GST is leviable on supply of goods and supply of services, nothing else. It is either supply of goods or supply of services. Whether you manufacture and sell, it's not relevant. Whether you import and sell, it is not relevant. It's all those things are not relevant. Are you selling the goods? Yes, pay GST. That is one part. Second thing, are you supplying services? Are you providing state-wise, center-wise? Nothing. If you are providing services, you have to pay GST. Okay? So for this purpose, transactions can be divided into three parts. One, intra-state transactions. Intra-state transactions. Second one, interstate transactions. Third one, imports, exports. Antena inkem untaya? Antena? Okay. Intra-state transaction. If it is an intra-state transaction, two taxes will come. SGST, CGST. Okay. మీరు రీసెంట్గా పివి సింధుని ఎక్కడ చూశారు? ఎక్కడ? విజయవాడలో చూసారా? అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్లో చూసారా? మేడం గారు ఏం చెప్తున్నారు? వన్ నేషన్, వన్ ట్యాక్స్, వన్ రేట్. మరి వీళ్ళేం చెప్తున్నారు? ఈ ముగ్గురు మూడు చెప్పారు. ఎస్జిఎస్టీ అట, సిజిఎస్టీ అట, ఐజిఎస్టీ అట. కాబట్టి మేడం గారు చెప్పింది తప్పు అనిపిస్తుంది. ఓకే. వన్ నేషన్, లెట్ us say సింగపూర్, వన్ నేషన్, వన్ ఇండైరెక్ట్ ట్యాక్స్ జిఎస్టీ, వన్ రేట్ 7%. దిస్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ వన్ నేషన్, వన్ ట్యాక్స్, వన్ రేట్. వెరీ సింపుల్. ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ అవసరం లేదు. అలా ఉండకూడదు కూడా. అలా ఉంటే ఎవరికి ప్రాబ్లం? ఓకే. అది పక్కన పెడితే it cannot be said to be one nation, one tax, one rate. Okay. I have written an article in Bloomberg, national media, where my title is One Nation, Many Taxes, Many More Tax Rates. You can search in Google. Okay. One Nation, Many Taxes, Many More Tax Rates. That is the article. If you see, if it is an intrastate transaction, you have to pay SGST, CGST. In India, it is not possible to follow one nation, one tax, one rate, because the moment center says, I will collect, states will not accept. So center says, okay, you also collect, I also collect. The tax which is going to be collected by the state is called SGST. The taxes that you are going to pay to the center is called CGST. This is an intrastate transaction. When interstate transaction happens, there is a different concept called IGST. IGST is nothing but SGST plus CGST. Why so? Why so? I'll explain. It is a very bit difficult concept to explain IGST. In IGST, what happens? The seller, let us say Telangana seller, Andhra buyer. In every GST, you are seeing so many rates: 5, 12, 18, 28, 40, 65, 0.25, 3%, 1% composition. That's why many more tax rates. Okay, that component is simply put in, it is an IGST. And in that rate, let us say a particular product is attracting 80% rate. That rate we have two parts, two shares. One share belongs to state, another share belongs to center. Okay. So in the current system, when we are buying interstate, what we are paying? Central sales tax, right? When you pay central sales tax, again is C form or without C form. Are you taking input tax credit? Article students, are you taking input tax credit? No. Why? Why CST law does not provide for the input tax credit mechanism? Very simple answer. Second one, it cannot provide so. Why it cannot provide? Because in interstate transaction, you are paying CST to the dealer in Telangana, who in turn paying to Telangana state government. When you have paid the input taxes to the Telangana state government, subsequently when you are paying VAT in Andhra Pradesh, how can you ask Andhra Pradesh to give the input tax credit which has gone to Telangana? So can you get? You cannot get. Why this problem? This problem is we are following theory but we are not implementing the theory. Mirandaru chadukoni untaru. Indirect tax means indirect tax is a destination based taxation. Chadukoleda? Consumption based taxation. Correct? But are we implementing? In this example, Telangana is the origin state, right? It is the state from where the goods are sold. What is the destination state? Andhra. But where the tax is going? Telangana. This is wrong. We are reading correctly, but we are not following. So, because of this, because the central sales tax law says, the central sales tax on transaction taking place in the course of interstate trade or commerce shall be collected, levied and retained by the state from where the goods are sold. From where the goods are sold. Since Telangana is the place from where the goods are sold, the tax is going to Telangana and I am not getting credit in AP. So, system should be changed to make it a destination based taxation. This is one of the theme of the GST. So, GST is going to be destination based taxation, meaning that going forward, tax should not go in interstate. Tax should not go to the origin state, rather it should come to buyer state. In our example, it should come to AP. Okay, but how it will come? Can I ask the seller to come here, take registration here, pay tax here and go back? It's not practical, right? If with one state he can manage, let us say he is having business across all the 30 states. 30 states lo business undi. Ippudu em cheyalaithe oka IRCTC pass teeskovali. మరి రోజుకో స్టేట్లో ఉండాలి కదా. ఓకే, సో ఇట్స్ నాట్ పాసిబుల్. ఆర్ కెన్ వి సే రివర్స్ చార్జ్ మెకానిజం, ఐ విల్ పే హియర్ ఇన్ ఏపీ? టు సమ్ ఎక్స్టెంట్ ఇట్ మే బి పాసిబుల్, దట్ టు B2B transactions. If it is a business to business transaction, possible, but if the business to consumer transaction, not possible. You cannot expect the consumer to go and pay the tax. So they implemented a concept called IGST. In IGST what happens? I will pay the entire rate 18, let us say 18, Telangana person will collect and he will deposit with the central government entirely. But remember, this IGST you paid part of it belongs to the state, AP state government. Okay, so having paid IGST in AP, I will take input tax credit fully. This is the beauty of the GST law. From no credit situation, you imagine your client who is a trader who is purchasing goods from Telangana, from a manufacturer who is charging excise duty who is charging CST. You are a trader. Your output tax is VAT. Can you claim excise duty as a credit? Article side cheyaledu aithe. Can you claim excise duty as a credit? VAT dealer? No. Can you claim CST as a credit? No. 12.5 plus 2 with C form 14.5. What is this? It's your cost because you are not getting credit. From this situation, you pay 18 IGST and take full credit. This is the largest benefit to the trade in India going forward under the GST law. You can take full credit. How? Sir, the tax has gone to center. So with respect to the tax portion which is going to center, is there any problem to get the credit? No, they will give. Portion. Now we should come back to the state. When you utilize the IGST credit for payment of SGST. Let us say you have IGST credit of 18. Now you have to pay IGST credit of 18. Let us say you have to pay some 10 rupees SGST, 10 rupees CGST. 10 rupees output SGST, 10 rupees output CGST. You have input IGST how much? 18. Let us say I take some 9 rupees from IGST and utilize for payment of 10 rupees of SGST. You got the point? IGST 18 credit, SGST 10, CGST 10 output. So, you 80 state government 10. But I am paying how much? 1. In cash, how much I am paying? 1. What happened to 9? I utilized the IGST credit. So state government is getting only 1 rupee. So this 9 rupees with whom? Center. The moment you utilize the IGST credit for payment of your SGST, center will transfer from the IGST account to the AP SGST account. Now, state government got from you how much? From center how much? Are they happy? Are you happy? Everyone is happy. This is called IGST. Now coming to some particular areas in GST, as we have a very limited time, there are so many concepts in GST like TDS, GST TDS is there. So they are thinking when you are deducting TDS under the Income Tax Act, why not for GST? Okay, so you have a bonus here, which is not there earlier, TDS provision, now you have. Where the supply value exceeds 2.5 lakhs for specified goods or services, while making the payment, you have to deduct 1% TDS, file one return monthly by 10, pay with the department, generate TDS certificate, give it to the other party, additional complaints. Then you have reverse charge mechanism. So far we are enjoying reverse charge mechanism only for service tax purposes. Now you are going 1+1. This is called 1+1. Now so far you are enjoying for services. Now we are going to have reverse charge mechanism even for goods. They specify the goods and your goods is falling there. The seller will not pay, but the buyer will pay in addition to the services. And there is one more concept which is not there in the June draft law, which is not there in the November draft law, but which is there in the final law. That is very dangerous provision. It says you as a registered dealer purchases the goods from an unregistered dealer, you have to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism. Okay. Let us say, what is this convention name, sir? Purna garu? N convention. Okay. N convention. So, in the hall undi kabatti rent 20 lakhs daatipoddu kabatti he is a registered person. Then we have మనం వీటి దగ్గర అద్దెకి తీసుకున్నాం కన్వెన్షన్ సెంటర్, కానీ ఇది టీ బాలే, టీ కాఫీ లేదా ఇప్పుడు శాండ్విచ్ తినాలనిపిస్తుంది, పెడదామని అనుకున్నారు సికాసా చైర్మన్ గారు. శాండ్విచ్ ఇక్కడ బాగోదని తెలుసు ఆయనకి, అందుకని ఒక శాండ్విచ్ కప్పు టీ బయట బడ్డీ నుంచి తెప్పించుకుంటాం, చాలా బాగుంటుంది, టైం టెస్ట్. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు బడ్డీ ఎవరి దగ్గర నుంచి మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామండి? యాజ్ ఎ రిజిస్టర్డ్ పర్సన్ వీఆర్ బ్రింగింగ్ టీ, తినండి, తాగండి, జిఎస్టీ కట్టి. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఇంప్లికేషన్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ డేంజరస్ ప్రొవిజన్. ఓకే, సో మీరు మీ ఆఫీస్లోకి ఒక టీ బడ్డీ నుంచి తెప్పించుకుంటే ఆ టీ బడ్డీ వాడు ఏంటి, రిజిస్టర్డా? అఫ్కోర్స్ టీ బడ్డీ వాడు ₹1,00,00,000 టర్నోవర్ ఉండొచ్చు కాక, ఆడు మాత్రం బయట చూపించడు. ఓకే, సో వాడెప్పుడు అన్రిజిస్టర్డ్ డీలరే, వాడి దగ్గర నుంచి మీరు కనుక ఇప్పుడు టీ తెచ్చుకుంటే ఇన్వాయిస్ రూల్స్ ప్రకారం ఒక ఇన్వాయిస్ ఇష్యూ చేసి ఒక పేమెంట్ వచ్చి రైజ్ చేసి వాటితో సంతకం పెట్టించుకొని GSTR 1లో రికార్డ్ చేస్తే నెక్స్ట్ మంత్ పేమెంట్ చేస్తే అప్పుడు నీకు క్రెడిట్ వస్తుంది. ఆర్ అన్రిజిస్టర్డ్ డీలర్ ఎంచుకుంటే అది ఎఫెక్ట్. కాబట్టి అన్రిజిస్టర్డ్ డీలర్స్కి దూరంగా ఉంటే మంచిది. ఎందుకంటే మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు ఆ టీ ఏంటి, దాని క్లాసిఫికేషన్ ఏంటి, దాని HSN కోడ్ ఏంటి, దానికి ట్యాక్స్ రేట్ ఏంటి, ఓకే, ఇవన్నీ కనుక్కొని మన పని చేయడానికే మనకి ఖాళీ ఉండదు GSTలో, ఇంకా ఆడిది కూడా మనం చెయ్యాలి. ఓకే, సో కేర్ఫుల్ అండ్ అడ్వైజ్ ద క్లయింట్స్ అకార్డింగ్లీ. అండ్ దెన్ ట్యాక్స్ కలెక్షన్ అట్ సోర్స్. ఇన్నాళ్ళు కొంతమంది హౌస్ హోల్డ్ లేడీస్ దే ఆర్ సెల్లింగ్ గూడ్స్ త్రూ ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్. వాళ్ళు చీరలు కొంటారు, ఇంట్లో తీసుకొస్తారు, ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్లో పెడతారు, చీర పెడతారు. మాకు 10 లక్షల టర్న్ ఓవర్ అండి, 5 లక్షల టర్న్ ఓవర్ అండి, 19,99,999 రూపాయలు 99 పైసలండి, కాబట్టి నేను రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ అక్కర్లేదంటే కుదరదు. మీరు రూపాయి పెట్టి ఖర్చీఫ్ అమ్మాలన్నా ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్లో మిమ్మల్ని ముందు ఏమడుగుతాడు తెలుసా? ఆధార్ కార్డు, పాన్ కార్డు కాదు, GSTN నెంబరు. మీరు ఇర్రెస్పెక్టివ్ ఆఫ్ థ్రెషోల్డ్ లిమిట్ ఎవరెవరైతే గూడ్స్ కామర్స్ ద్వారా అమ్ముతున్నారో కంపల్సరిగా రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ తీసుకోవాలి. మళ్ళీ వాడు అమ్మిన తర్వాత మీకు పేమెంట్ ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు ట్యాక్స్ కలెక్షన్ అట్ సోర్స్ 1% తీసి మీకు ఇస్తాడు. ఇలా ఆడి ద్వారా మీరు ఏవేవైతే సేల్స్ చేశారో అవన్నీ GSTR 1లో ఆడు అప్లోడ్ చేయాలి, మీరు అప్లోడ్ చేయాలి. ఆ రెండు మ్యాచ్ అవ్వాలి. మ్యాచ్ అవ్వకపోతే నీకు షోకాజ్ నోటీస్ వస్తుంది, ఆడికి షోకాజ్ నోటీస్ వస్తుంది. మాకు తెలియదండి, మాకు ఈమెయిల్ ఆపరేషన్ రాదండి, రిజిస్టర్ పోస్ట్ రాలేదంటే అంటే కుదరదు. రిజిస్టర్ పోస్టులు అవి రావు, డైరెక్ట్గా మీ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఈమెయిల్ ఐడికే షోకాజ్ నోటీస్ వస్తుంది. సో అదొకటి కాంప్లికెన్సీ ఉంది ఈ కామర్స్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్లో. నెక్స్ట్ కాంపోజిషన్ స్కీమ్ సెక్షన్ 10. కాంపోజిషన్ స్కీమ్ ఎలా డిజైన్ చేశారంటే ఎవడు తీసుకోకుండా డిజైన్ చేశారు. అది ఆడు ట్యాక్స్ తీసుకోకూడదు, క్రెడిట్ ఆడెవడికి పాస్ ఆన్ చేయకూడదు, ఆడు ట్యాక్స్ కలెక్ట్ చేయకూడదు, ఆడికి మళ్ళీ రివర్స్ ఛార్జ్, TDS అవన్నీ మామూలే. సాధారణంగా వీఆర్ నాట్ అడ్వైజింగ్ క్లయింట్స్ టు గో ఫర్ కాంపోజిషన్ స్కీమ్. ఇకపోతే కమింగ్ టు దిస్ వర్క్స్ కాంట్రాక్ట్, లెట్ మీ స్పెండ్ 2 minutes విచ్ ఇస్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. అది ఇన్బిల్ట్లో ఒక డేంజరస్ ప్రొవిజన్ ఉంది. అసలు GSTయే డేంజరస్ కానీ నేను ఒక్కొక్కటి చెప్తున్నాను. ఇట్స్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ది మోస్ట్ కాంప్లికేటెడ్ లా సోఫార్. ఓకే, ఎవరో చెప్పారు మనకు ఆపర్చునిటీ అని. ఆపర్చునిటీయే, but at the same time it's a challenge for you also to comply with the law. First you should understand properly. There is section 8 in the CGST Act. Composite supply, mixed supply. చదువుతున్నారా? ఎప్పుడో ఎగ్జామ్లో వస్తుంది, లేకపోతే చూడకపోతున్నారు. చదవండి, వచ్చినా రాపోయినా ఎగ్జామ్లో మీ క్లయింట్కి మీరు అడ్వైస్ చేయాలి. అక్కడికి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత అంత బాగుంది వచ్చేస్తాడు, షోకాజ్ నోట్స్ వచ్చి మిమ్మల్ని అడుగుతాడు ఏంటి చూసే బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్ అని. ఓకేనా? సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ యాజ్ ఎ ప్రొఫెషనల్ స్టూడెంట్. So composite supply, mixed supply, works contract. Works contract, as we rightly pointed out, in GST, works contract are only those contracts if it is relating to construction of buildings. Ante if it should be relating to construction of immovable property. Earlier alak kadu, ippudu alak kadu. Even if you go to a showroom, repair center, you give your vehicle for repair and you will put some engine oil, he is charging works contract. VAT, service tax. Okay, going forward it is not a works contract. It is not a works contract. Works contract is only that contract which relating to construction of immovable property. Now tell me, now I am selling goods to you 100 rupees. You said, sir, you also arrange transport. You said, sir, you also arrange insurance. So now there are 3 transactions. 1, supply of goods. 2, arrangement of transport. 3, arranging the insurance. Goods separate rate, transport separate rate, insurance separate rate. How you treat this transaction? Now read the composite supply definition. Composite supply says where more than one goods are supplied, where more than one service is supplied, or where a combination is supplied, a combination. Then if it is naturally bundled in the ordinary course of such business, if it is natural, for example, ఈ కన్వెన్షన్ సెంటర్ అది తీసుకున్నాం. when you take a convention center for a rent, they will arrange chairs, mic, projector, carpets, all these things. These are incidental. Is it natural or not? It is not something abnormal. It is natural. Like I will give a classic example. When you fly, అంటే మీరు ఫ్లై చేశారని కాదు, ఫ్లైట్లో వెళ్తున్నారు. ఓకే, when you are flying, that is what service? Transportation of passengers by air. ఒక 4 hours జర్నీ, మధ్యలో టీ తాగాలనిపిస్తుంది, దొరుకుతుందా ఫ్లైట్లో? ఆబ్వియస్లీ, కాకపోతే 200 300 ఉంటుంది. అది పక్కన పెడితే నౌ టీ సర్వ్ చేశాడు. ఇదేం సర్వీసు? అవుట్డోర్ క్యాటరింగ్ సర్వీస్. కమాన్, అవుట్డోర్ క్యాటరింగ్ సర్వీస్ కదా. నౌ ఇప్పుడు వాడు దాని మీద ట్యాక్స్ ఎయిర్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్యాసింజర్స్ కింద కట్టాలా, అవుట్డోర్ క్యాటరింగ్ కింద కట్టాలా, లేదా రెండూ కలిపి అవుట్డోర్ క్యాటరింగ్ కింద కట్టాలా, రెండూ కలిపి ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ ప్యాసింజర్ కింద కట్టాలా? Now you have to see what is the essential character of this service. What is the essential character? Where one of which should be a principal supply. What is the principal supply? మీరు టీ తాగడానికి ఫ్లైట్ ఎక్కారా, ఫ్లైట్ ఎక్కి ఆటోమేటిక్గా టీ తాగారా? టీ తాగాలంటే ఫ్లైట్ ఎక్కర్లేదు, బయటికి వెళ్ళిపోతే చాలు బోల్డ్. కాబట్టి వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఎసెన్షియల్ క్యారెక్టర్? ఫ్లైయింగ్. కాబట్టి ఈ అవుట్డోర్ క్యాటరింగ్ కన్సిడరేషన్ కూడా తీసుకెళ్ళి ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ ప్యాసింజర్లో పెట్టేసి దాని రేట్ అప్లై చేయాలి. సో ఇక మీదట యూ మస్ట్ బి డూయింగ్ ఏసీ ఆర్డర్ చేస్తాం. ఐ గాట్ ద పాయింట్, జస్ట్ నువ్వు వెళ్ళిపోపర్లే, పేపర్ వేస్ట్. ఓకే, సో ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాను నేను? ఏసీ దగ్గర ఉన్నాం. యా, సో ఏసీ కొన్నాం. ఏసీ కొంటే తీసుకొచ్చి పెట్టి ఫోటో తీసుకుంటామా? ఏం చేస్తాం? నెక్స్ట్ ఏంటి? ఇన్స్టలేషన్. సో ఏసీ కొన్నాం, ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసాం. ఏసీ కొనడం వేరు, ఇన్స్టలేషన్ చేయడం వేరు, సెపరేట్ ఛార్జ్. మరి ఇప్పుడు దీని మీద గూడ్స్, ఏసీకి గూడ్స్ కాబట్టి గూడ్స్ జిఎస్టీ కట్టాలా? ఎందుకంటే గూడ్స్ వేరు, సర్వీస్ వేరు. ఇన్స్టలేషన్ ఉంది కాబట్టి ఇన్స్టలేషన్ సెపరేట్గా సర్వీస్ రేట్ అప్లై చేయాలా? ఏం అప్లై చేయాలి? Now all these people, small people who are selling AC, they should know what is composite supply. There is a supply, there is an installation. What is the essential character of this contract? Supply of AC. కాబట్టి ఇన్స్టలేషన్ ఛార్జెస్ కూడా తీసుకొచ్చి ఏసీ గూడ్స్లో పెట్టి 28%కి ట్యాక్స్ చేయాలి. ఇప్పుడు దాకా అలా జరగట్లేదు. ఇప్పుడు దాకా కదా ఏసీ మీదేమో వ్యాట్, సర్వీసెస్ ఇన్స్టలేషన్ ఛార్జెస్ మీదేమో. సో ఎస్పెషల్లీ యూ నోట్ డౌన్ సెక్షన్ 8 is very important section, and I'll close as requested with I will say with one point. I would have been more happy if one of the speakers have adopted transitional provisions. Now that is the need of the hour. Now the clients are rushing to the offices. Sir, what should I do with my closing stock? I bought stock. I have 30 crores of stock lying in my books. Can I carry forward the taxes contained in this stock into the GST? I paid VAT, I paid excise duty. How can I carry forward? That is the need of the hour. Every article especially should know what is this transitional provision. I'll just simply make it short in 2 minutes and then I'll say goodbye. Point number 1, if you are a manufacturer and you are having stock in hand, either in raw material form or in semi-finished goods form or in finished goods form, you value that stock. That is your duty by June 30th. Because all these details you have to submit in GST TRAN 1 within 60 days from the appointed date, July 1st. Within 60 days you have to submit those details along with invoice details. You should have a document copy of the invoice also. Only then your client will be eligible for credit. It is your responsibility to tell the client, you make the valuation, identify what is the taxes contained in this stock and get a carry forward. Okay, so that is one point. But problem comes with trader. Let us, I am a trader, I have a closing stock. I purchased it from a wholesaler, not manufacturer. Manufacturer purchases, let us say, yeah, this is the manufacturer. Okay, Indamma, wait, okay, this is the manufacturer, this is the wholesaler, and this is the retailer. When the manufacturer sells the goods to wholesaler, he will give excise invoice. So he will have excise invoice. It contains excise duty. If at all that stock is lying with this person, he can claim the entire excise duty as credit, which can be carried forward as CGST into the GST. But the problem comes when he sells the goods to retailer and he is having the stock on hand, which purchase price includes excise duty, but it is inbuilt into the purchase price. he will not give excise invoice, purchase price that is inbuilt, because wholesaler cannot pass on to trader unless he is a first stage dealer. Andro excise duty undipotundi. So he will, in his invoice, only VAT will be there. Only VAT will be there. If you give only VAT credit and say in GST you pay 28%, where my purchase price includes excise duty, on that excise duty you are again going to pay GST. For that, 140 subsection 3 proviso says, if you are a VAT dealer, trader, and you doesn't have any excise invoice, don't worry, no problem. Okay, I will give you credit under the GST to the extent of 60% of the GST payable, 60% of the GST payable for first 6 periods. For first 6 periods, this is despite the fact that you don't have an excise invoice. 60% when your output tax rate in GST is more than 18%, 18 or 18%. If it is less than 18%, you will get 40% credit. Similarly, there will be other issues where I ordered goods now, the goods are in transit, goods are coming in July, ordered now, or invoice has come now, goods are coming later, or goods have come now, invoice is coming in July. What to do? All these provisions, just go through section 139, 140, 141, read with transitional provision rules. Okay, and once again I congratulate all the speakers, and I thank as usual. I thank as usual Vijayawada branch, which is like my home branch. Even though I belong to Vizag, I proudly say Vijayawada is my home branch. Thank you once again, Vijayawada. Thank you so much.
over to the session chairman.
Good afternoon, friends. So, now we will start the presentation by our student speakers. Now first I invite Jaideep to present on Accounting Standard 10.
Good afternoon, friends. I hope many of you will pass 99% as said by Praveen Kumar sir. Do you expect or not? And then why do they change the name to CA students from 2B CS conference? Any of you feel the same? Huh? Okay, but the institute has helped us in changing the name of our favorite standard AS10 fixed assets to a 3-letter standard named property, plant and I can't hear you. Thank you. This AS was introduced in the year 2016, but it was brought into effect from 1st April 2017. This was made mandatory. Now let us know what is a property, a plant and an equipment. So first of all, a property. A property is a building or land, whatever a company has is called a property. I have a doubt, if I get a building constructed, that means this N convention, if I construct this N convention, in what standard is it covered? AS10 or AS7? Excuse me again please? 7 or 10? Actually it is covered both. I will explain you. I am the owner of the land. If I give some XYZ contractor to construct this convention center, then he should recognize those revenues according to AS7. But me, when it comes to me, I am having the land and I become the future owner of this N convention. So I should recognize the same as per AS10 but not as per AS7. Did you get it? The same with a plant. A plant is the machinery or the machines, number of machines together is called a plant. If we go to a car manufacturing station or a car manufacturing plant, there are many various divisions. A division starts constructing engines, a division builds the transmission, a division assembles the vehicle. So the total overall factory place is called a plant. But as per AS10, we have to divide each and everything into further components also. The main thing is called a component. We'll know about that in the further slides. And equipments. Equipments are various things that are required while working on the field or etc. That many of us are aware, I think. Key new concepts. Actually, these are the new concepts that have been added into the AS10 apart from the fixed assets. First, let us know what are the key new concepts. That is, expenditure incurred during construction period. Earlier, we already know that any interest expenditure or any additional expenditures that are being incurred during the construction period, they used to expense it out so that they can be treated as a profit and loss expenditure. But now, any expenditure that is related to the construction of the property or whatsoever should be covered in the cost of the property or plant or equipment, PPE. Subsequent measurement at cost or revaluation method. Earlier this was not at all available in the fixed assets. First of all, in AS10 fixed assets, we used to value it, and we used to value the fixed asset, just write the amount and provide the depreciation each and every year. But from AS10 property, plant and equipment, a new concept has been introduced called subsequent measurement. According to this measurement, there are two options. One, either provide a depreciation as you people are already following, or number two, it's called a revaluation model. What is a revaluation model? For each and year every end, for the 31st March, we get our assets revalued and we pass the revalued amount to the balance sheet so that the exact values and the proper fair values are reflected in the balance sheet, so that the balance sheet does not mislead the shareholders or the board of directors whatsoever. Deferred payment terms. What is this? Actually, what is the deferred payment term? If he gets any property, if they are constructing a big property or a big plant, they have to spend some hundreds of crores constructing it, and they can't spend at a end all the amount, so they get some bank loan or they get some outside finance so that they can defer the payment that they are making to the constructor or whatsoever the contractor. So these deferred payment terms are also to be mentioned, and the cost of item in its cash price at the date of recognition. Payment can be deferred beyond normal terms. Anyone has idea that Tata has purchased Cyrus plant from Italy? Anyone of you know about that? When that that was iron manufacturing plant. When that plant was purchased, Tata had to spend a lot of money purchasing it, and at that time AS11 was also changed. So they have made the changes in the deferred payment terms in the fixed assets also, so that they can add those amounts in the deferred payment terms. And decommission, restoration and similar liabilities. Decommissioning and restoration, what are these two things? These are some new things which have been added, that is decommission. Once a plant is spread around 10 acres or 20 acres, and after I use the plant for 10 years or 20 years or 30 years, and I am just vacating the place due to some court order whatsoever, or the lease is only for 50 years, and after the 50 years I know that I have to clear away the place and I have to go to some other new place. And if the plant is covered in 10 acres, I have to remove all the plant, I have to change them to a new place, etc., has to be done. So the decommissioning cost that can be spent, that has to be spent after 10 years also, has to be added right now in our expenditure, and it has to be shown in the expenditure of the in the fixed assets, so that the shareholders can get a clear idea that the decommission cost is also included in it. Here I have given a photograph showing the before mining and after mining. That means the mining people, while they were doing the mining, they were using the land as in the use, and after the mining it has been changed into a green land. That is, the mining people, they have what did they do? They used the mining, they used all the ores or the resources what is there, and after they have completed it, they just leave away the land as it is. They have changed it into some green land so that it can be used for the later generations. Okay? Is anyone listening? Okay. Component accounting. This is the very new accounting concept that has been introduced from the AS10. Actually, this component accounting was made mandatory because the changes that has been made in the Companies Act 2013. Companies Act 2013 Schedule 2 mandates us to follow the component accounting, and the depreciation has also been included into the AS10 property, plant and equipment. As of now, AS6 stands withdrawn also. So the depreciation is covered, and the depreciation that has to be provided is also covered under AS10. If you can see the photo here in the plant, the plane is here, the plane wings are separated and the plane engine is separated. So what they want to say is, if the plane moves, the plane can be used for 10 years to 20 years, okay? But regularly they have to recheck the tires, they have to change the engines, or they have to change the wings whatsoever. And if they say that the engine has a life of 5 years, but the plane has a life of 20 years, so the engine is a major cost in the part of the asset, and the engine has to be considered as a separate component, and that has to be valued separately, and that will be treated as separate component, that will be provided separate depreciation in it. And the same with the depreciation. See, depreciations are majorly the same, there are no major changes in it. And this is a transition guidance, and any companies which are already in existence have to change from old AS10, that is fixed assets, to the new AS10, that is property, plant and equipment. So we will have some transition guidance. If we follow these points, we can majorly cover the changes that has been covered in the in this. One is unit of measure. When an entity in the past recognized an expenditure in the statement of profit or loss is eligible for capitalization. What is this? And may do so respectively with adjustment to the revenue reserves. What is a unit of measure? Actually, any asset, as I have said earlier, that an expenditure relating to the construction has been passed in the P&L, and that has been expensed out. If they want to bring back and add into the construction or the value of the asset, they can bring back and add it into this. That is what they have given the permission. But this is only one time thing. We can't do each and every time. First we'll expense out and we'll put it in the profit and loss, and then the second year we'll bring it back and we'll add it into the cost of the asset. We can't do it. Only the existing assets that are moving from the previous fixed assets to the new standard, only they are eligible for this unit of measure concept. And revaluation model. And revaluation model is another new concept that has been introduced, and revaluation has to be done in each and every year, and if the firm or the company or whatsoever is not ready to follow the revaluation model because their size may be low or they have more assets which cannot be revalued at each and every end, then they can add away the revaluation reserves added earlier regarding to the property or the plant back into the revaluation reserve which has been created. This can be set off against the property or plant or equipment whichever they have created. They can nullify the values and they can clear off the revaluation reserve that has been created. And don't forget, switching to revaluation model is equal to change in accounting policy. Applicability of standard on particular transaction. When one or more items of property or plant have been acquired in exchange for a non-monetary asset or a combination of monetary and non-monetary assets. So assets need not be purchased for cash only, it can also be exchanged or it can also be purchased with the help of shares, etc. Spare parts earlier we used to value them as per AS2. But right now they all have been brought into AS10. Spare parts are also being valued under AS10 and they have to be shown in the fixed assets column only. Okay, objective and scope. The objective of this standard is to prescribe the accounting treatment. If we can see the observe second point, the principal issues in accounting for property, plant and equipment are the recognition of assets, determination of their carrying amounts, depreciation charges and impairment losses to be recognized in them. If we can follow these 4 points, that is how to determine their value and how to value them after their determination and how to pass the depreciation and is there impairment loss, that has to be followed. If we follow these 4 points, AS10 is maximum covered, and the scope is the standard should be applied in accounting for property, plant and equipment except another accounting standard requires, and this also applies to bearer plants, which is a new concept that has been brought now. What is a bearer plant? A bearer plant is an actual plant. It is not a machinery, it is not an iron thing, it is an actual plant which has greenery in it, but it can be used for more than 2 to 3 years. That is, a bearer plant, example I have given here tea plants and oil palms. If I cut the tea leaves today or tomorrow and day after tomorrow, after 1 month, I start again get new leaves into it. Or if I cut the oil palm fruits from there and I will start getting other oil palms. These have been bought into the assets and these should be treated as assets right off now. And ICAI has given a note that these are agricultural plants, and agricultural plants will be given a ICAI notification or ICAI standard separately, where they will detailedly explain how these plants should be valued or how these plants should be taken into consideration. As of now, many of us know that tea has generally 4 years of crop and oil palms have 6 years of crop. So the current standards are being followed, and the new standard as set by will be set by ICAI, and there will be notification will be passed as to it. There are totally 3 methods of recognition as of now. One is purchase for cash. Purchase for cash is normal purchase for cash only, and the exchange transaction. Exchange transaction means it is the same transaction which earlier we used to say that we used to have purchased a property for exchange of shares or exchange of debentures. If we do that thing, it is covered under exchange transaction. And what is the third thing? It is called a consolidated purchase. When I purchase a company altogether, I get all their assets, I get all their liabilities, and I get all their fixed assets, etc. So it comes under consolidated purchase. Or I can purchase a plant from another company which is already ready but they are not using it. I can purchase the same plant from them directly. This is covered under consolidated purchase. There are 2 methods of recognition also after we have valued our asset. One is cost model and one is revaluation model. Cost model is the same regular model which we are following, that is cost minus depreciation becomes the cost model, and the other one is revaluation model. That is, I have already said you that we have to revalue the assets at the end of each 31st March and we have to write those values in it. Depreciation. Each part of an item or property, plant and equipment would cost, that is significant. Depreciation is the same thing that every year many of you know that Companies Act 2013 has mentioned as the details regarding the number of years an asset can be used. So we can take those years as the base years, and we can determine the depreciation that has to be passed, and we can pass the depreciation over the years as per the rules set by in AS 10. Depreciation amount and depreciation period. As we have already discussed that in Companies Act 2010 has mentioned the number of years that has to be an asset has to be depreciated, and from that by using the formulas we can derive the depreciable amount and we can pass the depreciation. Depreciation methods. Totally there are 3 depreciation methods. Earlier we used to have only 2 methods. One is straight line method, other one is diminishing marginal, one is the depreciation methods. Now I have 3 methods. One is straight line method, one is diminishing balance method, number 2 is units of production method. And right now we can know what is meant by units of production method. Units of production method means some machines have number of units that can be produced. That is, a machine can be used only for 10,000 units, and later that the machine has to be changed. So for that kind of machinery we can use the units of production method. Impairment. Impairment is a drop of value in the asset at a time, or a increase in the value of the asset at a time. When Andhra Pradesh state was declared and Amaravati was declared as the capital, the Tulluru region had all its asset values increased to the top. So that time Hyderabad values or Hyderabad assets have been drastically fallen. So that time all those people had to impair their balance sheets so that their values of their buildings and assets were written down. So that is called impairment. That is not called depreciation. There is a difference between depreciation and impairment. Depreciation is a regular amount charged to the profit and loss account, but impairment is a one-time thing that is passed to the profit and loss account when there is a drastical change in the value of the asset. For any standard, disclosure is important because they have to know what is the methods followed, what are the recognition principles, each and everything. So we have to mention each and everything in the disclosure of the notes to accounts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaideep. Nice presentation. Now I invite Vijaya to present her paper on National Company Law Tribunal and National Company Law Appellate Tribunal.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Hirni Vaidya, hailing all the way from the lands of great Gandhi to marvelous Modi, would like to present a paper on National Company Law Tribunal and National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. What is NCLT and NCLAT? The NCLT refers to National Company Law Tribunal, which is a quasi-judicial body to adjudicate the issues pertaining to companies in India. The NCLT was established under Companies Act 2013 and was constituted on 1st June 2016. Whereas NCLAT, which refers to National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, is a body where the decision of NCLT may be appealed. Constitution of NCLT. On 1st June 2016, MCA published a notification with respect to Constitution of NCLT and NCLAT. The NCLT has 11 benches, 2 at New Delhi, 1 each at Ahmedabad, Allahabad, Bengaluru, Chandigarh, Chennai, Guwahati, Hyderabad, Kolkata and Mumbai. Now, powers of NCLT. Upon constitution of NCLT, the powers of following agency will fall into NCLT. Company Law Board, cases with respect to rectification of members, operation and mismanagement, compounding of offence, etc. Board for Industrial and Financial Reconstruction, cases with respect to detection and revival of sick companies. State High Court, cases with respect to winding up, merger and amalgamation, reduction of capital, restoration of name of the company. Members of NCLT, which constitutes Section 409 of Companies Act 2013. The members of NCLT comprises of number 1, President. A President is a person who is or has been a Judge of High Court for a period of 5 years. Judicial Member, a person who is or has been a Judge of High Court or a person who is or has been a District Judge for a period of 5 years. A person who has been an Advocate of a court for a period of at least 10 years. Technical Member, a person shall be qualified for appointment as a technical member if he has at least for a period of 15 years been a member of Indian Company Law Service or Indian Legal Service, out of which 3 years shall be in the pay scale of Joint Secretary to the Government of India or equivalent or above in that service. A practicing Chartered Accountant for a period of at least 15 years. A practicing Cost Accountant for a period of 15 years. A practicing Company Secretary for a period of 15 years. A presiding officer of a labor court, tribunal or national tribunal constituted under Industrial Disputes Act 1947 for a period of at least 5 years. A person of proven ability, integrity and standing, having specialized knowledge and experience of not less than 15 years in specified fields such as industrial finance, industrial management, labor matters, investment, accountancy, etc. Members of NCLAT, which constitutes Section 411 of Companies Act 2013. The members of NCLAT comprises of the following. Number 1, Chairperson. A chairperson shall be a person who is or has been a judge of Supreme Court or Chief Justice of High Court. Judicial Member. A member who is or has been a judge of High Court or is a judicial member of tribunal for a period of 5 years. Technical Member. A person of proven ability, integrity and standing, having specialized knowledge and experience of not less than 25 years in law, industrial finance, industrial management or industrial reconstruction, investment, accountancy, labor matters or such other disciplines related to management, conduct of affairs, revival, rehabilitation and winding up of companies. Now let us have a look at how the members of NCLT and NCLAT are selected. The President of Tribunal and Chairperson and Judicial Members of Appellate Tribunal shall be appointed after consultation with Chief Justice of India. The members of Tribunal and Technical Members of Appellate Tribunal shall be appointed on recommendation of a selection committee consisting of the following. Chief Justice of India shall be the chairperson. The other members shall be Senior Judge of Supreme Court or Chief Justice of High Court, Secretary in the Ministry of Law and Justice, Secretary in the Department of Financial Service in Ministry of Finance, Secretary in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now have a look at the remedies for an aggrieved person. Any person aggrieved by an order of tribunal may prefer an appeal to NCLAT within a period of 45 days from the date of receipt of such order. Any person aggrieved by an order of appellate tribunal may file an appeal to Supreme Court within a period of 60 days from the date of receipt of such order. The appeal may be filed only on the question of law arising out of the order of appellate tribunal. trying to figure out the differences between National Company Law Tribunal and Company Law Board. The National Company Law Tribunal has 11 benches all across India. The Company Law Board has only 5 benches. Authorized Chartered Accountant, Company Secretary, Cost Accountant, LLB, aggrieved person may appeal in NCLT. On the contrary, only CA, CS, CWA can appeal in Company Law Board. The provision of e-filing is available in case of NCLT. No such provision of e-filing is available in case of Company Law Board. The members of NCLT are selected on recommendation of a selection committee. No selection committee in case of Company Law Board. Appeal to NCLT and then to Supreme Court. In case of Company Law Board, appeal can be made only to High Court. To conclude with, the constitution of NCLT and NCLAT marks the dissolution of Company Law Board. The primary objective of NCLT and NCLAT is to provide a simpler, speedier and more accessible dispute resolution mechanism. The NCLT and NCLAT is a paradigm shift with the intention of establishing a specialized forum to solve disputes pertaining to companies in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vijay. Now I invite Mr. Sankesh Jain, who will present paper on related party transactions under section 188 of the Companies Act.
Actually, where is the Vijayawada CA? Where is the CA folder? Okay, so related party transactions. Okay, next time.
Imagine this to be the year 1947. India and Pakistan are not just two countries but two corporations, and in the process of nation building we supply to Pakistan for the bare necessities at a price lesser than our cost. And in that situation, the market economy of our subcontinent would be dependent on Pakistan as a whole. In other sense, Pakistan has to produce a productivity to compensate the loss what India has occurred and to even produce more or even achieve a marginal efficiency so that it can provide India with what India has provided to Pakistan. But in not so the case of scenario, if related party transaction in this case doesn't build up so well, it's not only the affection of these two corporations but the market as well. Vanakkam Vijayawada, this is Sankesh Jain from Coimbatore branch of SIRC, and I'm here to present my views on related party transactions in the face of company law. What are related party transactions? Related party transactions could be viewed with the litmus test of transaction. The first transaction test would be whether the party is a related party. And obviously, only with a related party we could have a related party transaction. So who is a related party in the eyes of the company laws and the Companies Act 2013 especially? Section 188. If you deep down into this section, there would be purviews of transactions that has been effected in these course of scenarios.
and it defines related parties under section 2 subsection 76 and subsection 2 and subsection 77. So under the definition of relatives, relatives of director, relatives of a key managerial person, relatives of a key managerial person of a holding company, relatives of a director of a holding company other than an independent director in this case will all be deemed to be related parties of a corporation. And in the case of relatives, the definition would include spouse, stepbrother or stepsister, father or mother or steps of the same, members of the HUF, son, spouse, stepson, or daughter and spouse. It doesn't include stepdaughter, but should the transactions of the stepdaughter be not disclosed by the corporation? Hold on, we'll get on back to it. Moving on to the next related party transactions, we have intercompany holdings. So in this scenario, as you see in the slide, for the holding limited, all the other companies are related party. And for A subsidiary, B subsidiary will be related party, so will be the holding limited. For B subsidiary, C subsidiary will be a related party along with holding limited and A subsidiary. But for associate and joint venture, only the holding limited will be a related party. And in this scenario, there is a principle of reciprocity being followed in here. The reciprocity clause says that if A is a related party of B, then B will be a related party of A. And intercompany holdings do provide the principles of reciprocity. And this provision is not applicable for a private limited company. In other scenarios where a corporation has a director or a manager whose relative is a partner in a firm, and that firm would be a related party of this corporation. Similarly, the director or manager has a relative and they are a director or a member in a private limited company. That private limited company will be a related party in the corporation. However, the principle of reciprocity is broken when the clause comes to public limited companies. Imagine if A limited company has a director who in turn holds directorship in B limited company, and he along with his relative, say for spouse, is holding 3% of paid up capital in B limited. Then B limited will be a related party of A limited, but in the reciprocal clause, A limited need not be a related party for B limited. And moving on to subjudications of clauses or jurisprudence that is to be proved in other cases of related party transactions, we have to see other definitions, other articles, other acts to get to know the inches what these transactions mean. So when we come to a custom to act, we have a clause where it says any person who can control the corporation, or in turn the corporation, if it can control a body corporate, then there would be a related party in between them. And how to define this a custom to act? Well, there's a citation of SEBI versus Sahara India Real Estate Corporation Limited. In this case, Subrata Roy was neither a director nor a key managerial person in the view of Companies Act 2013. It was been proved, yes. But the law took its course and it says that Subrata Roy was holding more than 70% of the paid up capital of these two corporations, and in that sense he is deemed to have a control on the body corporate, and therefore if the corporation is by default, and even Subrata Roy has been defaulted in this case. In comparative analysis, so should my related party transactions, the related party definitions, be subjugated to here, or should I limit myself to here? Not so. In other transactions, let's say AS18, if I had to compare myself, then AS18 would say the ability to control the other party or exercise significant influence. Any person will be deemed to be a related party. And in AS18, the relative includes parents, siblings, spouse, son and daughter who may be expected to influence or be influenced. So it says if these people could influence you, then they are related party. Similarly, in Ind AS, the control significant as in AS18 has been defined, but instead of relatives or instead of main specific members, Ind AS 24 speaks about the close members. So whoever may be a close member, it will include a domestic partner, his, her children and dependent parents upon. And in these two cases, AS 18 and Ind AS 24, sibling, spouse, son and daughter has not been defined anywhere. So the law as such has been provided that if we move on to Hindu Succession Act, in the Hindu Succession Act, a son has been defined as one that includes an adopted son, and it may relatively prove that even an adopted son is not to be treated as a son, and depending on case to cases. And even in General Clauses Act, son includes an adopted son. But what about a stepson is law's interpretation. However, if a stepdaughter with whom we have significant influence, who has a significant influence or control in our corporation, it is necessary that we disclose in our notes to accounts as such, because AS and Ind AS do provide necessary disclosures which are over and above Companies Act Section 118. Now coming into RC 49, SEBI listing agreements. In the SEBI listing agreements, the related parties and the relators definitions are similar to Companies Act 13, but they are not confined to them. It also says that it would also include what has been defined in accounting standards. What relation provides for us, what is more relative for us would be the standards of auditing section 550. Standards of auditing 550 would say related parties as defined in financial reporting framework. Financial reporting framework in our case would be Companies Act 2013, and it also includes control or significant influence directly or indirectly entities of common control except for control of the state. So in case where the state government is involved, then related party disclosures will not be necessary to provide. The second course of transaction would be whether transaction is an ordinary course and arm's length consideration. Arm's length consideration could be as such said to be of market value. An ordinary course of business would mean, in simple sense, if you could see these slides, the object clause under the MOA, if it provides for, if the nature of business and industries as such is a transaction, if the periodicity of the transaction is regular, if the precedence in the sense, this is the first time the transaction is being entered into, then it is more likely that it is not in the ordinary course of business. Consistency of the transaction and predictability of the transaction. And if these conditions are not satisfied, then the ordinary course of businesses and arm's length consideration would be a similar no. And you'd move on to the next one, that is the purview of section 188 of the Companies Act 2013. Under this section, this is the most important section, section 188, there we have defined a list of transactions that would be covered for getting approvals. So the first one it would cover is the goods or materials, wherein there is a sale, purchase or supply of these things. And nowhere has been, these things have been defined. So goods and materials will include capital goods if you take a deeper sense of them. And even in case of property, the specific status sale, buy and even dispose of property. And property, if had to be seen, then we have to go to many other sections. So let's say property in the case of Prevention of Money Laundering Act. It would deem that corporeal and non-corporeal, tangible and intangible, movable and immobile. Since Companies Act not define this term property, it is very much to say that we have to include the whole ambit of what property could convey. In similar sense, there was Salmon's jurisprudence. Salmon's jurisprudence said that property would be every man's legal right, and obviously we cannot take that much of a big sense. And we have construed ourselves to what Prevention of Money Laundering Act has been defined, and we would say that property includes immobile property, intellectual rights and securities. And it is very important to know that SARFAESI Act defines property as one that would also be in the future, but in our sense we would only take an existing asset. In other words, if there is an issue of securities, and whether these securities will be covered under property, and this is a debatable topic that we had to talk about. Services. Services again could take definitions in various forms, and the much wider definition has been given in the Consumer Act 1986. Consumer Act 1986 defines services as any service that relieves a benefit for happiness and for intellectual right of anybody. And not confining to that one. If we had to give a broader sense, then we had to go by Service Tax Act, and the Finance Act 2012 defines services rightly as services means business and commercial services for a consideration. However, this consideration has also been taken in Companies Act too. However, under Companies Act 1956, professional services were exempted. Are these services exempted under Companies Act 2013? Is again a matter of debate. Leasing of property or through an agent is also covered under section 188. However, leasing will include franchise as per the section. And finally, we end up with approvals and disclosures where all these conditions are satisfied. A related party, not in an ordinary course of business, and falling under the purview of section 188. First one would be where you are required to commute an audit committee. Then that all related party transactions, all related party transactions, whether it is in the ordinary course or not, you have to take an approval from the audit committee. However, the audit committee has an invalid provision to give omnibus approvals, and this omnibus approvals for transactions not in excess of 1 crore per transaction, and these omnibus approvals will only be valid for up to 1 year, and from them to the board of directors. Related party transactions that satisfy the litmus test shall obtain consent from the board of directors, and if the consent has not been obtained, it shall ratify within 3 months from the date on which the contract had been entered into. If suppose the contract has not been ratified, then the contract will be voidable contract at the option of the board. For certain transactions, approval of shareholders is very necessary, and only an ordinary resolution would be enough for these transactions. The shareholders' approval by resolutions would say that where in case of trade in goods or materials, I repeat, trade in goods or materials with 10% of turnover or 100 crore, whichever is lower. Availing and rendering of services, 10% of turnover or 50 crore, whichever is lower. And in case of property, the interesting word is the trade and dispose of property. So if I am disposing goods or materials, it might not cover under the ambit of shareholders' approval, but in case of property, it is definitely be covered. Appointment to place of profit, where the monthly remuneration of such person is greater than 2.5 lakhs. And in a technical case that has been taken up, it says that the remuneration should be construed only with the perks and not other benefits that have been devolved into. And underwriting remuneration is where the net worth of 1% or more. Moving on to disclosures. Disclosures, we can compile into company disclosures and director disclosures. And amend again, disclosures should be viewed in the viewpoint of accounting standards or Indian accounting standards. Company disclosures, as per Companies Act, what it says that you have to maintain register of contracts or agreements in which directors are interested. And again, this word interested should mean in a larger sense. And this interest is not only financial interest, it will also include personal interest and interest that have been developed in fiduciary duties. And of those interests where you will maintain a register, and you'd also give the related party disclosures in notes forming parts of Schedule 3. Director disclosures, director in the board meeting has to disclose all his interests in his first meeting and every first meeting of the financial year that proceeds. In case of any change in disclosure, or let's say a director was not interested in a specific transaction, but in subsequence he has come into light of an interest in such transaction, then he has to make sure that he discloses it in the immediate next meeting that would convene. And as specifically said, in the board's report, a director has to specify all the related party transactions and all the interest that he holds, along with the justification of such transactions that has been entered into. Nearing the end of my session, I would just say that what provides importance here is you as an audience have contributed as much as we speakers have contributed, and there is a relative relation that we hold for which an approval has to be sought from the Almighty. But whether this transaction is in the ordinary course of business, whether we have an arm's length consideration for the betterment of the market is left to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sukesh. Thank you, Jain. Best presentation. Good afternoon, friends. First of all, I am privileged to be part of the CA Students Conference at Vijayawada. This is being organized by the Board of Studies of the Institute of Strategics of India, hosted by Vijayawada branch of SARC, and Vijayawada branch of SICASA. First of all, I have to appreciate the managing committee by selecting the appropriate current topics such as NCLT, related party transactions, AS10, newly amended AS10 to the students' fraternity. Dear friends, I have limited time to summarize the topics presented by the speakers. If you observe, these three speakers have done explicitly well, and there is no comments to be made on their presentation. Generally, all these topics require a minimum of 1 hour each, but speakers have completed in a nutshell in 15 minutes each. So first of all, I thank them for their best presentation. Dear friends, I do not want to go individual topic wise on what they have spoken. Just I want to summarize what they presented, and I will try to cover certain leftovers what they have not covered. Coming to the first topic, that is property, plant and equipment. First of all, I would like to say that the company's accounting standards amendment rules are applicable for the accounting periods commencing on or after 30th March 2016. That is based on the white circular dated 4th of 2016. My friends, please note that these amended accounting standards are applicable for the accounting periods commencing on or after 30th March 2016. That is, accordingly it is applicable for the financial year 2016-17. So please note down that the small correction is there. Please note down. These amended accounting standards are applicable with effect from 1st April 2016. And dear friends, if you compare Ind AS 16 with the newly amended accounting standard 10, AS 10 contains more content than Ind AS 16. So it is very, very important standard what is presented by our Jaideep. I would like to explain certain important paragraphs which are relevant for application of this standard. First of all, spare parts capitalization. Earlier, as per AS 10, even in para number, if you see the para number 8, there also they said if the dedicated spares are there, you can capitalize. But they say you may capitalize. They said that is the reason most of the people have not capitalized. They are shown under inventories only. But now under the new accounting standard, you must capitalize all the spares which are dedicated. Accordingly, even if you see the amended AS2, amended AS10, and further if you consider the income computation disclosure standards, all the companies are required to classify items such as spare parts, standby equipments and service equipments which are dedicated to any plant as plant property and equipment, and provide depreciation of the said spare parts over the remaining useful life of the respective assets. This is one of the important. And furthermore, now certain companies are also implemented Ind AS. If you see Ind AS, there what they said, Ind AS 16, here under the Ind AS, depreciation is to be computed from the date of purchase of the respective spare parts. So this is the major difference I would like to bring to your attention. And coming to component accounting, this component accounting is already based on the company law schedule 2, what Jaideep said, it is applicable from the accounting year 15-16 itself. So most of the companies have already computed depreciation based on the component accounting, and accordingly as per para number 45, we have to see the significant part of the respective equipment. And take for example boiler have shell, tubes, fire bricks inside that. So different life is there. So you have to depreciate based on the life of the respective parts. So that is one of the important things I want to bring to you. And then coming to a new concept, decommissioning, restoration and other liabilities. This is already there in the, this is in practice also. If you observe all these mining companies or oil companies, mostly in oil companies, this concept is there. Decommissioning liability concept is there in India, even in oil companies. So now this concept has been brought into the accounting standard, that is decommissioning, restoration and other liabilities. In this, what you have to do as per para number 66 of this PPE, it may undergo change on account of consideration of cost of dismantling, removing and restoration. This is an obligation of an entity to incur such cost to restore the respective area as per the regulations of the government. Usually this type of decommissioning expenses are capitalized in cases of mining, oil exploration company, nuclear plant, hydroelectricity plant, railway siding of the entities where there are liabilities for size restoration. So you have to check your respective clients whether they have any liability to be recorded in the books of accounts. So suppose if you observe even in the AS 29 amendments, there also they clearly said the whatever provision we need to make towards this decommissioning liability is required to be discounted. So if you observe the accounting standards, what are the amendments they made on 30th March 2016? See AS2, AS4, AS6 they removed, and finally consolidation and 29. So 29 also they clearly mentioned we need not make any, we have to make discounting only towards this decommissioning, restoration, other liabilities. All other provisions are not required to be discounted as per the general accounting standard applicable to the companies. In case of Ind AS companies, even for all the provisions, we are required to make discounting. This is one of the concept, the new concept has come under this accounting standards. Coming to the related party transactions, Mr. Jain covered all the aspects, including SEBI regulations, Ind AS 24, Ind AS 18, all he covered. In this regard, I would like to make small correction is there. If you see in the paper book what he has given, the souvenir, wherein page number 170, you need to make a small correction. Just you please do. This is where in that the sub-rule recently, that is on 30th March 2017, sub-rule 15, sub-rule 3 of Rule 15 has been amended by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Accordingly, the approval of shareholders in general meeting in subclasses 1, 2, 3 and 4 for the words exceeding 10%, the words you have to insert amounting to 10% or more. Please kindly make a note of that. And further, subclause 3 for the words 10% or more or 10% of turnover, the words 10% or more of the turnover shall be substituted. This is the correction I would like to explain you, because there is nothing to be discussed, because he covered almost all the rules and everything in this paper. Coming to next topic, this is a very, very important topic now under the present law, that is Company Law Tribunal and National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Dear friends, if you see today newspaper, Sri M.S. Sahu, Chairperson of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, has stated at about 67 cases filed across 11 NCLT benches, and he stated that some of them involve large defaults, that is at about rupees 10 billion. So this is the present day of topic, and then as explained the paper writer, and further I will explain you what is inside the thing. This establishment of National Company Law Tribunal, it consolidates corporate jurisdiction of the four bodies. That is, one is Company Law Board, Board for Industrial and Financial Reconstruction, the Appellate Authority for Industrial and Financial Reconstruction, jurisdiction and powers relating to wind-up, restructuring, and other provisions vested in the High Courts. All these are consolidatedly they formed National Company Law Tribunal. There are sections 407 to 434 of the Companies Act are applicable with regard to NCLT and National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Dear friends, one more thing, as per section 432, this is one of the opportunity for chartered accountants to represent before the National Company Law Tribunal or National Company Law Appellate Tribunal on behalf of the party to any proceedings. This is one of the opportunity for the chartered accountants to present their cases before the NCLT. And then further I would like to say, these National Company Law Tribunal rules and Appellate Tribunal rules were notified on 21st July. On 15th December 2016 also, Ministry of Corporate Affairs issued Company Law Tribunal procedure for reduction of share capital of the company rules 2016. That is also applicable for all. If they want a reduction, there is a procedure given in these rules. And they also, MC also issued, they have amended rules also issued on 20th December 2016. And further, this NCLT constituted under section 410 of the Companies Act 2013 for hearing appeals against the orders passed by Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, and also against the orders passed and directions or decision made by the Competition Commission of India as per the amendment by section 410 of the Companies Act by section 172 even for those transactions, CCI transactions also. Before I conclude this section, dear friends, I wish all the students to go through the study material issued by the Board of Studies of ICI. It is only if you read the Board of Studies material, you reach your goal. Please follow study materials issued by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I have observed certain students following other materials wherein the interpretation given by them is not in accordance with the law. Yeah, strictly I can say they are giving certain manner, there are certain procedures, there is nothing is there in the act or in the accounting standard, but simply they are writing. So if you follow those items, paper writer will not give good marks. He will give, because without law should be there. If you want to write anything, the law you have to present there, not your stories. Understand? Please, for achieving the positive results, I guide you to strictly follow the books and study materials issued by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Finally, I congratulate all the speakers and wish all of you presented here to be part of CA SAPNET. Thank you for giving us.
with various types of e-lectures, video lectures, webcasts and so on. Okay. And BOS actually believes in the overall development of its students. That is why it also organizes various orientation classes, GMCS, ITT and advanced ITT. I have pleasure to tell you that after 3 long years of methodology and procedural various procedures taken, the institute came out with a revised scheme of education and training. The scheme is soon going to be launched. The launch date is 1st July 2017. After the launch of the scheme, the existing registration in the various levels, the various courses will be stopped. So you would have already read the announcement that by 30th June all the registration in the existing courses, that is CPT, IPCC and final will close, and the new registration will start from 1st July 2017, and whatever registration will be going on, it will be in the new course itself. So with this I close. The house is open for any questions. Please write down your question and pass it on to me. I'll try to solve as many queries as possible. Otherwise you may write to me afterwards also. Question is that what is the reason behind many members taking up small jobs and still unsettled? Actually, it is not the fault of the course. The course is very dynamic. In fact, in the new course, we are trying to make it more dynamic. We are trying to include as many new topics as possible so that your knowledge level increases, your skill level increases. So I think with the introduction of the new course, many of such problems will get solved. Okay? One query is that the answers were tallied with the suggested answers, but the marks were low. Actually, this thing is basically in the hands of the examination department, and normally we people give them the various marks which are to be allotted step by step. So they are supposed to check the answer sheet and giving marks step by step. So maybe there could be some presentation problem, like the way the answer is presented, maybe because of that you may be getting low marks, or maybe your handwriting is not that readable, not legible. So that could be one of the reasons that you may not be getting the marks. So try to write clearly and try to give your presentation, try to improve your presentation. I think that will make a difference. One query is that I have already registered under old syllabus, whether any option is provided for existing students to convert to new syllabus. Yes, students after 1st July 2017, they will be allowed to switch over to the new syllabus. They can continue in the old also if they want, but this like for CPT, the old will continue till June 2019. IPCC will continue till May 2019, and final old will continue till November 2020. So if you want to continue in that, you may continue, But if you want to switch over to the new, you can switch. But after when these parallel attempts get over, you will have to compulsorily shift over to the new syllabus. One query is that at the time of registration of final, all books were supplied and now they have to buy new books before sitting for the examination. Actually, in order to solve this problem, under the new syllabus, what we are trying to do is that we will be making centralized dispatch. The students will be given coupons, like 2 coupons will be given to IPCC students, that means intermediate students, 2 coupons will be given to final students, and 1 coupon will be given to foundation students. So whenever they want, they can give their requisition and the books will be supplied to their home. That means the books will be couriered to your place and you will be and it will be through e-retailers. Like we will be coming into pact with some e-retailers and they will be supplying your books at your place. For 2 times you will be supplied free. That means there will be no courier charges. But if you ask for loose books afterwards, then you will have to bear the courier charges. So in order to mitigate this problem, to solve this problem, we are coming with the concept of centralized dispatch. One query is that why in the new syllabus ISCA is being removed. Actually, ISCA is not being removed. It is very much there. It is a part of advanced integrated course of information technology and soft skills. That means now it will be hands-on training. There will be like no theory in it. There will be you will be given some e-lectures in this, and after that you will be required to qualify a test in which grades will be given and these grades will be shown on your mark sheet. So ISCA is not removed, it is now a part of advanced ICITSS course. Okay? So marks will be given and before you have to qualify this test before appearing in the final examination. And its exam will be conducted by the examination section only. Can student registered under present scheme migrate to the new scheme voluntarily? Yes, anytime you can switch over to the new one and you will be required to pay some conversion fees. 500 say you will be required to pay and you can convert to the new course. You will not be required to pay for the new books, only conversion charges you will be required to pay. If you have got the registration done in the old system, you need not get a acknowledgement. If you have sent it and if you have received some acknowledgement in any form, that will do. That will show that you are registered in the old course, provided you do it before 30th, like till 30th June 2017. How many attempts will be given for old pattern syllabus? I told you, like in CPT 3 attempts, IPCC 3 attempts, and for final 6 attempts will be given in the old syllabus, and after that you will have to automatically shift to the new scheme. RTPs normally are given only for 1 attempt. After that you will be charged. This is because now after that it is thought that you should be paying for that. it is normally assumed that you will be clearing in the first attempt, and it is a policy of the Board of Studies that for one attempt it will be supplied free. After that you will have to pay for that. Duration for IPCC is actually 8 months. 8 months study period is allowed. This is because, like, if any student wants to, if he is bright enough and he wants to give the attempt, we do not stop him from attempting. So that is why it is for the benefit of the student. If they think they are capable of completing all the studies in 8 months and they can attempt all the papers, they can do so. If they are not able, then also group wise they can sit. So it is just for your benefit that we are allowing you to sit after 8 months of study period. If you find any discrepancies in the study material, practice manual, you can always tell us. You can always write a mail to individual faculty members. In Board of Studies, for all the subjects, we have faculty members. So you can their email IDs and phone numbers are given on Institute's website. So if you have any problem, if you have any complaint, any mistake you find in the study material, you can always write to the individual faculty member, or you can write to the director. She will pass on to the respective faculty members. Okay. I don't agree that it is only ICI's material which has discrepancies. Minor errors could be there here and there. Otherwise, I don't think so there are any major discrepancies in the study material. And again I request, if you find any such discrepancies, please do let us know. We'll try to correct it. Sure. If your student wants to migrate, he can migrate. And I told you there is very little conversion charges. Like for IPCC, I think it is 500 or 1000. Similarly for final, 1000 are the conversion charges. You need not pay for the new study material. Whatever you have paid, only if you want to convert, only conversion charges will be asked from you. This is very important query. Certain students of IPCC, they have cleared one group and they have written second group in May 2017. I think this is a very common query of many students, and whether they want to know whether they should register for the final, expecting that they will be clearing in intermediate IPCC, that means in May 17 attempt. See, for the benefit of such students, we are trying to make some provisions. We are requesting the council to allow such students to register till say September or August or September in the old scheme itself. So such students who have just, like, who will be otherwise will be attempting in November 17, but because of the new syllabus cannot do so, now will be allowed to do so. That means only for such exceptional cases the registration in the old scheme will continue till August or September. Okay? A decision in this regard will be coming soon. An announcement will be made for that. If you have passed in May 17 in group 2, and if you have still to do group 1, then which syllabus is applicable? If you register now, then the old syllabus will be applicable, but if you register after 1st, that means 1st July or afterwards, then the new syllabus will be applicable to you. actually, in last year we thought of starting Sunday test scheme, the way it was conducted a few years back, but due to certain administrative problems we could not start it. Okay, so still it is on the card, and but for this it has been decided that at least for November 17th this will not be applicable, and whenever it will become applicable the students will be duly informed. So as such there is no test paper scheme as of now. Okay.
Clarifications about GST in family.
Okay. In May 2017, I think they are proposing to ask about 10 marks question on GST at both the levels. So GST will be asked in November 17 exam also. Please make a note of it. Okay. This decision, I think this announcement has already been made on the institute's website that GST will be asked in November 17 exam also. Okay. See, in the old scheme, the question is when we have to complete GMCS, ICITSS for old course and new course. See, under the present scheme, orientation course plus ITT, they were supposed to be completed before the start of the practical training. Okay, so in the new course also, these two courses which are now integrated and are named as Integrated Course on Information Technology and Soft Skills, this course has to be completed before you commence your practical training. Okay, and the now instead of advanced ITT and GMCS, there will be advanced integrated course on IT and soft skills. This course you will have to complete during last 2 years of your practical training. But initially what was the case that for GMCS you could complete before becoming the member. But now there is a change in condition. You cannot sit in the final exam until and unless you clear this advanced course of IT and SS. So you cannot sit in the exam. Membership is afterwards. You have to first clear this course, then sit in the exam, then only you will become the member of the institute. One question is that do you really change marks according to your prescribed pass percentage? See, there is no prescribed pass percentage. It all depends upon your performance in the examination. Please be sure about it. Let me share one thing with you, that the institute on its part tries to pull as many students as possible, upwards, not downwards. Thank you. Okay, if you are not getting journals, please write to us. Maybe your address is different. The one which is mentioned in our record, maybe it is different. That is why you may not be getting journals. So whenever this problem is there, you please write to us. We will look into it. And in any case, we are uploading the journal on the institute's website also, so you can always go through it. One question is that queries and grievances are answered too late. I don't think so. We normally try to answer as early as possible. If you have some queries which are unanswered, please pass it on to us. We'll look into it. Is there any scholarship for OC students? There is no scholarship for OC students for can I have silence, please? One student, he has registered for final on November 2015 and will be giving final in November 2017. So he is asking about the coupons. The system of coupons will start with the new course. So most probably from 1st July, when the new course gets launched and when the new books gets published, we will be coming out with the centralized coupon system. Okay? So only in the new courses will be supplied. E-lectures are not updated. We are updating e-lectures. Many are already updated and we are in the process of doing the others also. One student is there, his registration is going to complete in November 2018. I must register again. See, if your registration is closing on November 2018, normally IPCC students, they are required to revalidate their registration after a period of 4 years. Okay? And if your registration is getting over in November 2018, you will be allowed to revalidate your registration in the existing scheme, and this will be allowed till say June 2019, till the old you can say the attempts are continuing. Okay, so once these attempts are over, then you will have to register in the new scheme. Okay, so till that time the old scheme is continuing, till the time the parallel attempts are continuing, you will be allowed to revalidate registration in the old scheme. GST will be applicable. See, for November 17 I told you GST will be coming for 10 marks. So in this attempt only it will be coming. Do I see I have full intention of launching colleges? No, we are not allowed to have college system. The government does not allow us, so we cannot have college system. When will CA final content will be launched? We are in the process, we are preparing CA final course material. So most probably, like on 1st July, we will be coming out with some books of new final, not full. At least 50% we will be trying to launch on the 1st July itself. This query I have already answered, that the students who will be eligible for CA final, they will be allowed. For special cases, these will be allowed. This I have already answered. If you register in final after 1st July 2017, then you will be eligible for the new scheme only. Only for the exceptional cases which I told you, for them it is like extended till August, September. Otherwise, in normal course, from 1st July 2017, new scheme will be applicable to the final year students. Yes, there is voluntary conversion from old registration to new course. I have told you already. Revision test paper, I think this person is referring to the test paper scheme. For the time being, this has been postponed, and whenever it will become applicable, we'll let you know. Revision test papers are normally the test papers which are prepared by the Board of Studies, and this is just for the revision purposes only. This is different from the test paper scheme, which you will be required to pass in order to be eligible to sit in the final exam. So revision test papers are just some papers which are for your revision, and test paper scheme will be papers which you have to attempt in order to be eligible to sit for the final exams. Okay? But for the time being, this scheme is not applicable. Again, I think same question is there. If a candidate is eligible to write CA final November 17 by passing second group IPCC in May 17, which syllabus is applicable to him, new or old? For such students, they will be allowed to sit in the old scheme. That means they will be allowed to register in the old final. Okay? Registered in old final. Some student has written that which syllabus is better for his progress. Actually, in the new syllabus, we have tried to bring certain new features. I think you are well aware that in the new scheme, we have increased at the intermediate level, we have increased papers, like from 7 now there will be 8 papers. One new paper, Economics for Finance, has already been added, and costing has been made of full 100 marks. And at the final level, we have now 8 papers, but one paper will be elective paper. Okay? There is a list of 6 papers, and from that list you will have to choose one paper as elective paper, and it is proposed to hold the exams of such elective paper on case study and open book based. So you will be allowed to bring your books, or you will be supplied the bare act in the examination itself, which you will have to consult while answering the questions, and that means these papers will be application based. There will be case studies in this paper, and for those case studies you will be required to consult the books, which will be, books means only bare acts will be supplied to you. So this is the first time we are trying to bring this concept, that we are trying to bring more application orientation in the syllabus. So in my opinion, the new course is better. One person has written that we are worried that no clarity was given in the contents of the syllabus of the respective subject. For your information, we have already uploaded the new syllabus on Institute's website. Kindly see the BOS Knowledge Portal. There is now one link, revised scheme. Under that, the revised syllabus has already been uploaded. Okay? So all the syllabus at all the levels are given there. It is hard to complete ITT in 25-30 days. How can you expect a student can do this? Actually now computer literacy, I think that starts from class 1 itself. So it should not be difficult for a normal student to do it in 14 days. I don't think so there should be any problem. Why has ICI increased the pass percentage suddenly? It is not, again I will be telling you that it is not deliberate. Everything depends upon your performance. Why is it distance learning? This is by, actually our institute has been set up by an act of parliament, and it is due to statutory requirement only that this is distance learning education, and the basic idea is to cater to as many students as possible. Okay, and also it is a very economical course which any student from any background can easily do. Whether I can opt for first group old syllabus, second group new syllabus. See, you cannot have one in old syllabus and one in new syllabus. Either you attempt both in the old syllabus or you attempt both in the new syllabus. But if you are you have already attempted one in the old syllabus and want to switch over to the new, then you can switch. But you cannot have both the things at the same time. In a recent paper advertisement, it was saying that 300 final students had been qualified after retotaling. See, I don't have any idea about the examination section. Maybe there was some error in totaling. I can't comment on this. Again, same question is there, that if I qualify IPCC Group 2, will I be eligible for CA final in November? I told you, you are eligible. If you register till August or September, the date will be announced soon. The request has come to explain the coupon system. Actually, we are proposing for the new syllabus, for the new scheme, we are proposing to have coupon system. That means there will be centralized dispatch of the study material. Now, no branch or no RC will be required to maintain stock of the study material. Okay. So all the stock will be with the printer and it will be couriered, it will be taken from his place and it will be delivered to the student's home. And for this, the students, whenever they want, they will be given 2 coupons group wise. Okay. So if you want to have group 1 books, you can order using your coupon number. Similarly for group 2 also. But if you want, after that, if you want, you have to pay for the courier charges. Okay. So loose books, if you want, you will have to pay the courier charges. Otherwise, 2 times the courier will be free. So this is the coupon system. We are planning to start with the new scheme. And another thing which we are trying to bring out is, we are trying to bring some smart cards. Like every student will be given a smart card, and that will be like his attendance card also, which can be used during his practical training, and even of course like withdrawing money also. That will be like an ATM card. We are also thinking on that direction also. Is it clear now? Coupon system is clear? Presentation to go on, like it shows the new scheme also. Are you aware about the papers and what is the scheme like, or should I like let it go, or you want to ask the questions only? Okay, fine. I think ranks will be based on the scheme. Like for old scheme, I think the ranks will be different, and for the new scheme, the ranks will be different. Is there any future plans regarding 2 days between exams? As such, there is no such plan. Why ranks are not being announced? A list normally comes, merit list normally comes. I think it comes. Why batches at the ICI chapters not teaching from ICI books? I see, I have no control over it. Just tell me, how many of you use institute study material? Chalo, quite good. Do you find them good? Very meek response I am getting. So, okay, whatever this thing is, if you find any mistake, error, please do let us know. There could be some problem somewhere. We will try to rectify it. That is the main concern. Okay? So, whenever you find there is any mistake, printing mistake, or otherwise there is some problem with the question or the answer, please do bring that to our notice. This is my request to you. We'll try to improve ourselves. Okay? The same question, repetition. Again, this is a repetition that if you pass group 1 in old syllabus, can we convert to new syllabus for group 2? Yes, you can convert. Can you guide me how to select an elective subject? Basically, see, there are 6 elective subjects that will depend upon like your area of interest. I can't comment on this, like there are various, that could be like you may be interested in doing international taxation, or you could be interested in doing financial reporting. That will depend upon your area of interest. Okay? Is there any effect on final term due to transfer? I don't think so. There is any effect due to transfer of articleship. I don't think so. All books, I didn't get my books in the last attempt. I want to know whether all books are available. Yes, all books are very much available. If you want, you can have them by paying the required amount. I don't think so. If old students and new students, they get the same marks, I think the different rank list will come out. I don't have any much idea on this. I'll clarify it and then let you know. This is the same rank. Yeah, regarding ITT and orientation program, there are changes to be coming up from, yes. From July 1st, I told you that ITT and orientation program, it will be now called Integrated Course on Information Technology and Soft Skills, and its whole syllabus has been revamped. Okay, even for the existing GMCS, even for the existing orientation and ITT also, the course contents have been revamped. The whole syllabus has been revamped. And there is also increase in the fee. Okay, so these are the changes. if a person has completed group 2 in IPCC level, does he eligible for articleship training even if he does not qualify group 1? Yes, under the new scheme, if that person shifts to the new scheme, that he will be eligible to go for practical training even after completing second group only. So in the new scheme, if you clear either of the group, you will be eligible to start your practical training. So this is the difference from the present existing scheme. I complete one group if I not complete second group within 3 attempts. If you are not able to complete your second group within 3 attempts, the 3 attempts which are eligible, if you are not able to complete those, then you will have to compulsorily shift to the new scheme and you will have to convert yourself. Okay? But only for the group which is left, not for the group which is already passed. Okay? Again, stipend, minimum stipend. Actually, stipend is not in BOS hands. It is basically council's decision. So I have no role to play. Okay, let me clarify one thing. Like elective paper is not in lieu of ISCA. ISCA is already there. I told you this is now a part of advanced IT ICSS course. Okay, so this elective papers, they are not replacing the ISCA paper. ISCA paper, you can say it is already there. Now you have to say clear 9 papers instead of 8 papers. You can say now there are 9 papers. Okay. And one very important question is that if you take elective paper in one attempt and if you are not able to clear that paper, please listen, this is important. Excuse me. If you have taken elective paper while filling your registration form, if you fill say international taxation as your elective paper, and later on you feel that you will not be able to pass it, or you attempt the paper also and you are not able to clear the paper, whether you will be allowed to change your elective subject. Yes, you will be allowed. Okay? You will be allowed to change your elective subject as many times as you want. Okay, so there is no bar on it. But one thing is there, you will have to buy the elective new study material. You can't say that exchange my study material. Okay, that much thing you have to do. Fine? Okay. I think we are running short of time. So, if you don't mind, you may write your Okay, 5 minutes quickly I'll take and rest you will write to me, I'll answer that. Fine? 5 minutes I'll take. Is there campus interviews? Yes, campus interviews are conducted. There is a separate department for this which conducts campus interviews. Okay? You cannot do BCom along with Chartered Accountancy course. Regular BCom you cannot do because we want basically you to concentrate on your training. Like if you are doing training, And if your classes clash with your training, then you will not be able to do justice. So that is why we recommend that if you want to do BCom, you kindly do it through distance education. Okay. One question is, what is the reason behind changing the syllabus? See, in this digital era, everything is changing very fast. Okay? So the role of chartered accountants, it is also changing. It is becoming more challenging, more dynamic. So we want you also to become dynamic. We want to train you in all the new skills. We want to give you all the new knowledge so that you become capable of handling things in future. So we are trying to empower you. That is why we try to encompass as many changes as are possible. You can see like GST in November 17 only we are going to ask. The Act it is coming on 1st July, but still we are trying to bring some portion for your knowledge and we will be testing that. So it is just to empower you so that you are not left behind and you are at par with other professions. Okay? With that, I think I should conclude. The rest of queries I will answer. Industrial training. Okay, one question is that industrial training. Industrial training, like there is no change in the industrial training. Whatever scheme is there in the present scheme, like you are allowed to do, I think 12 to 18 months of industrial, 9 to 12 months of industrial training. In the new course also, the same thing is applying. There is no change in that. Okay. So with that I conclude. I'll take this with me. Please give me one email ID. I'll answer all these queries and you can like share with it amongst yours.
Madam, we shall provide the branch email ID
fine.
so that you can mail them.
No problem.
Thank you.
I'll do that.
Friends, before we skip into the next session, as already announced, I may remind you that on the last page of your coupon book, a feedback form is provided and you are privileged to select the best speakers. You give the names in the order of 1 to 3 and don't forget to drop your feedback forms in the boxes provided in the corridors when you leave. The next session will be on some general topics. We have Sahil Goyal, V. Nagrani and Vishmita Sri, the three student speakers, and the session will be chaired by CAP Lakshman Rao. The topics will be, Goyal will be dealing with cyber frauds, Nagrani will enlighten you on digitization, Vishmita Sri will explain as to how MS Excel can be used as an analytical tool. I repeat the topics once again. The topics dealt with will be cyber frauds, digitalization, and how to use MS Excel as an analytical tool. Friends, we have all the three speakers already on the dais. Let me introduce each one of them. Goyal is from Haryana. If you can please raise your hand, Goyal. Friends, Goyal is already into earning and he does share trading. Is it true, Goyal? Are you into shares trading? Yeah. So he is already earning. You may take advice from him as to how to earn while studying. Also he is interested in adventures. Nagrani is from Gujarat and he is awarded the certificate of best paper presentation by CA Dr. Girish Ahuja at Bhopal National Conference. Stood as Master of Ceremony at National Convention for Students at Baroda, and also his hobbies include reading annual reports, public speaking, debates and writing articles. And also we have Vishmita Sri. Her father is an advocate. Her hobbies include traveling and also she likes interacting with people and make positive relationships. May I also invite special speaker CA P. Lakshman Rao onto the dais. I request CA Amar Sudhir to present a bouquet to CA P. Lakshman Rao. CA P. Lakshman Rao is a practicing chartered accountant based at Vijayawada. His post-qualifications include DISA, CISA, DIRM and CRISC US. He also completed certificate course on bank concurrent audit conducted by Internal Audit and Standards Board of ICAI. Presently acting as president of ISACA Vijayawada chapter. He is also past chairman of Vijayawada branch of SARC of ICAI and he is currently faculty for DISA course and bank concurrent audit course and GST course of ICAI. I hand over the proceedings to CAP Lakshman Rao. Also, I request Priyanka to present a bouquet to student speaker Sahil. Sirisha shall present a bouquet to student speaker Rishabh. ఇంకోళ్ళు ఎవరు? Shiva shall present a bouquet to student speaker Vismita. Sir, I hand out the proceedings.
Good afternoon, friends. సో శ్రీశ్రీ గారు కవిత్వంలో ఒక చిన్న లైన్ చెప్పాడు. కవిత్వం అంటే ఎక్కువ కవిత్వం ఆలోచించొద్దు. కుక్క పిల్ల, సబ్బు పిల్ల, అగ్గి పిల్ల, కాదేవి కవితకు అనర్హం అన్నాడు. అంతేనా? అలాగే మన సిఏ స్టూడెంట్స్కి అన్ని సబ్జెక్టులు కావాలి. కాదేది సిఏ స్టూడెంట్లకి అనర్హం. ఇప్పుడే మేడం గారు చెప్పారు, నవంబర్ 2017లో ఇంకా పుట్టని ఇంకా రాని జిఎస్టీ మీద 10 మార్కుల క్వశ్చన్ ఉంటుంది అని మేడం గారు, బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ స్టడీస్ మేడం, షీ హాజ్ అనౌన్స్డ్ that in November 2017 exam, final students will get 10 marks question in GST. So, what the institute is expecting is that our students should learn new techniques, new subjects. Don't confine yourself to the syllabus. That is the problem. So, institute expectation and market expectation is like that. A chartered accountant means a financial doctor. Once you go to a doctor, we all will feel, ఏ డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినా మనం డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళాము అంటే ఆయన మనకున్న అన్ని రోగాలు నివారిస్తాడు. He will cure all our diseases. In the same way, the business community expects that whatever problems they are having in financial sector or business sector, chartered accountant is there, he will take care. That much assurance you have to give. We are trying our best to keep up that, and I request all of you to learn new subjects. So, and our speakers are here. So actually these 3 topics, what they are going to discuss, cyber fraud, ये syllabus में नहीं है. From next November 2017 onwards, Madam announced that इसका paper also निकाल रहा है. They are removing इसका paper also, but still he learned about the cyber frauds, how to control the cyber frauds. And our friend next to me, digitalization and role of auditors. हमारा नरेंद्र मोदी जी बोल रहा है, so don't use cash, only digital economy, digital money. So what are the controls that are to be used in the digital economy? How the auditors have to perform the audit in the digital economy? और मैडम बोल रहे हैं Excel. हाँ, Excel. Excel means excellent tool. So madam has selected an excellent tool which all of you have to learn. The GST, in latest GST, a businessman has to input all the invoices, item 1, 2, 3. Suppose in a month you have sold 1000 invoices, all the invoices you have to enter 1, 2, 3,000. So don't take that much risk. Madam is here. She will teach you how to use the Excel table and how to upload the data. So that is the advantage of Excel. So they learn these subjects not because they are in our syllabus, because of their interest in the subjects. So I request all of you to develop lot of interest in the new subjects apart from studying the syllabus. Now I request Mr. Goyal to deliver his address.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. Respected dignitaries, on the dais and off the dais. Namaskaram, Vijayawada. How are you all? Today, I will speak on the topic cyber fraud. All men are fraud. You agree? All men are fraud. The only difference between that some admit it and I myself deny it. There is no doubt that in virtual world has introduced us a new level of efficiency, creativity, connectivity, productivity at all type of business and all over the world. However, along with this, a small, I think a very big, undisputed benefits also risen. Millions of dollars of losses to the business hub for invasion of money from the business environment. So, what is cyber fraud? A cyber fraud is defined as an intended act involving the use of computers and information technologies criminally used via internet. Cybercrime includes threatening a person with fear, distant theft from secret around the globe, downloading illegal music. You know the site song.pk? It's a very illegal music site. You should not have downloaded the music from. You can get the information of your own IP address to that site and they will use it for the fraud. Creating virus of posting confidentiality business information on the internet, child pornography, cyber terrorism and hacking. Now, what are techniques to commit cyber fraud? A virus. This is not a virus. You have viral 102 temperature. It is a virus of computer. A computer virus is a computer program that can infect the computer program, that can change your file, delete your file, modify your file, your office data, your client data, your girlfriend messages, I can say that, and your boyfriend messages, that can be hacked by the virus and that can be stored by the virus. Next is spam. You all know what is spam? In your Gmail ID, there is inbox, send message, press it, and then after this spam messages. You all know about that? A spam. A decade ago, Bill Gates said that the spam will be lower in the next few years, but now in 2017, it has gone worse. What exactly spam is? A spam is a unstructured email from an unknown person. A sender and receiver has no prior relationship before it. Now, you all know hacking? You all know hacking? Hacking is good activity, na? Hacking is a very good activity because it is a ethical hacking. But the non-ethical hacking is called a cracking. And a cracking is done by the cracker. And a cracker, how the cracker do the cracking? It's not a hacking, it's a cracking. A cracking is done by a cracker. A cracker is someone who breaks the law of the computer system. They gather your information from the computer system for their own use, for the financial, for the security purpose. Next is data diddling. Data diddling is a very used by the cyber criminals. Data diddling is the changing of data before and during the entering in the computer. When you enter anything in the computer, data diddling will change that subject. It will modify it, it will delete it. Data diddling only is that. Next is email forgery. You get an email. You have won the $1 lakh and you have to give 1,000 rupees and you will get that $1 lakh. It is an email forgery, scavenging, email threat. What are the top 5 cyber crimes? Tax refund fraud, corporate account takeover, identity theft, theft of intellectual property and theft of sensitive data. What are these? These are cyber crimes. Now we will discuss about the tax refund fraud. All taxpayers at the risk becoming victim of the tax refund fraud. Cybercrime obtain a valid name, social security number. We are using social engineering or a black market. Further claiming false deduction or tax credit thus generation huge amount of tax refund. What is that? A cyber criminal will file a false return, gathering information of anyone who have just uploaded his just a PAN number. He will not file return, but the cyber criminal will file his return and get the refund. It's normally a tax refund fraud. And next is corporate account takeover. It is a very big cyber crime. It ranked the fastest and the costly type attack. Cyber crimes obtain a entity financial banking credentials, hijack of its computer and the funds from the bank account. It involves acquiring loan credentials, example email attachments, your house papers, gaining unauthorized access, transfer the amount of control by cyber criminals. SMBs are the most risk as they pay less attention to the information security. Because you go for a loan to a bank, small bank, and they have no such information security. You give them details of your own information, and the cybercrime get the information and do the crime. And the next one is identity theft. You have an identity card. If that or a driving license, if that driving license is stolen by me, and I cut the challan of that driving license from a bike, and I give that driving license to a policeman. Your challan is in your name, but I have fought for road. I have broken the rule of road now. It is called identity theft. When a cyber criminal successfully steals a personal identifiable information, does act as gateway of other crime. A survey reveals that 50% of the identity theft that goes undetected at the last 1 month, and 10% of the remain undetected over the 2 or more years. 80% are lost in 1 year, but 10% are for many years. The information can be easily taken from the active black market. Some of its examples are purchasing goods, returning the goods, obtaining employment, and receiving medical care. Now, we will discuss about theft of sensitive data. In your firm, you do articleship. The client information is sensitive. His annual return is sensitive. His profit and loss is sensitive. His buyer and purchaser is sensitive. How is it if the article go and give that data to another person of the same department of like a granite industry, A granite industry data we give to B granite industry? It's bad. It's a theft sensitive data. Data such as credit card information, trade secrets, customer or employee records are tracked by cyber crimes. It takes place by cyber criminals, access to sensitive data and steal it. Further, the confidential information can either be sold to a competitor or any other government and etc. These led to damage of public image and a financial loss related to business. How if Anil Ambani telecommunication data of of Reliance Communication have stolen by Mittal's Airtel? When Docomo came, it 1 paisa per second first time in India. If that data is gone before that launch to Airtel, it is very sensitive, and the Airtel will launch prepone that launching and give a 1 second per second call by the Airtel. So it is type of sensitive data. And the next one is theft of intellectual property. The intellectual property is what? That guy's brain comes to me, or that guy's brain comes to me. Intellectual property, I can say a startup is also intellectual property. A startup idea is intellectual property. If I theft of startup idea and I do that startup, that person that got the idea can't do that startup. So it is a theft of intellectual property. The risk of stealing copyright material of such movies is called a theft of intellectual property. Making intellectual property in an electronic format makes it more vulnerable to the theft cyber criminals. So what are the remedy strategies for the top 5 cybercrimes? You have known about the cybercrimes, the top 5 cybercrimes. You should also know about the remedies. Study revealed that 87 of the cybercrimes can be avoided if the properly measurable security are there. The first is security audit and control. It is not an internal audit, it's a security audit. A computer security institute is ranked the #1 cyber security audit as a suggested weapon for the cyber criminals. Following the audit prevention control for the major risk, identified need to be instituted. These strategies can help the management to develop their own security to not have the data to be stored. And the next is business insurance. You have the insurance, or you have the insurance. It's not a life insurance, it's a business insurance. A business insurance of your financial data. When a financial crime or cyber crime happen, they act for the money. Recent there was a ransomware. You heard about ransomware? It takes not a money, not in dollars, it takes in Bitcoin. One Bitcoin value is 80,000 and it asks for near about 3 crore. Business insurance is the age of financial motivated cybercrime. Every entity should have a business insurance to recover the financial loss happened by a cybercrime. And the next one is incident and response plan. One usual correction remediation, although not prevention, is to develop an incidental response plan. The plan would require employee with a necessary level of knowledge and serving the key position within the entity. To answer the following question relating to the top 5 cybercrime, identify the white paper. Which of the crime is a potential risk? Which of the risk is of each name? How should we respond for the each risk? These are the incidental response plan. A paper copy which have all the answers. So cybercrime prevention strategies. How you can stop the cybercrime? How you can stop the mails? It's keep your system up to date. You have a system of 2010, a Baba Adam Zamana. Choose a strong password. My password is my birth date. My password is my girlfriend's name. My password is my house number. And keep that is very difficult that no one can choose it and no one can suggest it. Protect your personal information. You should have kept your driving license to you. You should have your credit card information, credit card password with you. You should not share with a girlfriend. You should not share with your friend. Pay the money on the phone. You give you. I call you. I'm telling you the debit card number. You pay my money. I am calling you by phone. Don't do it. Don't give your debit card number, debit card password on phone calls. These all phone calls can be tapped. You should not think, I am not a Prime Minister Narendra Modi, my phone call will be tapped. It will be tapped. It is tapping. Install or update your antivirus. Read the fine print and website privacy policy. You download your pictures from every torrent. You download uTorrent and download the picture from torrent. Torrent are illegal in India. There are no torrent in India. So you should not use the torrent. Torrent information is given to the foreign countries and they use this information for the crime. Avoid using remembering by username and password. I have already said you. Be preventing while using free and lot of bot conventions. Keep your firewall turned on. Firewall is not a wall of cement or brick. It's a wall of between your computer client and outside internet. It is a wall between internet and your client. So no unauthorized access can be done. So you should turn your firewall on. Close the internet browser after logging out at the end of the banking session. What do? You do your work in your laptop and shut it on sleep mode. After logging out, close all the things on a laptop so nobody can enter that device. Now the statistics. Number of cybercrime as per RBI is 10048 2011-12, 8765 in 12-13 and 6035 in 13-14. I know they are decreasing the cybercrime, but the amount of cybercrime is increasing. It's increasing from million to trillion, trillion to zillion. So be aware of cybercrimes. There is also IT Act to stop the crime, to make a very less crime, I can say. No crime, IT Act cannot stop the crime, it can make less. So the people do the cybercrime to stop the crime. It Act of 2000 and further amended in 2008. It provides legal recognition to electronic transaction and facilitates commerce. Section 75 of applicability, 43 was charging section and 66 of punishment. What are the punishment? If you do cybercrime, if you do cybercrime, IT Act will punish you. You will have to go to jail. You will have to pay the money in lakhs, not in thousand or not in 1 rupee, 2 rupee or 3 rupee. You will go to give your school. It is a lakh. Sending offensive message through communication device make you 3 years of imprisonment. Dishonesty, 3 years imprisonment with 1 lakh fine. Identity theft, 3 years of imprisonment with 1 lakh. Cheating by Personation 3 years and 1 lakh. Violation of privacy 2 lakh. Cyber terrorism lifetime imprisonment. And terrorism object material 1 communication 3 years jail, and second it's 5 years jail. At last I would also and say last that so cybercrime is all about this only. So stay safe, don't be a victim. I warn you, don't be a victim. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal. Now I request Mr. Nagarani to digitalization and role of auditors. हमारा काम उधर है, मैं दोनों चीज लेकर याद करेंगे. Please, sir.
Honorable Chairman of the session, CAP Lakshmana Rao sir, distinguished paper presenter colleagues, and the galaxy of chartered and future chartered accountants of Vijayawada, a very good afternoon to all of you. Let me change the greetings. The very young and energetic CA students of Vijayawada, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am Rishabh Nagrani from Baroda, Gujarat, to present my paper on topic digitalization limited to the role of auditors. The world is changing very fast. Big will not beat anymore. It will be the fast beating the slow. The maxim aptly describes the emergence of digital economy as far as the transactional cycles of current business processes are concerned. Big is no more the criteria to survive in the market. However, implementing technology at its changing pace indeed is. Each and every business has been touched by digitalization in some or the other way. Now, before understanding the role of auditors, let us understand the meaning of word digitalization. So what is digitalization? Digitalization is shaping a business, dramatically changing it by the help of technology and in the purpose of generating new revenue possibilities and changing the business model. To be precise, it is the conversion of manual business processes to digital format. For an example, when you step into a shoe store, what happened previously was you select a shoe, then the shopkeeper goes to the warehouse and see whether the size of shoe is available or not. Now they are maintaining this inventory management systems to check out whether the size of shoe is available or not, thereby saving the time of sales staff and the customer. So this is the impact of digitalization, which is saving the time of sales staff and customers, but this requires the auditors to be more aware of the threats of this digitalization over the data and what are the controls prevalent in the business processes. Digitalization and audit function. Now, auditors have historically played a key role in providing investor and stakeholder confidence through the verification of financial information, professional skepticism, evaluation of controls, and improving the same. Now, with digitalization, the role of auditors does not change. What changes is the tools that are available to perform the audit procedures. So, the basic role that we perform, that is application of professional skepticism, financial statement verification, these all prevail. Evaluation of internal controls. What gets added is the reams of data and the data security measures. So digitalization, role of auditors. I have here bifurcated the role of auditors as modified existing roles and additions to the roles of auditors. So modified existing roles are those roles which will prevail in spite of the digitalization era, which used to prevail in the conventional transaction cycles also, and additions to the roles are those specifically for data protection and data security. So what we used to do till now, we used to prepare the audit reports in the computer, we used to prepare the annexures in the computer, we used to legalize the documents in the computers. Now we will have to use the computers to analyze the data, and data analysis, big data analytics, which is the most emerging word in this time, has to be considered by the auditors to be relevant in the society. So, to begin with modified existing roles, the 3 modified existing roles as presented by me are understanding the business process and flow of data, data analysis and population testing, and evaluation of digital controls. The first one, business process and audit approach. This is in line with the Standard on Auditing 200, understanding the client's entity and overall objectives of audit. Okay, so till now what we used to do, we used to understand the client's entity, we used to refer the MOA, AOA. Now what we require is the understanding of business processes. From the understanding of business processes, we have to learn what is the data available, what is the reliability of data available, what is the risk of data and controls over it. Again, draw connections to these processes and then frame an audit approach. Why I focus more on audit approach? Previously we used to have generalized audit approaches. Like if I use one audit approach at a pharmaceutical client place, the same I use at a plant and machinery manufacturing client place. This will not work in the era of digitalization. You have to prepare customized audit approaches based on the client's data flow. Data flow you will come to know once you come to know the business processes. So this is dramatically going to change as far as digitalization is concerned. The second point is data analysis and population testing. Now this is the role when big data analytics is concerned. Previously we used to confirm the obvious. Confirm the obvious means vouching, verification of bank reconciliation statements. These all are not required. These all are considered as a waste of time as far as international standards are concerned. Now when I say waste of time, I don't mean that these are not to be covered. They are to be given less time. In spite of this, we have to consider population testing, that is 100% of data where the risk of data is high, where the risk of data being averse is high. So we have to population testing of those where the risk is high and not confirming the obvious like vouching and verification. The second thing is we have to use an exploratory audit approach, not a checklist based audit approach. Previously we are using the checklist based audit approach where our scope is limited to the checklist that we are being provided. Now here we need to assess what are the circumstances at the client place and frame more dynamic audit approaches. The third one is evaluation of digital controls. This is the IFC framework. Now why I incorporated the internal financial control framework in my presentation is when you have considered the internal financial audit of any entity, what processes you have considered are like procurement to pay, order to cash, payroll processing and such all other processes. But you have forgotten to consider the information technology process which requires to be commented under section 143 regarding its adequacy and operative effectiveness of specifically the IT controls along with business processes. So how to frame an opinion on the IT controls of a particular entity. So this has been divided into 4 parts. Preliminary IT risk and controls assessment, evaluating control design. Evaluating control design is concerned with the adequacy of controls, evaluation of operating effectiveness of IT controls, and observations and remediations, the typical IFC framework. First one, preliminary IT risk and controls assessment. Now here we need to know what is the complexity of business, what is the complexity of data, how much reliable the data will be for the purpose of audit, what are the observations of previous auditors as far as the auditing practices are concerned, and to frame an audit approach considering all this preliminary risk and control framework. Then we have to evaluate the control design. The control design would include getting a satisfactory opinion that the IT controls, the IT general controls and IT application controls are both adequate and operating effectively. At this stage, we need to identify whether there are any whether there is any risk which is suspicion and not being controlled by any person or by any process. The next stage is evaluation of operating effectiveness of IT controls. Now once you are done with verification of adequacy of IT general controls and application controls, you need to switch over to check whether the controls are prevailing, whether the controls are operating effectively in the entity or not. So here I have mentioned certain substantive procedures by which you have to verify the operating effectiveness of controls. Like testing of access controls, data input and validation controls, data security controls, output controls, and automated controls. Next is observations and remediation. This is the typical IFC framework. First, we identify the inadequate controls, issue report to the management, recommend them the remediation plan, and then the timeline for adoption of this recommended control. With this, I end the modified existing roles of auditors, and in the additions in the roles of auditors are all related to data security. So the first one is cyber security, the second one is information governance and data privacy, third one is application risk assessment. Now I am not going to discuss what cyber security is because it will go up to 10-12 minutes, very narrow, very huge term. Okay, so data loss detection evaluation. Here we have to check who are the person responsible in the event of data leakage. When some sensitive information of business is being transferred to someone, who is the person looking over to this transaction? Second one, as my friend response plan review as far as auditor is concerned, is whether the person who has been given the responsibility in the event of security malfunctioning, whether he is aware of his troubleshooting activities or not. Because it has been seen sometimes at the international level that the person who is responsible for incident response plan review is not even aware of what the company expects from him. So these are all to be checked by the auditors. Insider threat and vulnerability analysis. Insider threat would be the employees which are going to leave the entity. Now the employees who are going to leave the entity should not be exposed to all the confidential information of the entity. So this has to be kept in mind by someone who has been given specific responsibility to this. Information governance and data privacy. Information accountability review. Now here, whether all the records of the company, security, privacy, all the records have been specifically placed at a certain location, and at the next stage, personal information mapping review. All the servers where the data is stored has been mapped, and who are the control owners are being defined so that the auditors can check and comment on the adequacy. Data destruction audit. Now once we are done with particular assignment, the entity, they have to destruct the data, because the data may be used for a malified motive if got in someone's hand. So the auditors need to check whether the data is being destructed once it loses its importance. Next is applications risk assessment. This is specifically for the applications developed by some companies. When the data encryption assessment, when the directors of the company or key managerial personnel who are reviewing the management information systems from mobile devices, whether certain hygiene checks related to password, patch programs, updates are being made to these applications or not. So the flow is like data access per delegation, password hygiene checks, security guidance, patch and update frequency should be there. Application development, security risk assessment. Now the applications which are being developed by the company in-house require many updates, require many review of threat and vulnerability. So what is the frequency of reviewing these threats and vulnerability? What is the frequency of this update? Whether it is adequate or not is to be verified by the auditor. Conclusion. To conclude with, I would like to draw your attention to the words of CA Nilesh Vikamse, Honorable President Mother ICAI. He said during his address at the 35th annual conference of Dubai chapter recently in the month of April, he said, whatever is not relevant to the society extincts. How many of you use here the typical handheld mobile devices, the keypad mobile phones? How many of you? See, only 5 to 10% of people use here the mobile handheld devices. What Vikamse sir had to say, whatever is not relevant to society, whatever loses importance in the society, extincts. This he had to say owing to the increasing limitations of audit and the reliability of financial statements that the members of institute are certifying. So, according to him, the days of the auditing profession will be numbered if we are not doing something. At this juncture of digitalization, the auditing profession stands at a crossroad to gain back its importance by dramatically changing the role of auditors from a checklist-oriented approach to an exploratory and customized audit approach, changing from just a compliance-oriented approach to really a value-adding approach, changing the audit from ticks to clicks. Thus, I would like to conclude with the saying of Narendra Modi ji during his speech of digitalization, which is also applicable to our auditing profession. Reform, perform and transform, otherwise you will not survive in the market. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Smita Sri to on the topic MS Excel analytical tool.
Or not, please tell me. Good morning everyone, myself Vishmita Sri. I came from Darbhanga, Bihar. My topic is MS Excel Analytical Tool. It has apparently obvious that our technology has exceeded our humanity, as Albert Einstein said. Technology, the word well enough is described to everything, and this is the point which I want to discuss with you in the name of information technology is MS Excel, which is focused on fully the business functions of the organization. As we can see, when a man fell on the ground, his reaction is like as ah, and some people's reaction is like as ha ha ha. However, your iPhone is fell on the ground, everyone's reaction is like as ah, is it okay? So it is very clear to all of you that your iPhone is far more precious than you. In the current business scenario, each and every business uses information technology. Even a small business organization uses a specialized software which is specifically used for the small and medium enterprises. So we can say that as the technology increases in our life day by day, these type of tech effects will be in near future. How babies will be born in near future. One word of information technology is icebreaker. Now I will take a very simple example for the basic understanding of listeners' mind. How a ship needs an icebreaker to cross the sea. In the same way, if we want to, means if a chartered accountant wants to work efficiently in their profession, then he needs MS Excel in their work. What is Excel? Excel is an electronic spreadsheet. It's provided by Microsoft Office. It is a combination of rows and columns. An electronic spreadsheet which is used to storing, manipulating and providing, organizing data. Need of accounting or auditing software. Why we need accounting or auditing software at this time? At this time we work at global level. We have to face at international level organizations. There are huge amount of data and we have to speed up our work capacity and speed up our work speed with the international organizations. So at this time we have to deal with huge amount of data, and without the auditing software we can't handle these huge amount of data. So performing audit or accounting without software is hardly an option. Considerations in use of Excel. Persons must have computer knowledge, expertise and experience of person. Availability of IT, suitable computer must be available, facilities and necessary computer-based accounting systems and files would be there. Then we can use MS Excel on it. When use of Excel is not practical, when there is no data in soft copy, when there is no experience, if you have no experience in MS Excel, how to use formulas, different types of formulas, then there is no need to, you have to use Excel. When data is misleading, if this is completely works on garbage in and garbage out. If your input is wrong, then your output is obviously wrong. So it will be unable to get a correct result. When it is difficult to take decisions analytically. How Excel help us? Excel help us in our profession. The most popular software which speed up our work to maintain accounts in a reliable, efficient and effective way. Some functions of Excel are as, some silent features are as importing files for analysis, selecting or extracting required records, detecting gaps and duplicates, aging analysis, pivot tables, digital analysis for fraud detection, sampling and many more than that. We are discussed these all in later slides.
Importing data from databases and files. At this point, I have a practical experience. When we demand data from the bank and they give us data for TDS return filing, they give us data in text files, and that is very difficult to work with text files that use amount of data to feed in our software. From this feature of Excel, we can go to data tab and click on it and then easily import that text file into Excel and then export in Excel format. And now finally you can apply all features of Excel at this Excel file. So it makes your work very easy. Selecting or extracting required records, you can give your criteria and get the data selected records from as per according your criteria. Aging analysis. This feature is especially used for the debtors and creditors which remains due for remain long time. Pivot table reports. Pivot table reports, we can get these features from Excel. We have to go insert tab and then click on the pivot report tables. The top management has not so many times to deal huge amount of data to see in detail and give decisions. So from this feature we can summarize our data. The pivot tables cannot change the data, but it totals sums up the data or give the comparative capability to compare all the data and give decisions analytically on this basis as in chart form or graph forms. Detecting duplicates. From this feature we can also detect easily from different types of if the same entry is 2 times or 3 times or any other more. This also feature came in data tab. Digital analysis for fraud detection. From this feature we can detect fraud. Some additional features are also add or delete rows and columns. If we work in an Excel file and we consider it that some rows are not added in previously, then we can easily delete some rows and columns in later. Transpose. From this feature we can easily transverse some selected columns if we want to convert it into the rows or vice versa. From this feature we can select the specific column, copy it and then click where we want to start our column, then right click and go to the paste special option and paste there. Then we can get that specific columns data is in rows. Conditional formatting. From this feature we can also get formatting our some specific data. For example, if we have huge amount of data of TDS return filing and you have to get only who has PAN is not available, then you can easily go to the filter tab, select the all data, give the criteria that PAN not available, then you can show, then it can show the all data which has not PAN not available and you can formatting in by color or by other things. VLOOKUP function. This function is very good formula for, especially in project reports. This function we can use when we need sheet 1 data in sheet 2. We have to use sheet 1 calculated data in sheet 2. Generally we use this data in project report. We can see when we need to different ratios, we have to calculate different ratios. Then from this function we can easily calculate these ratios. Simple mathematical functions, add less or many more. If a statement like this, from this feature we can use, if for example if D2 is equal to Greifinger or anything, PAN not available, then it's some value, if this show that correct value, then it's output, otherwise the false output. Advantages of using Excel. From these features, it is very clear to all of you that investigation of 100% population is possible. It is capable of dealing with large volumes of data, fraud detection mechanism and cost effective. Points to consider in using Excel formula. Identify the computer. First of all, we have to find the computer personnel who have idea about the Excel, who may participate in storing and manipulating data by using Excel. Ensure that the Excel formulas are properly controlled and documented so that if any mistake in your formula, then your whole output becomes wrong. Arrange the administrative activities including the necessary skills and computer facilities. Personnel must have to deal with Excel formulas, execute the Excel formulas, and finally we execute the formulas and evaluate the results so that we can get results right or wrong. We can see. There are two types of software. Generally there are two types of software: generalized audit software and specialized audit software. Generalized audit software for general purpose. We all use like MS Excel, MS Office, MS Word, etc. And specialized software. This type of software is specifically designed as per the demand of the organization and as per their requirement. Different names of software used in accounting and auditing. As you all heard about these names: CAT, Tally, Oracle, SAP, Sage, Wave, Xero, Zenjo, etc. Regulatory authorities permitted to use software: the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the Institute of Internal Auditors, Delhi, Information System Audit and Control Association. These Excel features, if you have to deal with Excel, then these Excel features is generally embedded in these type of softwares. Either it is generalized software or is specialized software. The methodologies: if you deal with data in your Excel file, then you can deal with any software and with speed up your work. Either in Tally, in all software you get the features to import the Excel file and make your work easy. So you have to must have better knowledge of Excel. Conclusion: the methodologies. Now I will conclude. My topic is like that. As many of our technology is exceeded, but no one every technology can do thousands or lakhs ordinary man works, but no technology can work of one extraordinary man. So the methodologies and formula imbibed in Excel like pouring a glass of water in the sea, and the shortcut to gain the control in the Excel spreadsheet is continuous practice of the same. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, madam. So all the speakers, three speakers have completed the presentation of their paper. So Mr. Goel, he has talked about cyber frauds. He has done good research. He has collected lot of facts and figures. I have gone through his paper. He has done good research. And not only that, he advised you and he has taught you how to do the cyber fraud. He told you about hacking also. In the beginning, at the introduction stage, they have announced you that he is making money. It is not by unethical hacking, by doing ethical hacking. So you all must learn and understand the difference between the ethical hacking. Don't be a cracker. A person doing unethical hacking will become a cracker. Be an ethical hacker. That is the best way of earning money while doing CA also. And not only that, he has explained about various frauds, tax returns frauds. Of course, luckily, so far not reported in India, but he has referred the case in America. And identity theft. This is the most dangerous threat in IT. So it is happening in almost all computers, including our computer also. This identity theft is happening. So simple example. So you have searched for bus from Vijayawada to Hyderabad. After 10 minutes, go to any place. You go to the net, you go to any place, you will get a pop-up message. Do you want to travel to Hyderabad? That means somebody is following you. Half an hour back you have searched for Vijayawada to Hyderabad ticket. After half an hour or 1 hour, when you have gone to ICI.org to see the new syllabus, madam is telling July onwards new syllabus is coming. You have gone to search that new syllabus. There you will get a pop-up message, Vijayawada to Hyderabad ticket available at cheap rate. That means somebody is following you. Whenever you are doing any browsing in the net, somebody is following you. So you must be careful. That is the reason we explain you, whenever you complete your browsing, close your browser. You keep your credentials confidential. So like that you have explained very nicely, and there is one good thing for us. He explained that the solution for this cyber fraud will be the security audit. So at present, what security audits we are conducting are mainly checklist audits we are conducting, because as chartered accountants we have got only theoretical knowledge about the computers and computer knowledge. So better you develop the technical skills also. So and that is the reason our institute is also developing, remove the discuss paper, and they want to give the practical training in that subject. You develop that knowledge, that will be very useful. He discussed about the IT Act, various provisions of IT Act. Even for our exam purpose also, in CA final, we have got that IT Act. 15 to 20 marks questions are from that section only. He has touched upon that IT Act also. And thank you, sir, your paper is very good. In the same way, Mr. Nagarani, I told you in the beginning itself, I don't know that he is from Gujarat, so I know, because the moment he is talking about digitalization, he is from Gujarat only. So here, I am not against digitalization or anything. Digitalization is a necessity, it must happen. But one slogan what we quoted about Narendra Modi ji is reform and perform, isn't it? So I have personal opinion that the government has to perform first for digitalization, and then reform will be better. I got certain figures also. So all of us are having debit cards. Can anybody tell me how many debit cards are there in India? Guess what? No negative marking here, no negative. Sir? Around 85 crores. March 2017 Reserve Bank of India figures I am telling. Around 85 crores debit cards are there. How many credit cards are there? Guesswork only. 3 crores, 3.5 crores. How many point of sale machines are there? POS machines where you have to swipe. Any guess? నానా కోట్లలో లేవు, లక్షల్లోనే ఉన్నాయి. 25 lakhs. I am quoting official figures, March 2007 Reserve Bank figures. Point of sale machines in India, 25 lakhs only. And number of ATMs in India, at least we all know. Last November and December we have, every day it is coming in newspapers. How many ATMs are there in India? 2,20,000. So this is the situation now. So it is better if this infrastructure is improved, and later on if the digitalization happens, it is good. But of course, it is not in my Nagarani's hand or in my hand. So they have, people at the top have to take the care of it. I hope they will take care. But he nicely explained the importance of data, what are the thefts that may happen to the data, what are the controls that may be there for data, and what are the new areas for the chartered accountants. We must be a data analytic. Data analysis has got lot of scope, but always here chartered accountants, as a practicing chartered accountant from last 33 years, and as a president of ISACA Vijayawada chapter, I can tell you, we are all thinking in a traditional way. Definitely what he said is 100% correct. We have to change our thinking. Salary return we are filing, only we are thinking about salary return, income tax audit. There are so many new areas, this data analysis and data security and information security. These are all the new areas which we have to catch, and he nicely explained. And he has explained the destruction of data also. This is very important. Many organizations, after the time is over, so they won't retain the data. They don't maintain policies how to destruct the data. That is also important. Normally all organizations will concentrate on as long as they are keeping the data with them. Once the work is over, it can't be thrown out. మన సిఏ చదివినాక ఎగ్జామ్స్ అయిపోయినాక పుస్తకాలు పారేస్తామే, అలా పారేయకూడదు. డేటా షుడ్ బి kept secret, and if it is to be destroyed in a systematic way. So he has explained very nicely, and thank you, sir. Then finally he said, change of methods and attitude of the auditors. So auditors must change our attitude and methods of conducting the audit. He rightly explained that. And finally, madam, Excel. I told you in the beginning, because Excel itself is an excellent tool which we all must learn. We must masterize in Excel. I will tell you, I don't know whether it is right or wrong to speak on this now, whether you pass CA or not, if you are an expert in MS Excel, you will be a good successful man. Because the market potentiality is like that. Expert, MS Excel, all accountants for data analysis, if you are an expert in Excel, that is over. You can earn more than a chartered accountant. Once you are an expert in Excel, you can earn more than a chartered accountant. So keep that in mind. Madam has tried to explain you so many formulas, so many functions of the Excel. She has tried her best, and she explained very nicely. But only thing here I will tell you, we are all doing in our articles office, we are all filing 15G and H. Yes, Sunama? Have you seen bulk filing of 15G and H in your office? Bulk filing. How you are doing? How you are doing a bulk filing of 15G and H? You are downloading one utility from the income tax website. So that utility is in Excel file, CSV file. That is an Excel table. There you are entering your data. First you prepare Excel table. That Excel table will be converted into CSV file. Then you are uploading. So that is the use of Excel. Suppose you are filing 1015G forms. If you have to make data entry for each form, how much time it will take? Suppose if it is an Excel, one table Excel, prepare one table, convert into CSV file, upload in the income tax site. Within half an hour, you can file 1015G or H forms. That is the power of the Excel. So that we have to learn. And coming days, in the GST, all businessmen have to upload their invoices. Just think of a big organization of State Bank of India. For 200 rupees and extra, whatever bank charges they collect, they have to give invoice. For each customer, DD charges, RTGS charges, NEFT charges, processing charge, locker rent or anything, whatever charges they collect, about 200 rupees, they have to issue invoice. Not only issue the invoice, they have to upload all these invoices in their GST return. Imagine how many invoices will be there for a bank. So that is the power of the Excel. Please try to understand it and try to learn the Excel. Thank you, madam. So I request the organizers.
I call upon Honorable Krishna to present
Thank you very much, sir. I request all the students to remain seated until we sing the national anthem. We have valedictory session now, and we have a very, very special guest with us. We will introduce you. Yes, sir, please. Friends, I may again remind you that feedback drop boxes are made available in the corridors. After singing of the national anthem, when you leave, make sure that you drop your feedback form into the box provided there. I request CA ASRSS Shivaprasad, Chairman Sikasa, to come on to the dais. I call upon Sandesh Chaudhary to present a memento to ASRSS Shivaprasad. I request Dr. C.A. Nagavalli, Secretary Vijayawada branch, to come on to the desk. Dr. C.A. Nagavalli will join us in a short while from now. In the meantime, I request C.A. Ramohan Reddy, Chairman Vijayawada branch, to come on to the desk. Pranavi shall present a bouquet to Chairman C.A. Ramohan Reddy. I request C.A. Akkai Naidu, past Chairman Vijayawada branch, to come on to the desk. I call upon Yuvasri to present a bouquet to C.A. Akkai Naidu. I request Dr. C.A. Nagavalli, Secretary Vijayawada branch, to come on to the desk. Shankar shall present a bouquet to Dr. C.A. Nagavalli. I request C.A. C.H. Pramod, past Chairman Vijayawada branch, to come on to the desk. I call upon Siva to present a bouquet to C.A. C.H. Pramod. Friends, it's my pleasure in inviting Sri Bindu Madhav Garikipati, IPS, who is a ranker in the recently conducted examinations. Please come on to the dais, sir. Vansi Krishna shall present a bouquet to Sri Bindu Madhav Garikipati, IPS. Now I call upon TV Ravinder Reddy, Secretary Sikasa, to come on to the stage and deliver his address.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear friends, good evening everyone. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this gracious occasion. I thank Board of Studies of ICI for letting us host prestigious event like this that has been immensely useful to our students. We are grateful to CA MP Vijay Kumar, CA E Falgun Kumar, CA Sangu Ramakrishna, CA TV Ramana, CA P Lakshman Rao for chairing the technical sessions patiently and giving an effective summary on each topic. Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance. We thank CA M. Devara Reddy, CA Sarvan Prasad, CA Praveen Kumar, SVGK Murli Krishna, and Ms. Prem Bhutani for chairing these special sessions and motivating students. We thank student speakers who have come from a long way to share their knowledge with us and bring an idea on different academic topics. I, on behalf of SICASA of Vijayawada branch of ICA, extend my wholehearted thanks to branch chairman CA V. Ram Mohan Reddy, vice chairman, secretary, and other committee members of the branch for their coordination and cooperation. On behalf of SICASA team, I thank CA ASRHS Shiv Prasad for his inspiring leadership and motivating spirit while working for the conference. And now, it's time to extend my thanks to committee heads and members of registration, souvenir, venue, food, travel, kit, public relations, and IT committees. And most importantly, the volunteers who have worked day and night to make this conference a big success. A big thank you to all of you people. Lastly, our heartfelt thanks to you delegates for your active participation and big hearts for overlooking any minor mistakes had they been taken place. On this auspicious occasion of successful event of CS student fraternity, I request one and all to take a vote to attend conference like this to improve your knowledge to the next level and make yourself better. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ravindra Reddy. Thank you. Now I request CA ASRHS Shiv Prasad, Chairman SICASA, to address the gathering.
బ్రాంచ్ చైర్మన్ రామ్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు, సెక్రటరీ గారు, నాగవల్లి గారు, అక్కయ్య నాయుడు గారు, ప్రమోద్ గారు, అండ్ IPS and others, dear students. First of all, I would like to say my profound thanks to you all for attending in a big number and continuously presenting in the seminar and making it a grand success. ఈ సంవత్సరం ఇప్పుడు మనకి చాలా అంటే BYS వాళ్ళు ఆర్గనైజ్ చేస్తున్న ఈ సెమినార్ని హోస్ట్ చేస్తున్న ఈ సెమినార్లో మనకి అంటే సబ్జెక్ట్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా 2 రోజులు వస్తున్న మార్పులకు అనుగుణంగా డిసైడ్ చేసిన ఈ సెమినార్లో పాల్గొన్న విద్యార్థుల సంఖ్య 1327, which is a very prestigious number and a happy number for our branch. రెండు రోజులు మేము ఈ సమావేశాన్ని నిర్వహించడానికి ప్లాన్ చేసినప్పుడు ఎట్లాగైతే ప్లాన్ చేశామో అంత ఆర్గనైజ్డ్గా మీరందరూ డిసిప్లిన్గా ఉండి అన్ని సెషన్స్ పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయడం చాలా దిగ్విజయంగా జరిగిందండి. మేము అనుకున్న షెడ్యూల్ ప్రకారము నిన్న మార్నింగ్ సెషన్లో మినిస్టర్ గారు పత్తిపాటి పుల్లారావు గారు రావాల్సింది, ఆయనకి సీఎం గారు ప్రోగ్రాంతో ఉండడంతో రాలేకపోయారు. అయినా కూడా ఆయన మెసేజ్ సొంతంగా స్వహస్తాలతో సైన్ చేసి మనకు పంపించారు. దాన్ని సావనీర్లో పబ్లిష్ చేశాము. దేవరాజరెడ్డి గారు మన పాస్ట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు సావనీర్ని ఆవిష్కరిస్తూ CA విద్యార్థులు చదువుకునే స్టేజ్లో చదువుకి సంబంధించి ఎట్లాంటి ప్రిపరేషన్ ఉండాలి, ఎటువంటి అవగాహన కల్పించుకోవాలి అనే విషయాలు చాలా సవివరంగా చెప్పారు. అవన్నీ నిన్న మీకు చాలా సోదాహరణంగా వివరించారు. అట్లాగే గురుగారు MP విజయకుమార్ గారు, మన SIRC మాజీ చైర్మన్ ఫల్గున్ కుమార్ గారు, వైస్ చైర్మన్ నౌ ప్రెజెంట్ అడిసిమిల్లి వెంకటేశ్వరరావు గారు, వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా మీకు చక్కని సూచనలు సలహాలు ఇచ్చారు. నిన్న ఈరోజు జరిగిన సెమినార్స్లో మనకి మారుతున్న ఆర్థిక పరిస్థితుల్లో ఇన్ని చట్టాల్లో వస్తున్న మార్పుల్లో చార్ట్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ రోల్ ఏంటి, వీటిని ఎట్లా ఫేస్ చేయాలి, FCS అంటే మేమందరం FCS అండి, 5 ఏళ్ళు ప్రాక్టీస్ అయిపోయింది, ఫెలో ఆఫ్ చార్ట్ అకౌంటెంట్స్. మీరందరూ కూడా FCSఏ, యు ఆర్ ఆల్ ఫ్యూచర్ చార్ట్ అకౌంటెంట్స్. కాబట్టి మీరు FCS ఫ్యూచర్ చార్ట్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ ఎటువంటి అవగాహన కల్పించుకోవాలి అనే విషయంలో ప్రవీణ్ కుమార్ గారు చాలా చక్కగా వివరించారు. అట్లాగే జిఎస్టీ మనకి జూలై 1 వెరీ 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 ఇంపార్టెంట్ డే. నిన్న ఎంపీ విజయ్ కుమార్ గారు చెప్పారు. ఎన్ని రకాలుగా అంటే మనకి 3 రకాలుగా అండి. ఫస్ట్ జిఎస్టీ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ మన ప్రొఫెషనల్గా సంబంధిస్తే, చదువు పరంగా సంబంధిస్తే ఇంట్రడక్షన్ ఆఫ్ న్యూ సిలబస్. అసలు మనకి వృత్తిపరంగా మన అందరికీ కామన్గా సంబంధిస్తే జూలై 1 ఈజ్ ది చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ డే. కాబట్టి 3 రకాలుగా కూడా రాబోయే 1 జూలై ఏ వెరీ క్రూషియల్ డే ఫర్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ అస్. ఇందులో ఈ జిఎస్టీ ఇంట్రడక్షన్లో మన చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంట్స్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ అవుతున్న ఈ జిఎస్టీ దీని ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఉన్నాయని మనం అందరం చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉన్నాం. నిజంగా కూడా ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఉన్నాయండి. ఆపర్చునిటీసే కాదు, ఆపర్చునిటీస్తో పాటు థ్రెట్స్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. కాబట్టి మనం ఆపర్చునిటీస్ని సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. అంటే మనం ఎంత జాగ్రత్తగా జిఎస్టీ యాక్ట్ని అవగాహన చేసుకోవాలి అని సంగు రామకృష్ణ గారు చాలా చక్కగా వివరించారు. అది మాకు కూడా ఇవాళ చాలా గైడింగ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ కింద ఉంది. ఫర్ విచ్ వీఆర్ వెరీ థ్యాంక్ఫుల్ టు సంగు రామకృష్ణ గారు. నెక్స్ట్, అందరం చేస్తున్నది మీరందరూ విద్యార్థులు, నేను విడిగా చెప్పక్కర్లేదు. మనం ఏం చదువుతున్నాం అంటే మామూలుగా అందరూ బాగా కష్టపడి చదువుతున్నారు. స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ చదవడము, స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ చదవకపోవడము. అంటే మన స్టడీ సిస్టంలో ఉన్న 2 ఇష్యూస్లో కనుక చూస్తే, పొద్దున మన టీవీ రమణ గారు చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ గారు కంపెనీ లా సెషన్ చైర్మన్ గారు స్టడీ మెటీరియల్లో ఉన్న డిఫరెన్స్ ఒకే ఒక సెంటెన్స్లో చక్కగా చెప్పారండి. ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ ఆఫ్ లా. చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ అందరికీ కూడా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్గా రావాల్సింది ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ ఆఫ్ లా. ఒక సెక్షన్లో ఒక డెఫినేషన్ కానీ ఒక ప్రొవిజన్ కానీ ఇంటర్ప్రిట్ చేయడం అనేది మన సిఐ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ మెటీరియల్లో రీసెర్చ్ కమిటీ వాళ్ళు చాలా ఆర్గనైజ్డ్గా ప్రొఫెషనల్గా పర్ఫెక్ట్గా ఒక ఎక్స్పర్ట్ ఎట్లా అయితే డిఫైన్ చేసి మనకి ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ ఇస్తారో అట్లాది మనకి స్టడీ మెటీరియల్లో ఉంటుంది. అది మిగతా మెటీరియల్స్లో ఉండదు. కాబట్టి స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ తప్పనిసరిగా చదవాలి అని చాలా చక్కని సూచన చేశారండి. నేను మీకు సభాముఖంగా అందరినీ కోరేది ఏంటంటే, స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్కి సంబంధించిన అదర్ పబ్లికేషన్స్ ఏవైనా కూడా చాలా థరోగా చదవండి. అంటే మన ప్రాక్టీస్ మాన్యువల్, ఇంకా సమ్ ఆర్టీబీస్ ఎక్సెట్రా ఏవో ఉంటాయి. అట్లాగే సజెస్టెడ్ ఆన్సర్స్ ఇవన్నీ జాగ్రత్తగా చదువుకోమని మీకు నా సూచన. అట్లాగే బిఓఎస్ చైర్మన్ గారు బిఓఎస్ ఉద్దేశాలు, అసలు కాన్ఫరెన్సే బిఏఎస్ వాళ్ళు ఆర్గనైజ్ చేస్తుంటే ఇక్కడ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఇంత యాక్టివ్గా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తున్నారు. వీళ్ళకి సందేహాలు ఎట్లాంటివి ఏమన్నా ఉంటే క్లారిటీ ఇవ్వడం కోసం వారు ఢిల్లీ నుంచి వచ్చి బిఓఎస్ ఉద్దేశాలను వివరిస్తూ మీరు అడిగిన అన్ని ప్రశ్నలకి సమాధానాలు చెప్పారు. ఇంక మీకు ఏమైనా డౌట్స్ ఉంటే మనం కనుక మెయిల్ పంపిస్తే రిప్లై చేస్తామని వారు మనకు తెలియజేశారు. కాబట్టి మీకు ఇంకా సిలబస్ స్టూడెంట్గా మీకు ఏమైనా ఇష్యూస్ కనుక ఏమైనా ఉంటే యూ కెన్ గెట్ క్లారిఫికేషన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ దెమ్. అట్లాగే ఇంకా మనకి లాస్ట్ జనరల్ టాపిక్ సెషన్ లక్ష్మణరావు గారు ఆయన మొదలు పెడుతూనే ఏది కవిత కాదు అనరం అని కుక్కపిల్ల సబ్బిళ్ళ చాలా చెప్పి, అట్లాగే చివరికి అంత సింపుల్గా కాకుండా నేర్చుకోవాల్సింది చాలా ఉంది అని, చాలా మనం కష్టమని ఫీల్ అవుతున్న డిజిటలైజేషన్కి సంబంధించిన ఇష్యూస్ చాలా ఈజీగా కవితకి ఏది అనర్హం కాదని ఎట్లా చెప్పారో మనకు అర్థం చేసుకోవడం ఏది కష్టం కాదు అని చెప్పి ఆయన ముఖతః మనం విని చాలా వీ హ్యావ్ అబ్టైన్డ్ ఇనఫ్ నాలెడ్జ్. దీస్ ఆర్ ది బ్రీఫ్ డీటెయిల్స్ ఆఫ్ దిస్. వీటన్నింటికి ఇంకొక వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఏంటంటే, నిన్న జరిగిన మోటివేషనల్ సెషన్స్లో మురళీ గారు ఒకటి చెప్పారండి. ఏంటంటే చివరి ఆయన క్లోజింగ్ ఐ రిమెంబర్ వన్స్ ఏంటంటే, ఆయన ఒక 35 ఇయర్స్ నుంచి ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఫీల్డ్లో ఉండి ఓన్లీ గురువుగానే ఆయన లైఫ్ లీడ్ చేస్తున్న పర్సను. మన బ్రాంచి ఇన్స్టిట్యూటు గురువులు మాస్టర్లు అందరి తరపున ఆయన కూడా ఒక ఉత్తమ ఉపాధ్యాయుడి కింద మీకు అందరికీ ఆశీస్సులు అందజేశారు. మీకు అందరికీ శుభం కలగాలని వన్స్ అగైన్ నేను దాన్ని మళ్ళీ మన్నం చేసుకుంటూ, మీరందరూ కూడా త్వరగా మీరు ఈ సిఏ ప్రొఫెషనల్ కోర్సు నుంచి పర్ఫెక్ట్ ప్రొఫెషనల్స్గా రూపొందుకుని మన ప్రొఫెషన్కి గౌరవం తీసుకొస్తారని, ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆశయాలను మీరందరూ నెరవేరుస్తారని నేను ఆశిస్తూ, మీకు వన్స్ అగైన్ మీకు కూడా నా ఆశీస్సులు అందరి తరఫున అందజేస్తూ నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు సెలవు కోరుతున్నాండి. అందరూ నమస్తే విజయవాడ చెప్పారు. నేను నమస్తే విజయవాడ, నమస్తే టు ఐసిఐ, నమస్తే టు బిఓఎస్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, C.A. Sivaprasad. I request Secretary Vijayawada branch, Dr. C.A. Nagavalli, to say a few words.
Thank you very much, all the participants. First
first I thank all the
స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరికీ విజ్ఞప్తి, దయచేసి ఒక 15 మినిట్స్లో ఈ వ్యాలిడిటీ అయిపోద్ది. ఎవ్వరూ ఒక్కళ్ళు కూడా వెళ్ళొద్దు, దయచేసి వెళ్తే చాలా మిస్ అవుతారు మీరు. ప్లీజ్.
First, I thank all the student speakers because if you have not sent the paper, there is no conference. So, I appreciate all of you. Sankesh Jain, Abhinav Prasad, I remember few names. Hirani, Vishmita, Revati Naidu, next Sahu, Atulja, Rahul Maheti from Rajasthan. So, thank you very much for sending your papers and presenting papers on the dais. Next, Mayanka Gosar, work contract. Okay. Next, I thank all the students for participating. మమ్మల్ని చాలా మంది భయపెట్టారు దూరమేమో రారని, బట్ మీరు దూరమైనా సరే వచ్చి ఈ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ని చాలా సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా అయ్యేలాగా చేశారు. నెక్స్ట్ ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే డిసిప్లైన్. మీరు డిసిప్లైన్ మెయింటైన్ చేసినందుకు చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్. స్టూడెంట్ స్పీకర్స్ కూడా యూ కేమ్ ఫ్రమ్ డిఫరెంట్ ప్లేసెస్, వెదర్ యూ లైక్ ఆర్ నాట్ అవర్ ఫుడ్, ఎస్పెషల్లీ నార్త్ ఇండియన్స్, బట్ no, we received no comments from you. Okay, thank you. Next, and most of the people, North Indian feels South Indian food is very spicy, but we have not received any one comment from you. Okay, thank you. So, I think satisfied by my arrangements. Okay. సో అందుకే ఇంత సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా చేసినందుకు అందరికీ థ్యాంక్స్. మీకు BOS ఆర్గనైజ్ చేసింది, విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ హోస్టింగ్ దిస్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్. మా మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ అందరూ కూడా ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఇంత సక్సెస్ అవడానికి కారణమైన మా MC మెంబర్స్, నెక్స్ట్ మా పాస్ట్ చైర్మన్, అదర్ మెంబర్స్, నెక్స్ట్ వాలంటీర్స్, ఎస్పెషల్లీ మా బ్రాంచ్ స్టాఫ్. మా బ్రాంచ్ స్టాఫ్ కూడా ఇది ఇంత సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా జరగడానికి వాళ్ళ కోఆపరేషన్ కూడా చాలా ఉంది. బ్రాంచ్ స్టాఫ్ది, స్టూడెంట్స్ది, బ్రాంచ్ స్టాఫ్ అందరిది కూడా. నెక్స్ట్ ఫస్ట్ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పాల్సింది వాళ్ళకి, MC కమిటీ వాళ్ళకి. వాళ్ళు కనుక మినిట్ M2M ప్రోగ్రాము ప్లాన్ చేయటం కానీ, ప్లాన్ చేసింది అప్లై చేయటం కానీ చేయకపోతే ఇది ఇలా ఉండేది కాదు. బోర్ కొట్టేస్తుంది మీకు. ఒక సెషన్ 15 మినిట్స్ అని అది 30 మినిట్స్కి వెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ నెక్స్ట్ ఇంకా లేట్ అయ్యి ఇలాంటివి ఏమీ లేకుండా చేసినందుకు MC కమిటీ, దెన్ ఆల్ కమిటీస్, ట్రావెలింగ్ కమిటీ, ఫుడ్ కమిటీ అందరికీ కూడా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్. సో నేను అనుకోవటం ఈ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ వలన మీకు అట్లీస్ట్ 50% అని చెప్పా ఏదో ఒక యూస్ఫుల్ థింగ్స్ మీరు తెలుసుకునే ఉంటారు. అంటే ఈ టాపిక్స్ అనేవి మీ సిలబస్లో ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి ఆల్రెడీ మీరు చదివి ఉండొచ్చు. ఈ కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్ కండక్ట్ చేసేది ఓన్లీ సబ్జెక్ట్ కోసమే కాదు, మోటివేషనల్. 15 స్టూడెంట్ స్పీకర్స్ ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ టు 1327 స్టూడెంట్స్ అటెండ్ అయ్యింది. సో 15 మెంబర్స్ వాళ్ళని చూసి మిగిలిన స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరూ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్, మోటివేషన్. అంటే మీకు కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్ ఓన్లీ సబ్జెక్ట్ వైజ్ కాదు, సబ్జెక్ట్ అనేది పెడతాం టాపిక్స్, బట్ మీరు వాళ్ళని చూసి మిగిలిన వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా మోటివేట్ అవుతారు, అన్నీ ఉంటాయి. సో అయ్యారనే అనుకుంటున్నాను. నెక్స్ట్ మీలో నుంచి నెక్స్ట్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్కి వస్తారు స్పీకర్స్ అని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఆల్రెడీ ఇంతకుముందు ప్రజెంట్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు కూడా చాలా పేషెంట్స్తో, సాగర్ అండ్ రుత్విక్, they presented papers in the last conferences. They also attended this conference. Thank you very much. So andarki kuda attend అయినందుకు థ్యాంక్స్. సో నెక్స్ట్ మీరు ఇంకా ఉన్నారు స్పీకర్స్, వాళ్ళవి వినండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆల్.
Thank you, madam. Now I request Chairman Vijayawada branch, CA Ramohan Reddy, to say a few words.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, dear students, good evening all of you. With the active participation of our students, the conference became a success. Chartered accountant today is not only serving as a master of historic and traditional functions of accountancy, auditing and taxation, but also playing a new role as a risk manager, forensic auditor, knowledge and environmental auditor, analyst of WTO related acts, leader of corporate governance and so on. Unless a CA does not update himself and is aware of latest changes in the various laws and contemporary issues, he will not be able to face the day-to-day challenges in the profession. The rigorous theoretical and practical training and various programs of curriculum related to the profession are giving fine results. Conferences give both latest knowledge and problem-solving techniques to the students. This conference was possible because of our ICI National President CA Vikram Se Nilesh, Vice President Naveen Gupta, BOS Chairman Atul Kumar Gupta, Vice Chairman Mangesh Panduranga Kirane, SIRC Chairman Kauta Srinivas, ex-officio of Vijayawada branch and past Chairman of SIRC E. Palgun Kumar, and our Central Council members and Regional Council members. We thank all of you, all of them. I also thank our immediate past President of ICICA M. Devaraja Reddy, Central Council member CA MP Vijay Kumar for their valuable sessions, and also thanks to CA E. Palgun Kumar. We thank CA Sarvana Prasad for giving highly valuable message to the students to make the best use of their articles period and achieve success. Murali Krishna Garu is also gave very good advice to our students. I advise the students to follow their advices and get their benefits in near future. I thank all session chairmen, Gu Ramakrishna, P.V. Ramana Garu, P. Lakshman Rao Garu, E. Palgun Kumar Garu, and MP Vijay Kumar Garu, and Praveen Kumar, his advisors in the role of CA and Indian economy. I congratulate all student participants and wish them all the best. I thank our managing committee members of Vijayawada branch and Sikasa committee team and our master of ceremony, CA Netta Ravi Kishore, CA Ram Gopal, CA B Shivaji Prasad. I thank all student volunteers. I thank all committee members, Amar Sudhir, Naveen, Narendra, Dundi Panikumar, and Pramod. I thank BOS Joint Director Prem Bhutani, and I congratulate him for giving answers to the queries raised by the students. I thank Vijayawada branch staff. I thank this conference management and staff for giving our service. I thank electronic and print media. I would like to tell you that Mr. Pramod, Chartered Accountant, is the first man introduced GMCS course in our Vijayawada branch. I would like to tell you a few things. First, every Chartered Accountant should know about health is wealth. Mahatma Gandhi said, physical exercise is also equal importance with the mental exercise. You should have the physical exercise and yoga and pranayama practice. Then only you can relieve the stress. You know, Chartered Accountants course is very difficult thing, and you have to spend more number of hours by reading. If you won't do physical exercise and mental meditation like that, you are going to various diseases like diabetes, heart diseases. You should remember that from this onwards, from today onwards, you do both physical exercise and yoga and pranayama. One should know about the time management. This is very important for our chartered accountants. We have to do regular articles, and we have to attend coaching classes, and also read your study materials and books. You have to balance all these. You have to get proper plan. You have to implement. Then only you will get success. Finally, I would like to tell one quotation of Swami Vivekananda. Take up one idea. Make that one idea your life. Think of it. Dream of it. Live in that idea. Let the brain, muscles, nerves, every part of your body
be full of that idea and just leave every other idea alone. This is the way to success, and this is the way to great spiritual gains are produced. Thank you very much.
Thank you, C.A. Ramohan Reddy. Now I request past Chairman Vijayawada branch, C.A. Akkaya Naidu, to address the gathering.
ఈనాటి ఈ వ్యాలిడిటరీ సెషన్కు అధ్యక్షత వహిస్తున్న మన చైర్మన్ శ్రీ రామ్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు, ఈ 2 days ప్రోగ్రామ్కి హీరో పాస్ట్ చైర్మన్ అండ్ సికాసా చైర్మన్ శ్రీ శివప్రసాద్ గారు, అట్లాగే ఎంఎస్సి పిహెచ్డి చేసి తర్వాత వారి హస్బెండ్ చార్టెడ్ అకౌంటెంట్ అని, నేనెందుకు చార్టెడ్ అకౌంటెంట్ అవ్వకూడదు అనే ఒక ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ తోటి సిఏ కంప్లీట్ చేసి వారి హస్బెండ్ సిఏ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ చైర్మన్ చేశారు విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్, నేనెందుకు అవ్వకూడదని చెప్పి మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీలోకి వచ్చి ఇవాళ అందరికీ ఆడపిల్లలు పర్టికులర్గా ఇక్కడ చాలామంది ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళందరికీ నిజంగా స్ఫూర్తి ఆవిడ. అంటే మ్యారేజ్ అయ్యి అమ్మాయి పుట్టిన తర్వాత సిఏ కోర్సులోకి వచ్చి చదవటం అనేది ఎంత కష్టం. అట్లాంటి వ్యక్తి మేడం, ఇది ఒక మంచి ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ అవుతుందని ఈ 2 మాటలు ఆవిడ గురించి చెప్పాల్సి వచ్చింది. అట్లాగే స్టూడెంట్ సెక్రటరీ, నేను కూడా స్టూడెంట్ లైఫ్లో సికాసా సెక్రటరీగా చేశాను, రవీందర్ రెడ్డి. అట్లాగే ఈరోజు చీఫ్ గెస్ట్గా ఇంకొక 2 ప్రముఖ వ్యక్తులు, మన విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ పాస్ట్ చైర్మన్ ప్రమోద్ గారు, అలాగే మరి ఒక సాధారణమైనటువంటి పరిస్థితి నుంచి వచ్చి అనన్య సామాన్యమైనటువంటి ఒక సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్లో 172వ ర్యాంకు సాధించి మొన్ననే ఐపీఎస్ ఆఫీసర్గా అవ్వబోతున్నటువంటి బిందు మాధవ్ గరికపాటి గారికి, థ్యాంక్ యూ. అట్లాగే మన పాస్ట్ చైర్మన్ లక్ష్మణరావు గారు, అమర్ సుధీర్ గారు, మరి 2 రోజులుగా ప్రోగ్రామ్ని సిస్టమేటిక్గా నడిపిస్తున్నటువంటి మాస్టర్ ఆఫ్ సెరమనీస్ సిఏ నిట్టా రవికిషోర్ గారు, అట్లాగే రామ్ గోపాల్ గారు. ఇక మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ విషయానికి వచ్చేసరికి వైస్ చైర్మన్ ఎంఆర్ ప్రసాద్ గారు, ట్రెజరర్ పూర్ణచంద్రరావు గారు, మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ షరీన్ గారు, అట్లాగే జిఎస్ఆర్ గారు, శివరామ్ కుమార్ గారు. ఇక ఈనాటి ఈ 2 రోజుల ప్రోగ్రాంలో స్టూడెంట్ స్పీకర్స్గా ఉన్నటువంటి స్టూడెంట్స్, అట్లాగే మరి 2 రోజులు ఎంతో ఓర్పుతో క్రమశిక్షణతో డిసిప్లైన్కి మారుపేరు మేము అని చెప్పి అతి త్వరలో సీఏలుగా బయటకు రాబోతున్నటువంటి ప్రియాతి ప్రియమైనటువంటి విద్యార్థులకు, పర్టికులర్గా ఆ పక్క రూమ్లో కూడా ఎంతో పేషెన్స్గా వింటున్నటువంటి విద్యార్థులకు పేరు పేరున నా హృదయపూర్వకమైనటువంటి అభినందనలు, నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. స్టూడెంట్స్, విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ ఒక ప్రెస్టీజియస్ బ్రాంచ్. 1971 ఆగస్టు 18న ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అయింది. అక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి ఫాస్ట్ చైర్మన్స్ అందరూ కూడా అప్పుడు చేసినటువంటి చైర్మన్స్ అందరి స్ఫూర్తితోటి ప్రతి కమిటీ మనం చైర్మన్గా మనం ఒక మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీగా వచ్చాం. స్టూడెంట్స్ కమ్యూనిటీకి మనం ఏమి ఇవ్వాలి, అట్లాగే మెంబర్స్కి ఏమి ఇవ్వాలి అని వాళ్ళ యొక్క ప్రొఫెషన్ని పక్కన పెట్టుకుంటూ మరి బ్రహ్మాండమైనటువంటి సర్వీస్ చేస్తున్నటువంటి మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ అందరికీ కూడా. అట్లాగే ఈ ప్రోగ్రాం నిజంగా స్ఫూర్తి 2010లో మనం కండక్ట్ చేసిన విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ నేషనల్ కన్వెన్షన్. ఆ రోజు సికాసా చైర్మన్గా నేనున్నాను, అది ఒక అదృష్టంగా భావిస్తున్నాను. అక్కడి నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అయినటువంటి ఈ పరంపర ప్రతి సంవత్సరం జరిగిన దానికన్నా ఇంకా మిన్నగా బ్రహ్మాండంగా కార్యక్రమాలు చేస్తూ మరి ఈ 2 రోజులు ఇంత చక్కటి ప్రోగ్రామ్ని ఇక్కడ కండక్ట్ చేసుకోవటం, విద్యార్థులు అందరూ వచ్చి పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయటం, మంచి భవిష్యత్తుకి ఒక స్టూడెంట్ తొందరగా ఎలా క్వాలిఫై అవ్వాలి, ఏం చేస్తే తొందరగా సిఐ బయటకు వస్తారనే విషయాలన్నిటినీ కూడా నిన్న ఇవాళ జరిగినటువంటి సెషన్స్ అన్నింటిలో మీరు ఆ ప్రేరణ పొందడం జరిగింది. ఈ విషయాలన్నిటినీ మనసులో పెట్టుకొని, దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని హైలైట్ చేసుకుంటూ మీ డే టు డే లైఫ్ ఉండాలని, మీ అందరూ కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి క్వాలిఫై అయినటువంటి ఈ చార్టెడ్ అకౌంటెంట్లు అందరూ కూడా మీలాగా ఒక సామాన్యమైనటువంటి పరిస్థితి నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళే, తెలుగు మీడియం నుంచి కూడా వచ్చిన వాళ్ళే, గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్ నుంచి చదివి వచ్చినటువంటి వాళ్ళే. అట్లా ఉన్నటువంటి మేమందరం కూడా మరి మీ ముందు ఇవాళ నిలబడగలిగాము అంటే ఇది మీరు కూడా ఇట్లాంటి పరిస్థితి రావాలి మీ అందరికి కూడా. ఫ్రెండ్స్, నా పర్సనల్ లైఫ్లో జరిగినటువంటి 2 విషయాలని మీ అందరికి ప్రేరణ కోసం 2 మాటలు చెప్పదలుచుకున్నాను. సిఏ సురేష్ అండ్ బాబులో ఆర్టికల్స్ జాయిన్ అవుదామని వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మా గురువు గారు సాయి సురేష్ గారు ఒక మాట చెప్పారు. మీరు భోజనం చేసే ప్లేట్లో ఒక్క మెతుకు కూడా లేకుండా భోజనం చేయండి, మీరు సీఏ పాస్ అయిపోతారు అని చెప్పారు. ఈ వర్డ్ నా జీవితాన్ని మార్చేసిందనే విషయం మీ ముందు చెప్తున్నా. ఎందుకు ఆయన చెప్పారో తెలియదు. చెప్పింది చెప్పినట్టుగా గురువులు చెప్పింది కనుక స్టూడెంట్స్ కనుక పాటిస్తే రిజల్ట్స్ ఎట్లా ఉంటుంది అంటే మన టార్గెట్ కొట్టడంలో అసలు ఫెయిల్ అయ్యే క్వశ్చనే లేదండి. దీనికి లైవ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను. ఆ రోజు ఆయన ఎందుకో చెప్పారు ఆ మాట, జస్ట్ భోజనం ప్లేట్లో ఒక్క మెతుకు కూడా లేకుండా తింటే సీఏ అయిపోద్దంట, ఇంకేం కావాలండి. అది ఆచరణలో పెట్టి చూశాను, రిజల్ట్ వచ్చింది. రిజల్ట్ రావడమే కాదు, అదే ఆఫీస్లో ఆర్టికల్స్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత జాబ్ చేయటం, సీఏ పాస్ అయిన తర్వాత 1 ఇయర్ జాబ్ చేసిన తర్వాత మీరు పార్ట్నర్ అవుతారా మాతో పాటు అని చెప్పి అడిగినటువంటి ఆఫీస్. ఈ రోజున అంటే స్టూడెంట్గా ఆ రోజు మనం చెప్పింది చెప్పినట్టు కనుక పాటిస్తే రిజల్ట్స్ ఎట్లా ఉంటాయంటే పాస్ అవ్వటమే కాదు, అక్కడ జాబ్ చేయటమే కాదు, అక్కడే పార్ట్నర్స్ అయ్యేటటువంటి బ్రహ్మాండమైనటువంటి ఆపర్చునిటీ నాకు వచ్చింది. అట్లాగే ఈ సిఏ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్కి చైర్మన్గా కూడా చేసేటటువంటి అవకాశం వచ్చింది. అంటే ఆ రోజు చెప్పినటువంటి వర్డ్ ఆర్టికల్స్ చక్కగా చేయండి, సిన్సియర్గా ఆర్టికల్స్ చేయండి అని చెప్పారు. ఇదొక మాట చెప్పారు. ఈ రెండింటిని స్ఫూర్తిగా తీసుకోవటం, మరి అదే పద్ధతిలో ఆర్టికల్స్ కరెక్ట్గా చేస్తూ ఎగ్జామ్ టైంలో ప్రిపేర్ అవుతూ ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాయటం. మరి సిఏ ఫైనల్లో ఉండగా ఎగ్జామ్ రాస్తూ ఉంటే 2 months మార్నింగ్ 6 to రాత్రి 2 వరకు ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యేవాడిని. అంత కష్టపడి ఇంకెల్లుండి ఎగ్జామ్ ఉందనగా హాస్పిటల్లో అడ్మిట్ చేశారు నన్ను. అంటే మనం తెలియదు హెల్త్ని ఎట్లా కాపాడుకుంటూ చదవాలి అనే విషయం. హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేయటం ఒకటే తెలుసు. డీహైడ్రేషన్ అయిపోయి హాస్పిటల్లో అడ్మిట్ చేసి సెలైన్ బాటిల్స్ ఎక్కించిన తర్వాత రేపు ఎగ్జామ్ ఉందనగా ఇవాళ మార్నింగ్ డిశ్చార్జ్ చేస్తే మరి రేపు వెళ్ళి ఎగ్జామ్ రాయగలనా నేను అనుకున్నటువంటి దశలో మా గురువు గారు గుప్తా గారు, ఆయన అడిగాను, సార్ ఇట్లా ఉంది పరిస్థితి, ఏం చేయమంటారు సార్, నా పరిస్థితి బాగా ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యాను కానీ ఎగ్జామ్ రాయగలిగే పరిస్థితి లేదు, ఇట్లా ఉంది, నీరసంగా ఉంది అని చెప్తే ఆయన ఒకటే మాట చెప్పారు, ప్రాణం పోతున్నా వదిలిపెట్టొద్దు, ప్రాణం పోయినా సరే ఎగ్జామ్ రాయాల్సిందే, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోమని చెప్పి ఒక 2 అటెండెంట్స్ని పంపించి దగ్గరుండి ఎగ్జామ్ హాల్కి తీసుకెళ్ళి మొత్తం ప్రోగ్రామ్ చూడమని పంపించారు. వాళ్ళు వచ్చిన వెంటనే ఆ నీరసంలో కూడా మన కోసం మన గురువు ఇంత ఒక వ్యక్తిని 2 వ్యక్తులను పంపించారు అంటే మన బాధ్యత చాలా ఉంది అని ఆ రోజున నేను వెళ్తాను ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల ఎగ్జామ్కి, మా పేరెంట్స్ నాతో వచ్చి ఇక్కడ ఉంటారండి, నేను యాక్చువల్గా పల్లెటూరు మైలవరం మాది, ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ఇక్కడ ఉండటం, రూమ్లో ఉన్న మాకు పేరెంట్స్ కూడా వస్తారండి, మీరు వెళ్ళిపోండి అని వాళ్ళని పంపించి ఏమైనా సరే ఎగ్జామ్ రాయాలి అని ఆ రోజు అడ్వాన్స్డ్ అకౌంటెన్సీ ఫస్ట్ పేపర్, ఆ పేపర్ రాసే ముందు రోజు నీరసంతో పడుకొని మన స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ని ఒక్కసారి తిప్పాను, అంతే చూద్దాం ఏం జరుగుతుందని. ఎగ్జామ్ హాల్కి వెళ్తే 20 marks క్వశ్చన్ డైరెక్ట్గా స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ నుంచి వచ్చింది. చిన్న మార్పులు ఏంటంటే దాంట్లో ఫిగర్స్ మార్చాడు తప్ప ప్రాబ్లం మొత్తం మెటీరియల్ నుంచి వచ్చింది. ఈ దశలో ఎగ్జామ్ హాల్లో ఫ్రెండ్స్ అందరి వైపు చూస్తే వాళ్ళందరూ ఏంట్రా ఈ పేపర్ మనకు అందట్లేదు, ఇది పోయినట్టేనని చెప్పి వాళ్ళ ఫేస్లు చూశాను. మనం ఈ పేపర్ జాగ్రత్తగా రాసే పాస్ అయిపోతామని మనకు ఆనందం వచ్చి 4 days అదేవిధంగా ఫ్రూట్ జ్యూస్ల మీదే ఎగ్జామ్కి వెళ్ళాను, ఎగ్జామ్ రాశాను. ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా 200 marks తోటి నేను ఫైనల్ గ్రూప్ కంప్లీట్ చేశాను. 199 వచ్చుంటే నేను ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ ఉండేవాడిని కాదు. ఆ రోజున 2 గురువులు చెప్పినటువంటి వర్డ్స్ నా జీవితాన్ని మార్చినాయి అనే మీ విషయాన్ని సభాముఖంగా ఎందుకు తెలియజేయాల్సి వచ్చింది అంటే మనం వింటాం, ఇటు విని అటు వదిలేసి వెళ్ళిపోతాం, అట్లా కాదు. వినండి, ఆచరించండి, కష్టపడండి, సక్సెస్ దానంతటా అదే పరిగెత్తుకుంటా మన దగ్గరికి వస్తుంది. సో దయచేసి అట్లా గమనించమని. ఎవరు గొప్పోళ్ళు కాదు, 24 గంటల సమయమే ఎవరికైనా ఉండేది. పుట్టేవాళ్ళు ఏదో సీఏ పాస్ అయిన వాళ్ళంతా పైనుంచి దిగి ఎవడో రాలా, పర్టికులర్గా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నోళ్ళు కూడా దానికి ఏం ఎక్సెప్షన్ కాదు. మీలో కూడా ఆ ప్రతిభ టాలెంట్ ఖచ్చితంగా ఉంది. మీరు ఆల్రెడీ సగం కోర్స్ కంప్లీట్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, ఆల్రెడీ సిపిటి కంప్లీట్ చేసి లేదా ఫస్ట్ గ్రూప్ కంప్లీట్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు, లేదా ఫైనల్లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. సో టైం తక్కువ ఉంది. ఈ అటెంప్ట్ కాదులే ఇంకొక అటెంప్ట్ కాదులే ఆ తర్వాత అటెంప్ట్ అని పోస్ట్పోన్ చేయొద్దు. సిన్సియర్గా మీరు పెట్టే ఎఫర్ట్ని ఖచ్చితంగా ఎప్పుడైతే మీరు ఎగ్జామ్ రాయబోతున్నారో 100% ఎగ్జామ్ మీద పెట్టండి. అట్లాగే మీ ఆఫీస్లో ఆర్టికల్స్ కూడా సిన్సియర్గా చేయండి. ఎవరు సిన్సియర్గా ఆర్టికల్స్ చేశారో వాళ్ళు తొందరగా క్వాలిఫై అవుతారు. ఇందాక చెప్పాను స్టడీ మెటీరియల్లో నేను ఎట్లా నాకు సక్సెస్ వచ్చింది అని. స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ గురించి చదవమని అందరూ చెప్తూనే ఉన్నారు, వింటాం వెళ్ళిపోతాం. దయచేసి గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, కోచింగ్ సెంటర్స్లో ఏం చెప్తే చదువుతూ స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ మర్చిపోవద్దు, రివిజన్ టెస్ట్ పేపర్స్ మర్చిపోవద్దు, సజెస్టెడ్ ఆన్సర్స్ మర్చిపోవద్దు, ఆర్టికల్స్ చేయడం కూడా మర్చిపోవద్దు. ఆర్టికల్స్ చేసినటువంటి స్టూడెంట్ ఫైనల్లో మినిమం 40 మార్క్స్ పర్సనల్గా వాటిని క్యాచ్ చేయొచ్చు. సో దయచేసి వీటన్నిటిని కూడా ఆచరణలో పెట్టమని, సీరియస్గా ఉండమని, ఉన్న టైంని ఇంకొక 2 ఏళ్ళో లేకపోతే సంవత్సరమో లేకపోతే 3 ఇయర్స్ అంతకన్నా ఎక్కువ టైం లేదు యాక్చువల్గా మీకున్న షెడ్యూల్ని బట్టి. ఈ టైంని డెడికేటెడ్గా మీ పేరెంట్స్ ఏదైతే మీరు కమిట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చి మీరు ఈ ప్రొఫెషన్లోకి వచ్చారో వాళ్ళ కమిట్మెంట్ని ఆనర్ చేయడం కోసం మీరు బాధ్యతగా ఉండండి. ఈ 2 సంవత్సరాలు లేదా సంవత్సరం ఎప్పుడైతే మీకు నెక్స్ట్ అటెంప్ట్ ఉంటే నెక్స్ట్ అటెంప్ట్ సిన్సియర్గా ఎగ్జామ్ రాయండి, డెఫినెట్గా పాస్ అవుతారు. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, మనకన్నా ఎవరు గొప్పోళ్ళు కాదు అనే విషయాన్ని మర్చిపోవద్దని. అదేవిధంగా స్టూడెంట్ వాలంటీర్స్గా చేసిన మీ అందరికీ కూడా చెప్తున్నా, నేను కూడా వాలంటీర్గా ఆ రోజున పనిచేస్తున్నాను. విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ అమనా ఎస్టేట్స్లో పెట్టినప్పుడు ఆ బ్రాంచ్ విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ పర్చేజ్ చేసినప్పుడు నేను సికాసా సెక్రటరీగా ఉండటమే కాకుండా బ్రాంచ్ ఇనాగ్రేషన్లో వైటల్ రోల్ ప్లే చేస్తున్నాం. అంటే విద్యార్థిగా ఆ రోజున మనం పడిన కష్టం ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ తల్లి మనని తన పొత్తిళ్లలోకి తీసుకొని డెఫినెట్గా ఆ సర్టిఫికెట్ మీ అందరికీ అందిస్తుంది. సో కాంపిటీషన్ కూడా తగ్గింది, ఇవాళ నీట్ చాలా ఉంది. ఇవాళ వినదాన్ని బట్టి దయచేసి మీ కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ మొత్తం చదువు మీద కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ చేయండి. ఈ 2 సంవత్సరాలు కష్టపడితే ఆటోమేటిక్గా భవిష్యత్తు అంతా బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఉంటుంది. దాన్ని మర్చిపోవద్దని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా మీ అందరికీ ఆశీస్సులు అందజేస్తూ, అందరూ అతి త్వరలో సీఏలుగా రాణించి సీఏలు అవ్వాలని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ఆకాంక్షిస్తూ, మరి మా మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ ఇక్కడ మన బ్రాంచ్ కమిటీ వాళ్ళు పెట్టినటువంటి ఎఫర్ట్స్ మనస్ఫూర్తిగా వాళ్ళందరినీ అభినందిస్తూ, మరి పర్టికులర్గా పేపర్ రైడర్స్ ఎక్కడి నుంచో వచ్చారు వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా పేరు పేరున ఐ విష్ దెమ్ ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్. అండ్ పర్టికులర్లీ ఇంత పేషెన్స్గా మీ అందరూ ఉన్నందుకు మీరు మమ్మల్ని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ఆశీర్వదిస్తూ, రాబోయే రోజుల్లో త్వరగా మీరు క్వాలిఫై అయ్యి ముందుకు రావాలని మనసారా ఆకాంక్షిస్తూ, ఎవరు గొప్ప కాదని ఇంకొక విషయం మరొకసారి తెలియజేస్తూ మీ అందరి దగ్గర సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
Thank you, sir. That was very much inspirational. Now I request CA CH Pramod, past chairman Vijayawada branch, to address the gathering.
వేదికపై ఆసీనులైన నా సిఏ సోదరులకు, ప్రియతమ సిఏ విద్యార్థులకు గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్. ఈరోజు ఈ మాట్లాడుతున్న విషయం ఏంటంటే, మనం వ్యాలిడిటరీ సెక్షన్లో ఉన్నాం. వ్యాలిడిటరీ సెక్షన్ అంటే ఈరోజు 2 రోజులు మనం కలిసి జరుపుకున్న ఈవెంట్ గురించి అందరం విడిపోతున్నాం. ఆ విడిపోయేటప్పుడు వీడుకోలు సభ అంటారు దీన్ని. ఈ సందర్భంగా ఒక తెలుగు సినిమా పాట గుర్తొస్తుంది నాకు, ఎక్కడో పుట్టి ఎక్కడో పెరిగిలాగా. ఎక్కడో చదివి ఎక్కడో ఆర్టికల్స్ చేసి ఎన్కన్వెన్షన్లోకి కలిసాము. మళ్ళీ సీఏలుగా మళ్ళీ ఇదే సీఏ సెమినార్లకు అటెండ్ అవ్వాలని నాకు ఆ పాట గుర్తొచ్చింది. ఆ సందర్భంగా మీకు షేర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. ఇంతకుముందు నాయుడు గారు చెప్పిన విధంగా సీఏ కోర్సుకి సంబంధించి చాలామంది సామాన్య కుటుంబాల నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళే ఉంటారు, కానీ రిచ్ ఫ్యామిలీస్ నుంచి ఉండరు. ఈ చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెన్సీ కోర్స్ అనేది సెల్ఫ్ ఎఫర్ట్తో బయటకు వచ్చేది. అలాగే నిన్నటి రోజున ఎంపీ విజయ్ కుమార్ గారు చెప్పారు, ఈ కోర్స్ ఇంత చీప్గా ఉండడానికి కారణం ఏంటంటే సిఏ ప్రొఫెషనల్స్ వాళ్ళ టైంని వెచ్చించి సిఏ కోర్స్కి సిఏ స్టూడెంట్స్కి చాలా మేలు చేస్తారని, వాళ్ళ సమయాన్ని వెచ్చిస్తారని, దానికి ఛార్జ్ చేయరని, ఇదే ఇతర దేశాల్లో అయితే మనీ ఛార్జ్ చేస్తారని చెప్పారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా మీకు ఒక కొత్త విషయం తెలియజేయాలి అంటే మీకు తెలిసే ఉండొచ్చు, సికాసా చైర్మన్ శివప్రసాద్ గారు 10 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం చైర్మన్గా చేశారు. ఎవరైనా ఒక ప్రధానమంత్రిగా చేసి మళ్ళీ మామూలు మంత్రిగా చేయాలని కోరుకోరు, కానీ ఆయన చైర్మన్గా చేసి సికాసా చైర్మన్గా ఎందుకు చేయాలనుకున్నారంటే ఆ రోజున ఆయన మిస్ అయ్యారు. అది సిఏ స్టూడెంట్స్కి నేను సేవ చేయలేకపోయిన ఆ రోజునని మళ్ళీ ఈ రోజున ఆయన సికాసా చైర్మన్ అయ్యారు. ఈ విషయం మీకు తెలియదు. యాక్చువల్గా ఆయన చాలా బిజీగా ఉంటారు. ఆయన మళ్ళీ కమిటీలోకి వచ్చి సికాసా చైర్మన్గా చేస్తున్నారు. ఆయన అంటే ఏంటంటే ప్రధానమంత్రిగా చేసి నేను ఒక చిన్న పోస్ట్కి వచ్చి చేస్తానని కోరుకున్నారు ఆయన. మీకు ఒక కమిటీ మెంబర్గానే తెలుసు ఆయన. 10 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం మేమంతా ఒక కమిటీలో ఆయన వైస్ చైర్మన్, అలాంటిది మళ్ళీ సికాసా చైర్మన్గా చేశారు ఆయన. ఇదే విధంగా ప్రతి చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్ వాళ్ళ టైంని వెచ్చించి చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెన్సీ కోర్స్ కోసం చాలా ఉపయోగపడతారు. అలాగే మీ అందరికీ ఈ సెమినార్ ఏంటి అనేది అర్థం కాదు. ఈ సెమినార్లు కాన్ఫరెన్స్లు ఎందుకు అనుకుంటారు మీరు. ఒకే చోట ఒకే కోర్స్ చదివేవాళ్ళు ఒక చోట కలిసినప్పుడు, పెద్దవాళ్ళ మాటలు మనం విన్నప్పుడు, వాళ్ళ మాటల్లోని మంచితనాన్ని మనం తీసుకొని ఇన్స్పైర్ అవ్వడానికి చాలా అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అలాగే మనం ఏదైనా సినిమాకి వెళ్ళాం అనుకోండి, అక్కడ ఒక హీరోని చూస్తే మనం హీరోగా ఫీల్ అయిపోతాం, అలా అవ్వాలి అనుకుంటాం. అలాగే ఇక్కడ పేపర్ సెట్టర్స్ని మీరు చూస్తే మీరు కూడా పేపర్ సెట్ నెక్స్ట్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్లో పేపర్ సబ్మిట్ చేయాలనే ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ వస్తుంది. అలాంటి కలెక్టివ్ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ కోసం మీరు ఇలాంటి సెమినార్స్కి తప్పకుండా వచ్చి మీ సమయాన్ని సద్వినియోగం చేసుకోండి. ఎవరైనా ఒక స్పీకర్ చెప్పడంలో తేడా వచ్చినప్పుడు హో అని అరిచిన మీరు వాళ్ళు చెప్పిన మంచిని కూడా అలాగే టేక్ చేసి దాన్ని అప్రిషియేట్ చేయండి. ఎవరైనా మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు గ్యాప్ వచ్చిందనుకోండి, దాన్ని మీరు గందరగోళం చేస్తున్నారు. అలాగే ఇక్కడ మనం ఇన్నిసార్లు ఇంతమంది కలిసి ఉన్నప్పుడు సిఏ అనే మాటని అందరూ కలిసి 3 సార్లు అందాం. దాని పవర్ ఏంటో తెలుస్తుంది మీకు. సిఏ 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 దట్ ఈస్ ది కలెక్టివ్నెస్ ఇఫ్ వి అసెంబుల్ అట్ వన్ ప్లేస్. సో ఈ సందర్భంగా మీకు తెలియజేసేది ఏంటంటే ఈ రోజున ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మీడియాని అనవసరంగా యూజ్ చేసి టైంని వేస్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. ప్రతి వాళ్ళు హెడ్ ఫోన్స్ పెట్టుకోవటం, మ్యూజిక్ వినటం, టైంను వృధా చేయటం. ఎలాగంటారా, మన చెవులకి కళ్ళకి ఒక నిర్దేశమైన సమయం ఉంటుంది, ఉపయోగపడే సమయం. దాన్ని మీరు అనవసరమైన మీడియాకి యూజ్ చేసి వాటిని వేస్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. మీకు ఈ సమయంలో మీరు చదువుకుని పైకి రావాల్సింది అనవసరంగా హెడ్ ఫోన్స్ పెట్టుకొని మ్యూజిక్ అది ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తున్నారు. అదే కనుక మీరు కష్టపడి చదువుకున్న తర్వాత ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తే మీరు చాలా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. అలాగే ఈ కాన్ఫరెన్స్లో మీరు ఈ 2 రోజులు చాలా డిసిప్లిన్గా ఉన్నారు. ఈ డిసిప్లిన్ కంటిన్యూ చేస్తే మీరు సిఏ కోర్స్ కంప్లీట్ చేయడం అనేది ఏ విధమైన కష్టం కాదు. ఈ సిఏ కాన్ఫరెన్స్కి ఎఫర్ట్ చేసిన స్టూడెంట్ వాలంటీర్స్కి, కమిటీ మెంబర్స్కి ఈ సందర్భంగా నా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. అలాగే ఈ 2 రోజులు మీరు ఇక్కడ అటెండ్ అయిన కార్యక్రమాన్ని మన టీవీ లైవ్ టెలికాస్ట్ చేస్తుంది. వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఈ సందర్భంగా వాళ్ళకి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, sir. Now I request C.A. Akkainadu to introduce our special guest, IPS Bindu Madhav Garikipati.
Thank you once again. బిందు మాధవ్ గరికపాటి వారిని సభకు పరిచయం చేయటం చాలా ఆనందంగా ఫీల్ అవుతూ వారి బయోడేటాని, వారి పర్సనల్గా అచీవ్మెంట్స్ని మీ ముందు ఉంచబోతున్నాను. గరికపాటి సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం కమలా గారుల దంపతుడు బిందు మాధవ్ గారు 1984 డిసెంబర్ 22న పుట్టారు. వారి మేడం పేరు మ్యారేజ్ అయింది అలేఖ్య. వీరు 10th క్లాస్ 82%తో విజయవాడ కెనడీ హై స్కూల్లో చదువుకున్నారు. అయిన తర్వాత ఇంటర్మీడియట్కి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇంటర్మీడియట్లో ఒక 4 కాలేజీల్లో మాత్రమే చదివారు. ఎందుకనంటే 3 కాలేజీల వాళ్ళు మీరు మాకొద్దు, మీరు వెళ్ళిపోతే మంచిదని చెప్పి పంపిస్తే ఇక 4వ కాలేజీకి వెళ్ళి గీతాంజలి అనే కాలేజ్, ఫస్ట్ చైతన్య, నలంద, నారాయణ, గీతాంజలి. సో విజయవాడలో ఉన్నటువంటి 4 కాలేజీల్లో ఇంటర్మీడియట్ పూర్తి చేశారు 85%తో. చాలా ఫెరోషియస్గా ఉండేవాళ్ళంట అప్పట్లో. ఏ చిన్నపాటి తేడా చేసినా అది మాస్టర్ అయినా పర్లా, ఎవరైనా పర్లా, ఎమోషనల్గా రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వటమే ఆయన తెలిసింది. సో అందుకనే 4 కాలేజీల్లో వారు ఇంటర్మీడియట్ని పూర్తి చేయాల్సి వచ్చింది. తర్వాత బీటెక్ చదువుదామని చెప్పి బీటెక్ జాయిన్ అయ్యి 1 ఇయర్ చదివిన తర్వాత సేమ్ పరంపర కంటిన్యూ చేస్తూ ఇది మంద కాదు, ఏదో ఉంది దీనికి, ఇది కాదని చెప్పి బీటెక్ని డిస్కంటిన్యూ చేశారు. తర్వాత గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ కోసం బిఆర్ అంబేద్కర్ ఓపెన్ యూనివర్సిటీకి అప్లై చేసి 4 సంవత్సరాలు బిఏ కంప్లీట్ చేశారు 46% తోటి. అర్థమైందా? ఎందుకు అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏదో సమాజం మీద ఏదో ఒక ఆయనలో ఒక అలజడి, ఒక స్పీడు, ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక మనిషి కెరీర్ 82%, 85% ఇంటర్మీడియట్ చూసిన తర్వాత బిఏకి వచ్చేసి బిఏ 46% తోటి అంబేద్కర్ ఓపెన్ యూనివర్సిటీ నుంచి మాత్రమే, అది కాలేజీ కూడా కాదు, డైరెక్ట్గా ఓపెన్ యూనివర్సిటీలో డిస్టెన్స్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో పూర్తి చేశారు. ఇక తర్వాత అప్పుడు అర్థమైంది అసలు ఏంటి మనం ఎక్కడున్నాం, మన కెరీర్ ఏంటి, మనం ఏం ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాం, ఏంటి ఈ టైం అంతా ఇట్లా వేస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం, ఇది కాదు లైఫ్ అని అక్కడ మార్చుకొని ఆయన ఒక ఆలోచన మార్చుకొని కష్టపడదాం, రిజల్ట్ ఏంటో చూపిద్దాం, ఇన్నాళ్ళు ఉన్నటువంటి బిందు మాధవ్ కాదు ఇతను, ఇప్పుడేంటో నా బిందు మాధవ్ అంటే ఆయన చూపించి బిఏ కంప్లీట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఎంసీఏ ఎంట్రన్స్ రాశారు. ఎంసీఏ ఎంట్రన్స్ ఐసెట్ 2007లో ఫస్ట్ ర్యాంక్ కొట్టాడండి. అంటే ఒక 5 సంవత్సరాల పాటు ఇంటర్మీడియట్ నుంచి ఇంటర్మీడియట్ 2 years, డిగ్రీ 4 years, 6 years టైం అంతా ఎంత వేస్ట్ చేసుంటారో, ఊరికనే ఎట్లా వేస్ట్ అయిందో చూసాం. తర్వాత తన లైఫ్ ఇది కాదని చెప్పి ఐసెట్కి వెళ్తే ఐసెట్ 2007 చెప్పాను 5th ర్యాంక్ వచ్చింది. యాక్చువల్గా ఎంబీఏ ఎంసీఏ రెండింటికి కలిపి ఒకే సెట్ ఉంటుంది, మీకు తెలుసు. ఎంబీఏ ఫస్ట్ 4 ఎంబీఏ జాయిన్ అయ్యారు. ఫస్ట్ ఎంసీఏ క్యాండిడేట్ జేఎన్టీయూలో ఫస్ట్ క్యాండిడేట్ కింద ఛాన్సలర్, వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారు వారిని ఫస్ట్ ర్యాంక్ కింద తీసుకొని ఆ విధంగా ఐసెట్ కంప్లీట్ చేసి ఐసెట్ అయిన తర్వాత జేఎన్టీయూలో ఎంసీఏ చేశారు. ఎంసీఏతో పాటు రాసే ముందు ఇక్కడ స్టేట్ టెస్ట్ కాదు, పాండిచేరి టెస్ట్ కూడా రాద్దామని చెప్పి వారి గురువు గారు శ్రీధర్ సిసి ఆయన గైడెన్స్ తోటి పాండిచేరి టెస్ట్ రాసి అక్కడ కూడా ఆల్ ఇండియా ఫస్ట్ ర్యాంక్ కొట్టారు. ఇది అయిపోయిన తర్వాత స్టాఫ్ సెలక్షన్ కమిషన్కి ఎగ్జామ్ రాశారు. స్టాఫ్ సెలక్షన్ కమిషన్ దాదాపు 20 లక్షల మంది రాశారు. ఆ టర్మ్లో 20 లక్షల మంది రాస్తే 196వ ర్యాంక్ వచ్చి ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ ఇన్స్పెక్టర్గా జాయిన్ అయ్యారు. ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ ఇన్స్పెక్టర్ అయిన తర్వాత అదే టైంలో ప్రొబేషనరీ ఎగ్జామ్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ బరోడా రాస్తే అది కూడా జాబ్ ఇచ్చేసింది. బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ బరోడా నేను జాయిన్ అవ్వనని చెప్పి ప్రొబేషనరీ ఆఫీసర్గా ఆ పోస్ట్ వదులుకొని ఈ స్టాఫ్ సెలక్షన్ కమిషన్ ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఇన్స్పెక్టర్గా జాయిన్ అయ్యి ఇది కాదు మనం సివిల్స్ కొట్టాలి అని ఆ ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఇన్స్పెక్టర్ ఉద్యోగానికి పక్కన పెట్టేసి ఢిల్లీ వెళ్ళి కూర్చొని కష్టపడదామని చెప్పి ఢిల్లీలో 4 years దాని మీద మైండ్ పెడితే మొన్న వచ్చినటువంటి సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్లో 172వ ర్యాంక్ వచ్చి ఈ రోజున ఐపీఎస్ ఆఫీసర్గా మన హోమ్ స్టేట్కి రాబోతున్నారు. మన విజయవాడకి ఏసీపీ గానో లేదు ఏఎస్పీ గానో ఏదో ఒక విధంగా కృష్ణా జిల్లాకే బహుశా ఆయన వచ్చే విధంగా ఆయన ర్యాంక్ ఉంది. సో మనం ఒక ఐపీఎస్ ఆఫీసర్ని మన విజయవాడ ప్రాంత వాసి కెరీర్లో టైంని వేస్ట్ చేసి తర్వాత జ్ఞానోదయం అయ్యి ఇది కాదు లైఫ్ అని చెప్పి మనం మనసు లగ్నం చేసి కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ చేసిన తర్వాత 2 ఫస్ట్ ర్యాంకులు రావడంతో పాటు స్టాఫ్ సెలక్షన్ కమిషన్లో జాబ్ రావడంతో పాటు తర్వాత 172 ర్యాంక్ తోటి ఈ రోజున మన ముందున్నారు. అనుకోకుండా ఇవాళ మా అదృష్టం, నేను యాక్చువల్గా మార్నింగ్ వచ్చి మా ఆఫీస్కి వెళ్ళిన వెంటనే ఒక చిన్న పనితోటి మా ఆఫీస్కి నాతోటి రాగానే మా ఫ్రెండ్ వీళ్ళ గురువు గారు ఆయన వచ్చారు తీసుకొని, ఒక 5 నిమిషాలు మాట్లాడేది పని ఉందని సరదాగా వచ్చారు ఇద్దరు. వస్తే మా పిల్లలకి ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ అవ్వాలండి, మీరు దయచేసి మీ టైం మాకు ఇవ్వండి ఈవినింగ్ అని చెప్పి వారిని అడగటం, వెంటనే వస్తాను సార్ అని చెప్పి యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసి ఈరోజు మన ముందు రావటం, ఇది స్ఫూర్తిగా తీసుకోమని వారు చెప్పే మాటల్ని సిన్సియర్గా వినమని, విన్న తర్వాత ఆచరణలో పెట్టమని, సిఏ అయిన తర్వాత మనకున్నటువంటి ఇంకొక ఆపర్చునిటీ సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్ అని, ఆ సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్లో కష్టపడితే మనం కూడా రాణించడానికి బోల్డంతమంది సీఏలు ఇంతకుముందు సీఏలు అయిన తర్వాత సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్లో ఉన్నారు. అట్లా వారిని స్ఫూర్తిగా తీసుకొని మనం కూడా ముందుకు వెళ్ళాలని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటూ ఈ సభకు బిందు మాధవ్ గారిని పరిచయం చేస్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Good evening, all the dignitaries on dais. Good evening, friends. హలో అండి, అందరికీ. నా ప్రొఫైల్ గురించి విన్నారు కదా, సార్ చెప్పారు. వినగానే మీకు ఏమనిపించిందండి? నా ప్రొఫైల్ గురించి నేను చెప్తాను. నా ప్రొఫైల్లో ఎవరికన్నా కనపడాల్సింది ఏంటంటే, ఫాల్ బ్యాక్ 5 times, గెటప్ 6 times. చాలాసార్లు చాలా లో పాయింట్స్ ఉంటాయి లైఫ్లో. రకరకాల రీజన్స్ ఉండొచ్చు దానికి. దేర్ విల్ బి అ లాట్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్ దట్ విల్ పుష్ యూ డౌన్. ఆల్వేస్ రైజ్ అబౌవ్ దాట్. నేను గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ 46%తో పాస్ అయ్యాను. ఫుల్ టైం గ్రాడ్యుయేట్స్తో కంపీట్ చేసి ఎంట్రన్స్ ఎగ్జామ్ రాయాలి. రాయగలనా, రాస్తానా లేదా అనుకుంటే, సార్ చెప్పారు ఇందాక, మా గురువు గారు శ్రీధర్ గారు అని ఉన్నారు. ఎందుకు రాయలేవు? యు ఆర్ యాజ్ గుడ్ యాజ్ ఎనీబడి ఎల్స్. ఎవరు ఎక్కువ కాదు, ఎవరు తక్కువ కాదు. ఎవ్రీబడి ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్లీ కాంపిటెంట్. ట్రై చేయన్నారు. అన్నప్పుడు నేను కొంచెం సరే ఈ ఎగ్జామ్ గురించి ఏం చేయాలి అనుకొని, వాట్ ఐ డిడ్ వాజ్ వెరీ సింపుల్ అండి. ఏ ఎగ్జామ్కైనా ఇట్ ఈస్ అప్లికబుల్. ప్లాన్, మెటిక్యులస్ ప్లానింగ్. సిలబస్ ఏముంది, మనకేమొచ్చు, ఏం రాదు, ఏం నేర్చుకోవాలి. సెకండ్, ప్రాక్టీస్. ఏ సబ్జెక్ట్ అయినా కానీ ఒక్కసారి చదివితే 70% వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఇంకొంచెం చదివితే 80% వస్తుంది. ఇంకా చదివితే ఆ ఎక్సలెన్స్ వచ్చేస్తుంది ఆ సబ్జెక్ట్లో. సో ప్రాక్టీస్ మల్టిపుల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్, ఏదైనా సరే. లాస్ట్ది పర్సివియర్. ప్లాన్, ప్రాక్టీస్, పర్సివియర్. పర్సివియర్ అంటే ఏంటండి? ద ఎంతూజియాజం యూ హ్యావ్ ఆన్ ద ఫస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ యువర్ ప్రిపరేషన్ should be the same on the last day of your preparation. అట్లాంటి పర్సివరెన్స్ ఉంటేనే ఏదైనా అచీవ్ చేయగలుగుతాం మనం. నేను డిగ్రీ 46% వచ్చినా కానీ ఐఎమ్ కేపబుల్ ఆఫ్ సంథింగ్ ఎల్స్ అని ఫీల్ అయ్యి కష్టపడ్డాను కాబట్టి నెక్స్ట్ స్టెప్కి వెళ్ళగలిగాను. అది కూడా చెప్తున్నాను మీకు. లైఫ్లో యూ షుడ్ ఆల్వేస్ హ్యావ్ హై అంబిషన్స్ అండ్ హై ఆస్పిరేషన్స్. దెన్ ఓన్లీ యూ విల్ స్ట్రైవ్ ఫర్ దోస్ థింగ్స్. అదర్వైజ్ చాలా తక్కువ దాంతో కంటెంట్ అయిపోతే యూ విల్ నెవర్ రైజ్ టు యువర్ పొటెన్షియల్. అందరికీ చాలా పొటెన్షియల్ ఉంటుంది. దాన్ని మనం రియలైజ్ అయ్యి దానికోసం డ్రీమ్ చేస్తే తప్ప విల్ నాట్ రీచ్ సచ్ హైట్స్. నా పీజీ ఎంట్రన్స్ ఎగ్జామ్ ముందర నాకు ర్యాంక్ వచ్చేసింది. పీజీ కంఫర్టబుల్గా అయిపోయింది. ఇందాక చెప్పాను కదా, ఫాల్ డౌన్ 5 times, గెటప్ 6 times అని. పీజీ అయిన తర్వాత వెంటనే నాకు సివిల్ సర్వీస్ వచ్చేయలేదు. ఐ ఫెయిల్డ్ మెనీ టైమ్స్. లాస్ట్ అటెంప్ట్లో సెలెక్ట్ అయ్యాను నేను. బట్ స్టిల్ ఐ థాట్ ఐఎమ్ వర్తీ ఆఫ్ ఇట్. ఐ థాట్ ఐఎమ్ కేపబుల్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్. ఐ హ్యాడ్ ఎ గుడ్ సపోర్ట్ సిస్టమ్, నో డౌట్ అబౌట్ దట్. నా గురువులు, నా ఫ్యామిలీ, వైఫ్ అందరూ చాలా సపోర్ట్ చేశారు. బట్ స్టిల్ ఐ బిలీవ్డ్ ఇన్ మై సెల్ఫ్ టూ. లేకపోతే ఐ కుడ్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ స్టూడ్ అప్ దాట్ లాంగ్. పెళ్ళైపోయి పిల్లలుండి ఇట్స్ రియలీ హార్డ్. అన్నిసార్లు తప్పి, దర్ ఇస్ సొసైటీ ఆల్సో విచ్ ప్రెషరైజెస్ యూ ఆల్వేస్. ఇన్నిసార్లు తప్పారా, ఇంకా అవుతుందా? సో రైజ్ అబౌవ్ ఆల్ దోస్ డౌట్స్. డౌట్ చేసేవాళ్ళు ఎప్పుడూ ఉంటారు. ఫస్ట్ బిలీవ్ ఇన్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్. నేను చెప్పిన 3: ప్లాన్, ప్రాక్టీస్, పర్సివియర్. నేను ఈ 4 years సివిల్ సర్వీస్ ట్రైనింగ్ అప్పుడు కూడా ఎవరి దగ్గరికి కోచింగ్కి వెళ్ళలేదండి. నా బుక్స్ నేను పెట్టుకుని చదువుకునేవాడిని. ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్ వాజ్ సెల్ఫ్ స్టడీ. సెల్ఫ్ స్టడీ అంటే మళ్ళీ మీకు అందరూ చెప్పినట్టు రోజుకి 14 గంటలు 16 గంటలు నేను చదవలేదు. దేర్ విల్ బి సమ్ క్వాలిటీ టైమ్ విచ్ యూ విల్ బి ఏబుల్ టు స్పెండ్ ఆన్ ఎనీథింగ్. ఏదైనా చదివేటప్పుడు ఐ బిలీవ్ దట్ 6 to 8 hours ఆఫ్ టైం ఏదైనా చదవగలుగుతాం మనం. ఓవర్ అండ్ అబౌవ్ దాట్ యువర్ ఫోకస్ విల్ బి డైల్యూటెడ్. సో అప్పుడంతా ఏం చేసేవాడిని అంటే, వైల్ రీడింగ్ సంథింగ్ యూ అండర్లైన్ థింగ్స్. యూజువలీ చేస్తారు కదా ఎవరైనా, యూ అండర్లైన్ థింగ్స్, యూ నోట్ డౌన్ సమ్ థింగ్స్. దాన్నంతా ఫేర్ చేసుకునేవాడిని వేరే నోట్స్లో. వాట్ హ్యాపెన్స్ ఇస్ ఇట్ గెట్స్ రిజిస్టర్డ్. ఇందాక చదివాను, ఇప్పుడు రాసుకుంటున్నాను. సో ఇట్ గెట్స్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ. అది అట్లా రిజిస్టర్ అవటం వల్ల నేను గ్రాడ్యువల్గా ఒక్కొక్క సబ్జెక్ట్లో కొంచెం బెటర్ ఎక్స్పోజర్ వచ్చింది. దానివల్ల నా కంటెంట్ ఫ్లో బాగుండి చాలా ఈజీగా అయిపోయింది ఈ అటెంప్ట్. ఈ అటెంప్ట్లో ఐ స్కోర్డ్ ఆల్ ఇండియా ఫస్ట్ ఇన్ సోషియాలజీ వితౌట్ ఎనీ కోచింగ్. అది అట్లా అయిందంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఓన్లీ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ద నోట్స్ ఐ ప్రిపేర్డ్, ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ప్రిపరేషన్ ఐ హ్యాడ్. సో మీరైనా కానీ ఏ ఎగ్జామ్కైనా సరే, దేనికోసమైనా సరే, లైఫ్లో హ్యావ్ హై ఆస్పిరేషన్స్. ప్లాన్ చేయండి, దాన్ని సీరియస్గా తీసుకొని ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి, పర్సివియర్ చేయండి. ఇంకొకటి గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, లైఫ్లో సక్సెస్ ఇస్ నాట్ ఫైనల్, ఫెయిల్యూర్ ఇస్ నాట్ ఫేటల్. ఇవాళ సక్సెస్ వచ్చేస్తే అదే ఫైనల్ కాదు. ఇప్పుడు అది కూడా నా ప్రొఫైల్లోనే కనిపిస్తుంది కదా. ఐ వాజ్ ఎ ర్యాంకర్ బిఫోర్ మై పోస్ట్ గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్, బట్ స్టిల్ ఐ ఫెయిల్డ్ ఇన్ ద సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్ ఎగ్జామ్ టైమ్ అండ్ అగైన్. I did not think it was fatal. I had that hope. Always have such hope. Work hard, strive for what you want. అట్లా చేస్తే దేర్ విల్ బి నో స్టాపింగ్ యూ. ఇవాళ సిఏ కాదు, రేపు సివిల్ సర్వీస్ కాదు, ఈవెన్ బిగ్గర్ డ్రీమ్స్ మీకు ఏమున్నా కానీ యూ విల్ బి ఏబుల్ టు అచీవ్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ ఎఫర్ట్లెస్లీ. మీరు కనుక అట్లాంటి డ్రీమ్ ఉండి, అట్లాంటి పర్సివరెన్స్ ఉండి సీరియస్గా వర్క్ చేస్తే ఇట్ విల్ నాట్ ఫీల్ లైక్ హార్డ్ వర్క్ ఆల్సో. చాలా ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తూ కంఫర్టబ్లీ చదవగలుగుతారు మీరు. నేను ఫెయిల్ అయిన ప్రతిసారి ఇఫ్ యు వర్క్ సో హార్డ్ అండ్ ఫెయిల్, ఆబ్వియస్గా ఆ పూట కొంచెం దేర్ విల్ బీ డిజెక్షన్. కానీ దట్ లాస్టెడ్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ ఎ డే ఆర్ టూ నాకు. ఆఫ్టర్ దాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్వేస్ అబౌట్ టుమారో. టుమారో ఈజ్ ఆల్వేస్ ఎ న్యూ డే అండ్ ఇట్ విల్ బీ బెటర్. ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ సచ్ హోప్ ఇన్ లైఫ్ అండ్ వర్క్ ఫర్ దాట్, దేర్ విల్ బి నో స్టాపింగ్ యూ. అండ్ మీరందరూ ఎక్సలెంట్ సిఏలు అవుతారు అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఓవర్ అండ్ అబౌవ్ దాట్ ఇంకా బెటర్ కెరియర్స్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే అవి కూడా చూస్ చేసుకుని, సార్ చెప్పినట్టు సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్ కూడా ఒక ఎవెన్యూ మీకు. మీలో నుంచి కొంతమంది సివిల్ సర్వెంట్స్ కూడా వస్తారనుకుంటున్నాను. సో డ్రీమ్ బిగ్గర్, వర్క్ హార్డ్ ఫర్ దాట్ అండ్ అచీవ్ ఆల్ యువర్ డ్రీమ్స్. ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspirational words. Now I request senior member C.A. Gangadhar to felicitate our special guest, Sri Bindu Madhav IPS. I request the dignitaries on the dais to join, and also the other managing committee members of the dais to join the felicitation. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation. Now, we shall rise for national anthem.
उत्कल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे मागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गादा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, all of you. We have come to the conclusion of this two-day conference.